Yay! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
They don't make any noise. I know. I thought they were gonna make noise, and then I was like, "Yeah, they didn't leave."
That's what you get. That's what you get from the dollar store, I guess, or what I got.
They're also very chaotic in the directions. Like they were shooting like every which way. There was a lot of chaos happening with this.
like withdraws with Deck of Worlds, every single time you use it, it's an adventure.
Yeah, everything is chaos. Everything is chaos, and it's just fine. Worlds of Chaos. Happy Saturday, everybody, and happy birthday, Deck of Worlds. 3rd birthday.
I wish I had gotten a birthday hat that I could have put on my Deck of Worlds. You guys got a birthday hat for your Deck of Worlds.
Yes.
You can see it.
Oh, in the background. Look at that. Yeah.
There. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure we shared some social posts on it because we were very tickled by how adorable it looked.
I think it looks really cute in a hat. Like, I know there's some faces that just like you put a hat on that face and it frames it perfectly. And I feel like Deck of Worlds it takes a hat well, you know.
All the world building. Which characters look best in a hat? I mean, that's like a pretty intense. That's a pretty decent story trope, right? Like people always like use hats as a definitive thing. I actually remember Neil Gaiman wrote this really big forward, I think in Good Omens, with Terry Pratchett, talking about how he was like a wee journalist at the time, green and trying to like fit in and look cool. And I can't remember what hat he wore. It was like a beret or fedora or something. Like he was trying to wear this little like journalist hat and meeting Terry Pratchett, and Terry Pratchett kind of being like, he looks derpy in a hat. And Neil Gaiman, like they were kind of writing both from their point of views. Neil Gaiman being like, I'm so uncomfortable in my hat. And Terry Pratchett being like, he looks derpy in a hat. And
sometimes the hat wears you.
Yeah, exactly. And how they kind of like got together to write Good Omens, and how eventually Neil Gaiman decided he should not wear a hat as part of his identity. So anyhow, that being said, the party hat looks adorable on Deck of Worlds. And hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us on a very epic live stream that we're going to have today. 6 whole hours of it. Who's planning on staying all the way to the end? I see we have folks from we have Carlos from Spain, Bronwyn from NL's Netherlands, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a moment. I was like, is it Newfoundland?
The 2-letter country code for Netherlands is NL.
I know. I was like, wait, is NL also Newfoundland though?
I think it is in Canada's 2-letter province abbreviations. I believe.
There you see, so many little things. Newfoundland. See, there we go.
Oh, amazing.
Yes. Well, from Spain. So stars above saying it's 8 p.m. here. So sadly not. What, you didn't want to stay up till like 2 a.m. your time? We appreciate you joining us from wherever you are ahead at 8 p.m. I'm assuming somewhere in Europe, if my time zones are correct. Thanks for joining, everyone. And stay with us for as long as you can. We have a lot of things planned for the next 6 hours. Maybe I can give you a quick old rundown of what we're planning on doing. We're going to be obviously launching the very, very anticipated guidebook that we talked about on Monday's live stream. We are going to talk about all the amazing giveaways we're going to have. We're going to talk about the guidebook. We're going to do a whole bunch of different demos for you. We have all these new play modes that we're going to experiment with today with Deck of Worlds and using, the guidebook and all those different things, which we're super, super excited about. And then we have a special guest joining us today, Sam from Roll with Advantage, coming all the way from Australia, from the down under, to roll some dice and do some world building using dice rolls. I think I captured it, right, Peter?
Yeah, I think that's everything. One thing we might want to talk about before we get started, just to give more people time to participate, is the giveaways. How the giveaways are going to work today.
Yeah, so we've been running giveaways all week. So if you guys are hearing about the giveaways for the first time today, don't worry. We have giveaways all the way till tomorrow. We've been doing a giveaway on our website every single day, a flash giveaway. So if you make a purchase on our website, you get the opportunity to win whatever that daily giveaway is. Today's giveaway is our very own Peter, because we can't be creators of a creative deck if we didn't actually create stuff ourselves. So Peter created this amazing story engine, postcard size story anthology. We have some limited copies left. We're going to give away one today. So if you make a purchase from our website, you get entered into a daily draw where we pick a lucky winner. The winner yesterday was, I want to say the initial was K. We're not naming people's names because obviously people are placing orders and we don't want to give away people's like private identities unless they give us permission to, which is why we've been doing initials for our daily draws. Kay won a copy of the Story Engine deck. So congratulations, Kay, for winning that. Woo! Story Engine obviously being our first deck, and Deck of Worlds being our second deck. Oh no, it says celebrating 3 years since we launched Deck of World, not World, Worlds! Many worlds.
The proofreading department has sent that back for revisions. The graphic design has put out a new asset, and we're back.
And we're back. Hey guys, we all proofread. Okay, proofreading is an important part of storytelling. So today you get a chance to win the anthology, and tomorrow, I believe. Oh no, I can't tell you that. It's a flash giveaway.
Oh yeah,
you guys almost got me there, audience.
Sneaky. And then today's live stream giveaways, we've got. Actually, I'll pull up the dice. Hold on.
Yeah, we can't do that one on our end.
Yeah. So this is. I'm gonna even switch to one of our fancy camera views so we can really. There we go. These are
you can really see the sparkle
dice. Proofreading is a lost rat. It's so good. That is utterly beautiful.
Wonderful.
Yeah. But these are Odin's Eye Sharp Edge resin dice by Roll with Advantage, who, again, we've mentioned will be joining us later on in the stream to do some world building. They're utterly gorgeous. I can confirm they look as beautiful in person as they do on camera. We're also going to be using this set of dice today for the rolls on the rolling tables we'll be using from the expanded guidebook. So you will get to see them in action and actually get the dice that we used. They will only have been rolled for the purposes of this live stream, and then they are yours, otherwise brand new, and a little memory from celebrating the 3rd birthday. So we'll be
can I enter my own? Can we enter our own giveaway? I want those dice.
I'm going to say I think we're disqualified.
I know.
Oh, and they also will come in a little beautiful black holder box with cutouts for each of the dice. And then we'll also be giving away a $50 gift card to the Story Engine store. Yeah, so if there's been a little something you've been wanting to pick up for yourself, you will get to do that with a little bit of walking around the store money.
Walking around money, yeah. Since we don't have a physical shop that you can attend, you can do a little virtual walk around of our store. And if you want a chance to win our giveaway today, share the love. Whether it is through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or Threads. I think that's all we have, right? Technically, we have Blue Sky.
We have Blue Sky, but honestly, nobody else does, so it's fine.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. If you share a little bit of love, either that you're joining us on the live stream, share the link to our live stream, or share a link to the Story Engine deck, which is storyenginedeck.com. Just talking about us, and to make sure you tag us, of course.
Yeah, we won't see it otherwise.
Yeah, so we'll make sure we enter you into a draw. Oh, we don't have our fancy hat here.
We still have a break coming, so
yeah, we'll make sure we grab our fancy hat so that you can see the big sparkly hat that we do the draws from. So yes,
maybe we should draw them out of the birthday hat.
Oh, we can also draw them out of the birthday hat. Big brain. Okay. All right. But yes, share some social love if you love the Story Engine, and you get a chance to win a $50 gift card or a set of beautiful Odin's Eye dice.
Yeah.
Woo! Okay.
Our last raffle winner who we picked out of the hat was Moose, and I delivered Moose. So they won the first PDF copy that we sent out of the expanded guidebook. I emailed it this morning. It was like hot off the InDesign export.
Very hot off the export.
And the way that I know that this is hotly anticipated, I sent the email, and 2 minutes later I got the notification from Dropbox that it had been downloaded. Moose was like ready for it. So I'm just excited. Like, this has been actually, and one thing I'll mention, during the first live stream on Monday on the 13th, we announced there was going to be 23 pages of guidebook. After Eric did his proofreading pass, he'd made an editorial suggestion that we do worksheets for every single one of the modules. We had worksheets for a couple modules, but he thought it would benefit the others too. So we've expanded it further. There's a little more content. It's now a 30-page expanded guidebook that we're delivering. Moose got the first look at it, but it's a big beautiful document that I think people are going to really enjoy digging into. Some fun stuff. And
there were more pages than
Yeah.
I anticipated on the final. It was almost like one of those moments where Moroki, the CEO, is almost had to come in being like, this was meant to be like a reasonably mini guidebook, but the guidebook is getting bigger and more modules and chapters are appearing than originally planned, guys.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely, I love a good project scope creep. Call me the project scope creep. That can be my nickname.
It's almost like there's like boundless opportunities to build worlds and like new ideas that will never ever end or something. It's almost like our deck can have like billions of storytelling possibilities or something.
Oh, hey Moose. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Moose,
mini guidebook. It's very, very true. It's very, very true. We've been obviously releasing resources every single day this week as well. I think, what have we released this week? Eric, I'm going to turn it to you because you probably know the order better than I do.
Okay, first on Tuesday was the first day we released something. That was the field notes PDF. Wednesday was the token sheets. Thursday was our 6 lesson plans. Friday was the Deck of Worlds, Oddballs, and Outtakes expansion. And today we have the expanded guidebook. And we do have one more tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the blank cards for anybody who wants to use the templates to make their own, who thinks that the prompts that we gave you isn't enough. You're free to make your own. And we also have them. It's not just for the core deck. We also have templates for all the unique expansion types. So culture keyholes, lore fragments, and adventure prompts are all in there as well.
You can add museum back in. Technically for Lore Master's deck, but if you were rankled, that museum got cut from Lore Master's deck. You can add it back in yourself.
Love it.
So, who has been downloading our new resources or picking up our new resources this week? I want to hear in the chat what you've been getting, and if you've been using them yet. If you have a favorite one, I want to hear if people have been using it, because we're very excited. We were very excited to share these resources, and we obviously, like I said, folks like Moose have been ready to download. So thank you. I'm glad you guys are as excited as we are, and if you guys have been using it, we want to hear how you've been using it, or if you have a favorite. So please do throw that down in the chat. We have lots of things that are going on. I think, actually, you know what? I've been thinking about this question, Peter, to myself today. I know this was not technically on our schedule, so I'm about to throw you a question out of left field. But I did have this moment today, just kind of being like, it's probably a really big milestone, like a really big memory for you to be experiencing like Deck of Worlds 3rd anniversary. Obviously 3 years ago you were hitting the launch button on Kickstarter, and I think it kind of went in a way that perhaps you were not even really truly expecting, even though you had really amazing support and success with Story Engine decks. So why don't you kind of recap? Why don't we go take a little bit of a walk down memory lane, and Peter can share with us the first 24 hours of his experience with Deck of Worlds and the birth of Deck of Worlds on the day.
Yeah, so I had Deck of Worlds I've been working on for a while, and it was one of those things where eventually I knew I could spend forever editing it and fine-tuning it more and more and more, and I was getting into the project scope creep point of I've added so many expansions and I want to add even more. I've been polishing these queues and rewriting them and finding new ways to do things, and at some point it would be better if I call it finished, because there's a point where you start to by polishing you actually start to scrub away at and damage what's underneath. So I was at the point of no, this is at peak polish. Let's go share it, and also the way that people respond to it will give you information about what shape it should take for it to be a really effective tool for people. So this is the time to unveil it. So I remember picking the project launch date a month ahead of time, so that I would feel that would really I'd make those final choices, be ready to show the world how the deck was going to work. And I remember just being I've never been so excited to have a project to pull the curtain back and show people. And the day that it launched, I'd had like high hopes because I knew it was a really good tool. I've been working on it for a long time, and a lot of that work was like very much in isolation and silence. Like I hadn't really talked about the tool as much. I hadn't done as many teasers as we did for like Lore Master's deck. It was not a stealth drop, but it definitely was not like I was not talking about it until it hit. And so I'd had high hopes that people would like see it and like it and respond. But I had no idea how fast it was going to hit, like how fast and how hard. And I remember like a few days out from the project, BackerKit had reached out about doing some marketing for it, so their department running some ads, and I was like, yeah, I think that'd be good in case it doesn't hit very quickly. It'll be good to have some marketing support and all that, and we worked that out. And then day one happened, and I can't remember what we closed at, but I remember like I was in shock, and I remember two or three things happened at the same time. One was like, I'm gonna need help. This is growing, and my biggest nightmare has always been growing past my point of competency and then like not being able to deliver something. So all of my campaigns that I've run on any crowdfunding platform ever have been built around like, if this scaled really big, could you actually deliver it? Can this thing scale? And so I'd planned Deck of Worlds that way, but even so, like at the end of day one, I was like, I'm gonna need some help. I'm gonna need to hire out more of this to be able to deliver it because it's a lot. And the second thing was I remember like panicking and wanting to email BackerKit to be like, stop running ads. I don't want there to be too many backers. I don't want there to be too much money. Like let's slow this down.
We
actually did. We actually did slow things down.
It's like the dream of every startup entrepreneur. Too successful.
But yeah, well, no, I've seen projects collapse under their success when like they weren't ready for the scale. And I had been, I had big projects, so I was I think poised for it in terms of skill and also in terms of like knowing people collaborators I could trust to work with, right? Like Moroki came in to work with me long term after that point. Eric was a proofreader on the project. Like I had trusted collaborators that I knew I could share the load of certain tasks with, but it was the first time where I was like, I just think that this is a project. This is no longer a solo creator thing. Like I think that was an inflection point where like, Story Engine became more of a company as a result of that project. It stopped being like this is a one-off thing Peter's doing, and it became like a team needs to deliver this. How do we make that happen? So yeah, it was a very heady 24 hours. My head was whirling. I was trying to keep up with messages, and eventually, actually, Zach Schuster, our graphic designer, came in a little bit to just help keep up with the volume of messages and with like comments on updates. Yeah, and it was well, and like the momentum never really stopped after that. Like obviously we have like our peak seasons where like we're launching a new project, or like this anniversary week has been a peak season for us, getting to drop new content and spend more time with the community, unpacking the resources that we're working on. So there's definitely peaks and valleys, but I feel like that was the point where like the peak happened, and then it never really stopped. Like it was always like there was always something happening in the world of Story Engine after that.
I think that's actually like wonderful. One of the things that we probably don't get a chance to say enough is how much we love our community and how much we love you guys. Like we do this because we very selfishly probably want to hang out with all of you on Facebook or YouTube on these lives, getting a chance to kind of hear what you guys are doing with the decks, hear your stories, sharing kind of our creative processes with you sharing your creative processes with us. Like, that's kind of what makes us tick every day. And I think in a world where, we don't get a chance to really connect with, obviously like Peter, Eric, and I, we are consumers too. We buy things like everyone else. And the fact that we don't really get a chance to see where our work, like where our things come from, the fact that we don't really get a chance to connect with businesses in a land where there's like, every day a large conglomerate buys yet another small business and absorbs into their monopolist fold, and you're always panicking about whether things are going to change or the fact that I do a wine and food blog, and a lot of businesses are small local businesses and they close every day because of financial hardship. Like the hospitality industry is one of the worst hit during the pandemic. The fact that in this day and era that we have a community that loves us as much as we love them, and that we get the chance to like all come together, means so much to us. And I'm seeing this really lovely message from John Solo here saying that they had a question for you, Peter, back before Deck of Worlds, and you were super nice and helpful. So Peter, you are super nice and helpful.
Yeah, like for years it was just either me on the inbox or me and like Zach doing a little bit of support. Another inflection point was when Eric took over the inbox. So again, Eric in the purple shirt there. If you have not met him before, he's the one responding to every single one of your queries, which the social inboxes, the main inbox, the backer kit comments. That's Eric. So like, it is very cool to be part of a team where like any memory that you have of interacting with us in the last 3 years is like one of us. We don't outsource this to like an anonymized service. We don't do chatbots. Like at the moment, the thing that we're doing is we are trying to get back to everyone whenever they have questions. If they want to find out how to get involved with our creative decks, like we would like to be there to show you this wonderful and exciting world. So yeah, it is very cool to get to do that.
Yeah, and I will say, if we ever do automate our chat box to a level, please know it's not because we don't want to talk to you. It means that we're getting so many messages that it might be just like smarter for us that if there's any like basic questions, whether it's about shipping or timelines or just some like pointing you to a link on our website, we just want to make sure we get back to you as soon as possible versus you never hearing from us. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah. There may at some point be an FAQ bot, basically.
Yeah. There would be an FAQ bot, but if you guys have ever like anything that requires a little bit more human touch, we're always here. We're always here for it. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a good trip down memory lane because like I know there's people who've joined who got to know Story Engine through Deck of Worlds, which obviously is our second flagship deck, the first one being Story Engine. And I would love to throw it to the chat again if I know I asked this question on Monday, but if you learned about us through Story Engine, like let us know, or if you joined us through Deck of Worlds, if you got to know Peter and Story Engine through Deck of Worlds, or if you guys discovered us through Lore Masters deck, which is our third crowdfunding campaign that actually is hilariously the anniversary is coming up like in basically a month from now. I remember thinking about that. I was like, oh, what was I doing around June last year? Oh, we were launching Lore Masters deck. So you joined us for the first time from Lore Masters deck, throw that in the chat. Lore Masters deck, Story Engine deck, or Deck of Worlds. Would love to hear when you kind of got to know us. When you kind of became friends, when we all became friends. And we already see like Wells Christopher here saying discovered us through Story Engine and stayed for the lore deck. So with us from the very, very start. Thank you. You've been with us for a while then. It's not a contest, guys. It's not a contest whether you're friends with us for 4 years or 10 years. I'm actually waiting for someone to be like, I knew Peter through Rock Paper Cynic, or I learned of like Peter through like Dad Joke Han Solo or something. Unless that was like a secret.
No, Dad Joke Han Solo, it's been, I guess, a poorly kept secret. Yeah, is what I would call it. Poorly kept secret.
Yeah. I'm waiting for someone to be like, I don't know, like I'm Eric's childhood friend. And like I followed Eric through the ends of time and his story.
I live in Eric's cupboards. I've been hiding since 1994.
Oh no.
That's Moose's teacup mouse.
The teacup moose.
Teacup moose.
Which is teacup mice are a thing.
Yeah. Well, that almost sounds like a Canadian thing.
Yeah.
Like a boot. Teacup moose.
Actually, the teacup moose sounds like a house hippo kind of Canadiana.
So I actually at one point we did get my mom like a birthday gift or something like that. That was literally a moose in a can, and it was like a can, like a food can, with all this funny labeling on the outside. But then if you like took a can opener and opened it, there was a stuffed moose inside.
Is that the moose that was like hanging on one of your lamp fixtures?
Probably actually.
I remember when we were helping his family move house, there was like a little moose stuffy that was just tied to a lamp fixture, and I was like, why is this random thing tied to a lamp fixture? And like the house hippo thing, I think wasn't that like an ad? There was like an ad campaign where they had like the little tiny. It was a Canadian. It was like a Canadian thing.
Yeah, so it was a Canadian ad campaign in. I can't remember if it was the 90s or early 2000s. I think the late 90s. And it was a like don't believe advertisements campaign. And so what they did is they showed an ad with the Canadian house hippo and how it lives in your socks and all that. And it was very cute. And then it's supposed to end with a message being like, this is not true, don't believe this. But everyone was so enamored with the hippo that it was very much like an I choose to believe moment for a lot of people, where they ignored the end of the ad, which is teaching you about media literacy, and we're just like, no, I believe in the house hippo. Like this is too adorable for me to want to discard. Anyway, I believe in the teacup moose. I believe in the teacup moose.
So Vera just asked a question about any plans for an app. Vera, this is a question that many folks have posed to us. You are amongst many, and we've heard you all loud and clear. We too are thinking about doing an app. It's just we want to do it correctly. I think it's very easy to kind of get an app off the ground, but very hard to get an app off the ground and done correctly and capturing all the little intricacies that we would want to ensure to make sure that it's like a proper tool for all you creative folks.
Yeah,
I think is really the short and long answer of it.
Yeah. No, well said. Well said.
Yeah.
But it's definitely it has been on our docket and continues to be on our docket. It's just one of those things that we want to do right and to do well the first time.
Yeah. And the doing well part is where I think it's like it's almost like starting a website. Honestly, it's like these days with WordPress and Wix, it's pretty easy to like launch a website. It costs them like a nominal amount, but if you want the website to be good, now you're investing in things like SEO and like design and content and God knows whatever else, and now we're talking about business.
But we're getting a lot of cheers for the app, so we do hear you. Believe me.
Yeah. Story engine here to talk to you about stories, creative, and business savvy all at the same time.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you're a small business, right? Will the app also be for Windows? See, that's why I talk about got to do it right. It's got to work for Windows. It's got to work for Mac. It's got to work for Linux. It's got to work for the DOS. It's got to work for Nintendo.
It's like you should be able to go take an old computer from like 1990 and get like your like Disney crossword puzzles and the story engine to work on it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I use when I live in your cupboards. I'm definitely a core user there. But pivoting away from the app for a second, I think it is time to actually deliver the expanded guidebook first to the Kickstarter backers from Deck of Worlds. And as a quick explanation, so we had a stretch goal for something called experimental play modules, which were going to be a few loose like quick modules for new ways to use the deck. And again, really owning the nickname Project Scope Creep. Me developing a few of these modules turned into me developing 7 of these modules, and then to those modules following a common kind of architecture where you could build on the same core principles, to eventually growing into a 30-page guidebook. So we are over-delivering that, and we're about to do that. And I'm going to actually open up a little window here.
Story engine loses money because of just the sheer amount of desire for us to make stuff for you.
Yeah, I think or certainly we lose sleep over all of the stuff we end up adding. Okay, hold on. I am going to share my screen.
It's like reminds me of the Cards Against Humanity. Was it the box expansion? It was like everything was in a box.
Yo.
Or our very beloved Penguins expansion. Because everything penguins. How many penguins?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Thousands of penguins.
60 times 4 times however a few hundred people downloaded it.
Yeah. Who downloaded the penguins? Are we burying the lead, Peter? No. We wrote a whole blog about it. I was like, had a moment.
Yeah.
I was like, no.
If you go to storyenginedeck.com/penguins, I think it'll take you to the blog where we explain it in full. But let's give a quick summary of what that was about.
Yeah, the quick summary is I feel like you guys should talk about it because you guys I feel like you two designed it and like brought it out into the world in a way that
the final number was a deck of 60 agent cards, and every single queue on every single card is a penguin. So with 60 cards times 4 penguins a card times 277 downloads was 66,480 penguins that were introduced to the world as the result of this.
So for the people who are asking about who's writing, there was a penguins expansion question mark is that for our April Fool's joke, we released a expansion deck of penguins, just penguins, so many penguins.
It is no longer available, but it is possible that if in the future we were to do other April Fool's type decks, we might briefly make the old April Fool's type decks available. It is possible.
Yeah. Maybe if we're feeling very generous today, we'll throw like a super random like giveaway where we'll just, I don't know, randomly pick a name from the comments list, and they can get a chance, and we'll send you a penguin deck if people really want penguins. If you guys really want me to do that, then write penguins in the chat, and I'll like.
Yeah, or penguin emoji is also acceptable.
Yeah, throw penguin. Yes, actually, throw penguin emojis or throw penguins in the chat if you guys actually want to do that. Maybe in the next like hour, I will throw a bunch of your names in the both Facebook and YouTube chat into a random name picker and draw a penguin deck for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so just scream penguins in the chat or put penguin emojis like the way Moose did. There's a lot of. I'm loving the creativeness of things. It's like penguin blue waving tear, or unicorns, or penguins and penguins. I'm assuming these are all. I'm assuming when you guys are screaming penguins like this, that you guys want a penguin expansion sent to you, and that's why you guys are writing all of this in the chat.
Yes.
I assume. Okay. All right. Back
to
the thing that I think we're all lining up for receiving today.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click. I'm in BackerKit right now. I'm going to click Start Distribution on Off the Beaten Path Expanded Guidebook, and then we'll see as it. So now, if you're a Deck of Worlds backer from the original Kickstarter, and you go to your digital downloads, you should in the next minute or so see the PDF Off the Beaten Path Expanded Guidebook appear. And then what I'm going to do in about a minute, when it finishes distributing all the files, because there are 6,359 backers to send it to. I'm going to go ahead and click email or notify backers, and then everybody who has new downloadable content is going to get a little email letting them know, and they will get to crack it open, and then we will add it to the store so that if you are not a backer, you can still purchase it. I believe today the price is $9.99, and I think probably for the $9.99, but we're probably going to be increasing that price because we expanded the content so much.
Yeah, we expanded it so much. So the special price will last for, I think we'll run it through the weekend.
Okay.
For like the anniversary, we'll keep it at $9.99, and then we will raise the price after this weekend. So first to market.
Get it while it's hot.
Get it while it's hot.
It is BackerKit's distribution is clunking along here. Normally it's a little bit faster, but there are like
BackerKit taking the weekend off, man.
Or their little file distribution bot is if not taking the weekend off, is definitely phoning it in. Like we can see you're in your car for this video meeting, and I can hear the waves in the background on the beach that you resentfully left to take this call. Yeah, so I think I'll distribute that in a sec. I think I will set it live now on the store. So boop.
And for those of you who are just joining us, we are celebrating Deck of Worlds' 3rd anniversary. Literally 3 years to this day, Peter hit launch on his Kickstarter, which became the largest crowdfunded world-building tool in the history, as far as we know. Mm-hmm. As far as we know. Obviously, we will humbly accept second place if there was another world-building tool that was crowdfunded more than us. But
I've not been able to find that on any platform so far.
I mean, honestly, what really it just means to us is just like how amazing it is that people were so excited for Deck of Worlds. And, we finished fulfillment of it late 2022, early 2023. So it's funny because for me, the anniversary almost feels like when I handed it to other people. It's always interesting how we all collect memories in these moments of significance. And today we're going to be, we've been celebrating all week. We've done flash giveaways every single day. Today we have a flash giveaway where if you make a purchase on our website, you get a chance to win the postcard anthology book that was lovingly created by Peter. So you get a little bit of his stories and creative brains. Maybe we'll have Peter read Peter, read a quick story from your postcard book so people can get a sense of what they can win today.
Yeah, all right. I'm going to take this down for a little bit so that we are big screens again. And this was, by the way, so this was the book of microfiction that I wrote while I was developing the story engine deck. So like if you ever want to just train yourself to I guess become a story engine, like think about how to make stories and what the component parts of a story are and experiment with different story structures, like microfiction is such a good way to do it because these stories are all one page, very short, and it really gets you to like train different storytelling muscles, I guess.
Do you know what the funniest part is, Peter? I was getting lunch with a friend who works in wine. She's one of the biggest wine bloggers in Canada, Wine by Renee. I'm just shouting out to my friend Renee here. And we were talking and we were having brunch with her and her father, and she was saying like, explain what you do to him and the deck, and I explained the deck, and she was like, yeah, this is like really good for specifically doing long form fiction. And I was like, actually, Renee, let me tell you that Peter, actually, our creator, has created a lot of microfictions in it. So don't pigeonhole yourselves to what kind of fiction that you can create using our decks, or even just yourselves. Honestly, even just yourselves, right? As a writer, like, you can create a story in 1 sentence. You can create a story in 5,000 pages, but it's all a story to you. Okay, Peter, what story have you chosen to share with us today?
I'm actually going to make the chat vote for it on which one they want to hear. Okay, I've picked 3 that I think would be good candidates. So, do you want time travel, witches, or clockmaker? Vote for time travel, witches, or clockmaker. And first to 3 votes will be the winner.
Like the anticipation. Yeah. Well, or is our group being really good and they're waiting for us to say 3, 2, 1, go?
Oh, yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Witches,
you guys are good chat.
Witches just made it. All right.
Yeah.
This one is a little PG-13, maybe a little bit of 14A here. But I think it's a really fun one. Also, actually, this is one that Cecil Baldwin, the voice. Actually, another cool thing about this book, there's 18 stories that are narrated. There'll be a little link you can go to hear it read aloud to you. This story is one of the books that is actually narrated by Cecil Baldwin, the voice of Welcome to Night Vale. So any Welcome to Night Vale fans out there, if you go to shorteststory.com/coven, you can hear him read it to you instead of me, but I will do my best. And this is the story right here. And here we go. For years, the Coven held ritual orgies and cast spells with virgin's blood on the hill outside town. Then the local parish started teaching sex positivity to cut off the virgin supply. The Coven was furious. In response, they preached abstinence so they could become self-sustaining. Degenerates, the witches would tisk-tisk, looking down at the copulating congregation. Prudes, the parishioners would shout back, their eyes rolled up to heaven. So that is a little story of probably not. I was wondering, I was going to call it the horny story in the chat for the purposes of voting, and I decided, like, no, I'm just going to call it witches, because if I do that, it'll tease people, and then they'll definitely pick it, and they picked it anyway, so there we go.
They all sensed that there were witches.
Yeah.
Do go on.
Yeah.
So there you go, story engine getting a little raunchy. It's almost like we're like, I don't know, it's almost like there's a sign from the heavens saying that we need to make that romance expansion. Look at these responses, like,
yeah. Yeah.
So
and,
yes.
like, what a reversal. Like, so, like, again, all of those, the like witches and like prompts about rituals, the importance of like a component, like I think blood or a drop of blood is one of the cues from the mythology expansion. Like, the components of these stories are floating around in the various decks. So a lot of these stories were like me trying out different story material and like what is interesting. What are things that are like witch is such a great prompt because it comes with a huge number of different types of tropes that you can work with. It's like, and all of those expectations that people have, you can choose to lean into them, you can choose to disrupt them, you can do a reversal. So that's why I love these types of story prompts, because A, it gives you different materials that you may not reach for. You may not think of doing a witch-based story, but if you got it, there might be something really interesting there that only you would think of. And then like combining different things can be a lot of fun, and then again, reversing expectations can be a lot of fun. So that's why I love having so much different material in the decks to play with.
Yes. So if you make a purchase on our website today, you get a chance to win a copy of that anthology. Sometime usually around midnight or very early in the morning, because I'm a super night owl. I take all the names and I put in a little spinny wheel, the same spinny wheel that you'll get a chance to win the Penguin deck from, and then we will draw a winner. And then we have one more flash giveaway tomorrow, which will be announced tomorrow. So be sure to check back. And so Peter, I know you distributed the guidebook to anyone who backed Deck of Worlds and got the stretch goal. Oh yeah,
I'm gonna click the email notification button now. So
6,300
people.
Yes, I actually saw a couple people actually even say they got it, so we know it works. That was actually something we did during lore, like any of our Lore Masters deck live streams. We realized that we could troubleshoot things live on screen with everyone by distributing during the live stream, and versus receiving emails later on being like, we didn't actually get the thing. And it's live on our website now as well.
It is live on our website. You can now go and check out with it at the promo pricing. And yeah,
and also I guess we should also mention that for the rest of this week as well, if you purchase a Deck of Worlds, it's 10% off. If you purchase any of our 9 expansions from our genre, cartography, and creative expansions, it's 15% off, and that includes any of our bundles. So our All Worlds bundle or our Alpha Omega bundle. So if you want to get the whole kit and caboodle, that's 15% off. And if you purchase any of our accessories, be that our storage boxes or our playmat, which you can, it's not live right now. Well, they will come on live stream soon. If you want our playmats or our storage boxes, it's 25% off. And those are automatically discounted. So all you have to do is add it to the cart. And then when you check out, poof, you will get the discount. I guess I should also mention, like, if you guys get the things like separately or whatever, those discounts do stack. So if you get the deck and just get like 1 or 2 expansions, you will get 15% off the expansions and 10% off the deck. Yep. So yeah, trying to really celebrate our birthday true Hobbit style, generously or something. Yes. Although we've had some really creative entries from people who, when we were saying it's Deck of Worlds' birthday, what kind of gifts you should offer Deck of Worlds. I know, Eric, you had a good giggle over some of them.
The main was somebody actually did kind of respond saying exactly what we had in mind, which is a funny little hat or a fancy little hat, which you can now see in the background. There was a funny one on Facebook that I have to look up again.
It was like about relaxation, wasn't it?
It was basically, it's like the module or the Deck of Worlds is working so hard that we need to get a little list of things to do on its day off, basically.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna find it. I'm gonna find it because it was such a good little comment. Let's see. So many silly little birthday hat. Here we go. Okay. Well, oh no, it's not showing.
It's the next one.
It's the next one.
It's
too many things. Too many things to look for.
That one.
This one? Okay. What do you get? It says you get a deck of downtime activities that you can use to fill those settings with vibrant background tasks, from cooking recipes to hunting trails to regional fishing traditions and catches. It's the little things that give it just that little bit more life. Wow. I want a gift like that. And that came from Joanna Villafane on Facebook. So thank you. That was a great gift. I think that would be a great gift to give Deck of Worlds. And, all right. Well, Peter, why don't you share a little bit about, I know we talked about it on Monday, but for those of you who haven't had a chance to kind of experience the kind of like run through of the guidebook, we'll try and keep it a little short because I know we all want to kind of dive into doing some creative stuff. And I know I'm saying this just so that I don't have to pull out the shepherd stick and take Peter off the stage, because I know he's super excited to be sharing the guidebook with everyone. I'm sure he and Eric have, and Zach, actually, I should say, because Zach, obviously helped us with a lot of the graphics, worked their butts off all week on it. Yeah. So yeah, Peter, off the beaten path, expanded guidebook.
Off the beaten path. So yeah, it's 7 modules, all of which are different ways to use Deck of Worlds to explore different world building lenses or different modes of world building. So there's our table of contents here. We have the planets module, which will be for creating entire planets with different zones and sentient groups living on it. There's a pilgrim module where it's almost like a solo role-playing game where you are a pilgrim traveling through a world that you've created to reach an endpoint that's attached to a certain purpose or spiritual mission that you have, and you experience encounters along the way, and there are even little prompts for marginalia, things that you write in the little edges of your notebook as you're traveling. There's a trade relations module, which tries to frame how 2 different micro settings based on the resources that they have available and the different pressures that might exist in their economics and their trade relationship, how that relationship might evolve and what trade might look like for them. There's an ecosystems module, which is I think the one that we're probably going to take for a spin next, which actually helps you build an ecosystem layer by layer from your primary producers to your herbivores to your omnivores to your carnivores, and then a chance for a wildcard species, which could include like parasites or coprophages or all kinds of stuff. apex predators, things like that. So you actually build an ecosystem layer by layer with paying attention to making sure there's at least one key species at each trophic level, which I think is very cool, and I think would make my grade 9 biology teacher proud of me. There's the Explorer module, which Eric developed, and I'm actually going to hand the mic over to Eric to talk about because it was a really cool addition.
So the Explorer module kind of came from the idea, if you've ever played StarCraft or Age of Empires or Command and Conquer, just any real-time strategy game where you start with a very small corner of the map and everything else is black, and then you just kind of uncover more of it as you expand. So I was kind of trying to recreate that experience. So you start with one micro setting and you're going to start going on some kind of little mission, and you don't know exactly what kind of terrain you're going to encounter as you go. So it's really more about like kind of exploring an unknown territory where everything is unfamiliar than it is about, like, for example, the Pilgrim module is kind of like traveling to known locations. It's a little bit more populated, for lack of a better word. So yeah, then the Explorer module is like it's kind of just giving you like what you're doing in the wilderness in the first place. Like you could just be, maybe you're a wilderness outdoors person, so you just kind of like that sort of thing. Or maybe we're just in a shipwreck and you don't know where you are and you're going to have to figure it out. So there's some range in there.
Yeah, so that one's really fun. Actually, because I have you developed it, I did some editorial work on it, but it's one that I want to sit down. I haven't gotten to play test it where I actually did the map drawing stuff. So I'm excited at some point to get to play around with that, because you actually you draw the map as the explorer is going. We have a little fillable form for that. So Explore module, then we have Cultural Exchange module, which is looking at different relationships that might induce cultural exchange between two micro settings, and based on what element of culture you're focused on and what the nature of that relationship is, how that dynamic could evolve over time. We have the pen pals module, which is a lot of fun, where you basically will pick two micro settings. You'll create a scenario for two pen pals exchanging letters, and that framework can be all kinds of different things. It could be like two people who are actually doing a pen pal program, all the way down to like a family member who moves away, or an old flame reconnecting with an old lover, but now they live in different places and they're sending letters. There's these very cool scenarios you can do, and then it's these two people trying to explain the place where they live to each other, or asking questions about the place the other person lives as they get to know each other through letter exchanges, which is a lot of fun. And then a little acknowledgments and credits section at the back. So yeah, that is the run through here.
That's probably like the shortest walkthrough. I was expecting the glorious like scroll through the pages, really I guess it's coming. I guess
I'm gonna flip through in the background here so everyone can get a look at it while we.
Yeah, and I saw a question from Stars Above just saying that you lost access to your Deck of Worlds PDF and you wrote support in this last bill. I don't know if you wrote support to Backroot or to us.
I got the email. It came in this morning, and I just haven't had a chance to get to it. Yes, we can fix the problem.
Yeah. So as long as you provide us the details, I think we can find it.
Yeah, we can find it. We can reset your downloads.
Yeah.
Just have not had a chance to this morning yet.
We were too busy celebrating Deck of World's birthday. Like, you know, when you wake up and then your child's like, "It's my birthday. Celebrate my birthday. I want to have cake." No, don't work. Don't work, parents. I want to have cake. That's what Deck of Worlds was doing to us this morning. It was shaking us out of our beds, screaming for cake. We had to cater to like our angry child's whims. You know, 3-year-old is quite toddler aged.
It's like, did we get cake? You'll have to stay tuned to find out.
Yeah, did we get cake? Is there cake? Is there truly cake? You'll have to stay tuned to find out.
This is when the reveal 3 years later that Deck of Worlds was cake the whole time.
Actually, if we did commission somebody to make like a proper box that was,
oh my god.
So
my god!
The Deck of Worlds cake is definitely something that now I really want to do. The other, I think I've talked about this once on a live stream before. It was an April Fool's concept that Zach and I came up with, that we didn't even give Moroki the chance to tell us was probably a bad idea because we knew it, so we just never even brought it up. But we were going to do the Deck of Worlds, but it's a skateboard deck. And we were just gonna get a bunch of footage of Zach, who's a skateboarder, like shredding around on the Deck of Worlds with just like the box art basically printed on the bottom. And it would be like unreasonably expensive for a bit, which is only for people who exist at the overlap between like world building fans and like skateboarding fans and fans of bad puns. That like pinprick in the Venn diagram is the people that we'd be spending money to build a skateboard as a one-off prop for. But yeah, Deck of Worlds as the other sort of commission that I want to do in addition to now a Deck of Worlds cake is a skateboard Deck of Worlds.
Do you remember those like little finger skateboards? We can
Yes,
do one of those, and then we can just
That's
use
true.
Zach's fingers to.
That's true. That's true.
Or we can like, I don't know, cut Zach out, like make a little cutout of Zach and put him on the baby skateboard and like.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, but now I really want a Deck of Worlds cake of worlds. That is,
or world of cake,
or
deck of cake.
Deck of cake. I really want to make a Deck of Worlds cake now. Peter, if one shows up on your doorstep, it was completely my fault. I will own it.
Excellent.
I'll own it right now. I was gonna say something else, and like I just got completely derailed by the cake. Oh, I remember. Cake, it distracts everything. Question from Distinctly Me: is there an easy way to see what we've already bought versus what's available? And honestly, I've been thinking about this because I know even when we did our latest campaign with Lore Masters deck, we had some people saying like, there's so many add-ons, there's so many new things. Do I have the new thing? Do I not have the new thing? And we acknowledge that, you guys. Like, I know part of it has to do with just, some of it were things that we could only unlock once we hit certain goals. So it was, we tried to communicate in the best way possible, but it's hard. We can very quickly verbally tell you, and I think it's probably worth it to put on our docket to develop some like cool little, probably not the sexiest table, but a table so that you guys can actually get a sense, like know all the things that we have available in our catalog. So you can kind of decide like, oh, I'm missing that, I want that, or being like, oh, I don't need that. So, well, I'll start with Deck of Worlds since it is Deck of Worlds anniversary. We have our Deck of Worlds, ta-da, birthday hat. And then in Deck of Worlds, there are a total of 9 expansions you can get. They are separated by genre, which in genre, there's science fiction, fantasy, and horror. And then we have cartography, which there is desert, Arctic, and coastlines. And then we have creative, which is kind of like our ways to expand your world, through like things like culture. So, I mean, I'm literally giving it away. Culture keyholes. We have lore fragments, and we have adventure prompts. So there's 9 expansions you have with Deck of Worlds, and that would be the entirety of Deck of Worlds, not including kind of like our extra bits and bops. So we obviously released the Oddballs and Outtakes deck, which is available as a PDF. And then we have the field notes and, tokens and all that. I guess we could really go on and on with all the resources we listed this week, and obviously our guidebook. Going back to our flagship deck, we obviously have Story Engine deck. And in Story Engine deck, we have 6 expansions, of which we also have genre. So if you guys have 2 sets of expansions that say sci-fi, is because we have a sci-fi expansion for Story Engine deck and a sci-fi for Deck of Worlds. We have a fantasy expansion for Story Engine deck, a fantasy expansion for Deck of Worlds, and a horror expansion for Story Engine deck, and a horror expansion for Deck of Worlds. And then we have a second set of expansions as well, of which, Peter, can you run us through what they are?
Yeah, so the Story Engine ones?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have got, again, 3 genre expansions. We call them the starter expansions, just so they don't get confused with the genre expansions in Deck of Worlds. And those are the ones that launched with the original Story Engine in 2019. So we've got the fantasy expansion written in Dragonfire, the science fiction expansion written in The Light of Strange Worlds, and then the horror expansion written in Ash and Bone. And then when we launched Deck of Worlds 3 years ago, we also launched 3 new expansions for the Story Engine, which I've called the Curio expansions. So those are Written in Blood and Alibi, which is our mystery expansion. Humble Roots and Epic Origins, which is a backstories expansion. It features variant versions of engines and conflicts that actually set up a backstory and then a current complication about the past coming back to haunt. It is a really fun little expansion. At some point, I want to bring that one out on live stream because I think it is a really cool thing and has not gotten as much love as I wanted to. And then one that I just love pulling out for our social prompts: Enchanted Items and Cursed Curios. It is a deck of prompts for coming up with really interesting, unique items. And then we have 12 boosters for Story Engine as well, for different subgenres like steampunk and mythology and western and stuff like that, which can be really fun to mix in with your storytelling.
Yes. So Story Engine deck, we have 6 expansions and 12 boosters, and they're smaller. So if you're wondering the difference between a booster and an expansion, I think the boosters range between like 20-ish and 30 cards, depending on the booster.
18 or 20, depending on if it's the old generation or the new generation.
Okay. So they're a little bit smaller, and then the expansions are 60 cards, so they're a little bit fatter. Yeah. And then for Deck of Worlds, we have 9 expansions. And then for, I guess Lore Masters deck, obviously you won't have those decks in your hands yet. That will be fulfilled later this year. So if you have backed us on our backer campaign, obviously you can always stay tuned. We send out updates as often as we can to tell you about our production process. If all things go well, it'll be fulfilled at the end of this year, barring a shipwrecking, because and I say that only in partial jest because that almost happened with, was it Deck of Worlds or Story Engine?
It was with Story Engine.
That was with Story Engine, because I was one tracking the boats for Deck of Worlds, so I feel like I would have known.
Yeah, it truly, like, our fulfillment, our third-party fulfillment lead emailed me to be like, I've never had to write a sentence like this. This has never happened in 5 years of me working in logistics, but your ship almost sank. It was almost shipwrecked. It had to put in for emergency repairs in the port of Tacoma, and it will be delayed. And actually, that was it was a Story Engine anthology, which was shipping separately, freighting separately, that almost went to the bottom of the briny deep. So that Story Engine that you'll be winning, that was on a boat that almost sank. It is part of the shipwreck story. And that's just a fun little piece of history from that deck. But I remember I was literally writing Deck of Worlds at the time this was happening. Like I had done the first draft of it. I had kind of some of the card types blocked out, but I remember a story that I haven't really told from that period. So I was living in Edinburgh. I've talked a little bit about writing during quarantine, because one thing that was really interesting was like getting to world build and imagine these vast spaces in my mind at a time where, like, the footprint I could walk around in was very small. It's something that still I care a lot about when it comes to world building, is the chance to like roam these big landscapes. It's also why I was really excited when Eric pitched the Explorer module. It's that feeling of like freedom and exploration. But there was 3 months after my visa ran out in the UK, and before we moved home to Canada, where we were living in rural Italy. And I was actually living in Cinque Terre, like in an old Italian apartment by the ocean with like the Ligurian Sea outside. But I was watching ships go by outside the ocean and writing world building prompts. And like my daily walk was through like vineyards or like ancient Roman olive orchards, or these like rows of olive trees. And I would go out and like look, like, is that our ship? Is that our ship? Is that our ship? And then I got an email while I was there out looking at the ocean of like, your ship has almost sank. And no, why would it be near Italy? It's near the west coast of America right now. And just being like, ah! But yeah, that shipwreck memory is an interesting one, and to me, it's very linked with Deck of Worlds because I was very deep in the process of it at that time.
Yeah, I feel like it would have added insult to injury as well, because if it was near Tacoma, that means it was so close to its destination.
Yeah, we were like almost there, and we ended up having to ship Story Engine in 2 waves because the books were going to be delayed, but the decks were ready, so we got the decks out and then did the books as a separate wave of shipping.
Yeah. I like this comment from John Zola here about loving the backstory expansion. I hope we do a life path or character building deck at some point. That's actually a pretty cool idea, dude. We have so many ideas. So many ideas. Yeah, so little time. I did see a question here from Phil asking if we'd ever do boosters for Deck of Worlds. I'm not sure, honestly. I feel like the way we did those 9 expansions, like perhaps like there might be room for another expansion, but I'm not sure if boosters will be the way to go. If nothing else, I guess the thing is we can get very granular when it comes to world building, but in some ways maybe that gets captured in Lore Master's deck. That's my thought.
Yeah, and I feel like with the extra card types, it's hard to make boosters feel substantial. Because you're dividing however many cards go into the booster among 6 card types, and you want there to be like a chunk of each. For me, it's just the booster size has always felt a little bit wrong for Deck of Worlds, but there might be a way to frame it where it works nicely. So I won't say never, but that there's a reason that I didn't do boosters the first time with Deck of Worlds.
Never say never. We always listen to your ideas. Is like I said, we've heard the request for app quite loud and clear. There's just a lot of things that need to happen. And the way I've always said it, if I had to ever push back against the lovely community have, is that if you ever complete the billions upon billions upon billions of writing possibilities that our decks have if you've fully exhausted our decks, come to us, then we'll try and give you something new to keep your fancies going, or I'll send you a penguin deck, and then you'll have endless penguin possibilities.
Sorry, I did just want to jump into before it gets too far. Keith did have a good recommendation. We actually do have a checklist of every deck we put out in our storage creator, so it's under resources on our website. We made it to help you figure out how big your collection is and how many cards you need, but it does actually have all the decks that we've released, including Lore Master's deck on there, so you can go that. I did drop the link in the chat.
Oh yeah, I guess I never really thought of our storage, our storage calculator to probably list everything that we have.
I clearly didn't.
It just doesn't do the accessories, right? So it'll get you through all of the different cards and deck systems, but it won't help you with the the playmats, the Lore Master's Journal, sleeves, things like that. It doesn't go through that. But
yeah. So speaking of Lore Master's Journal, the reason why we talked about shipwrecks and Lore Master's deck. So Lore Master's deck, if you're looking for physical copies, those are not available yet. However, you can pre-order them on BackerKit. So I think if you go to storyenginedeck.com/lore, you can pre-order any of our physical copies of Lore Master's deck on BackerKit, not on our Shopify page. That might happen at some point in the future, but you get our core. There's our core Lore Master's deck. We have 3 Lore Mastery expansions, which is a Deities expansion, a Namesakes expansion, and an Emblems expansion. And then we have 3 bridge expansions, which are brand new, which is actually a way to connect all our decks to each other. So we have a Lore Master's deck, Story Engine deck, bridge expansion, a Deck of Worlds and Lore Master's deck bridge expansion, and then we also have a Story Engine deck and Deck of Worlds bridge expansion. So those are our physicals, and of course more storage boxes than we have ever created before. 2 new folding box systems, a bunch of our collector storage boxes like to hold your expansion packs. We have the Leviathan box that is
2 of them.
2 Leviathan boxes. I think 1 box will hold your entire collection and then some, right?
I think so. I think the current collection all fits in. Let me double check that before.
Hang on, I can double check with our collection calculator, our storage calculator.
I think we discussed this at length. I think it can take you. It will hold all our physical decks, and then all our physical cards from our physical decks, and then enough that if you printed out our oddballs and outtakes. And
you need 2 Leviathans.
Oh, you need 2 Leviathans. Okay, 2 Leviathans. That's why we made out 2 Leviathans. 2 Leviathans will hold everything. We'll store the story engine, all our.
Yeah, we explored a single box option, but it was unmanageably big. It would be very hard to just take it anywhere. And the point of this was meant to be portability.
Yeah. I guess you could really hurt someone badly with it if you were I don't know, had a home invasion or robbery.
It's like our next storage box would just be a treasure chest, a literal pirate treasure chest.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I saw someone talk about rolling tables, and I'm not sure if they were trying to suggest that we should design a rolling table as part of our next accessory, but I don't know, soon we'll just have our Deck of Worlds. It's just a prefab room that you just world build in. It comes with a treasure chest filled with all our decks, a writing desk, a rolling table, and we just kerplunk it next to your house. Yeah. But yes, so we have Lore Master's deck that you can have. We have, like I said, more storage boxes. We have pins because I'm selfishly an enamel pin collector, and I wanted pins of our various projects. Oh yeah.
This is the first time we've had them available on a live stream, so I'm gonna go ahead and they're gonna share the fancy dice camera, and we'll just do a little show and tell here.
No one's ever seen these on camera, really. Yeah, we sent a couple of photos, but for those of you who backed Lore Master's deck and got an enamel pin, these are the first glimpses of some of the physical samples that we received. Look at that!
I'm going to show my favorite feature in a moment of these 3.
And you make some anime, Power Ranger-y sound when you're doing your speecher.
This is the mini pin, which was an incentive. So it came free for backers of our previous campaigns, I believe. So if you backed a previous campaign and then backed Lore Master's deck, you get this for free. And otherwise, it was a little add-on people could get. really shiny black enamel. But I'm going to remove the dice just for a second. I'll be so gentle with them. The reason they are designed this way, keep in mind that you could pin these flat onto a surface, so they won't be like this. But you could actually pin them to the same surface, and they form like a perfect little triptych. I would just need to actually pin them to something because the pin backings are causing them to not lay flat.
But you guys can see it, and we have it rendered in our pre-order store, so you can see the beautiful trifecta.
They look very cool when you line them up. Very, very cool. Yeah, those guys, delightful.
Yes, we have all of those, but the PDFs, Lore Masters Deck PDFs, are available on our store. So if you're, can't wait and you want the PDF copies, you can purchase those from our Shopify store as well. Have I captured? I'm also getting really distracted seeing like people talking about the crazy things that we can make, or the world building folding table.
Well, if you have, if you've picked up, if either you had a copy delivered from the Kickstarter for the expanded guidebook, or if you've bought it this weekend, I would like everybody to roll on the personas rolling table. This is on page 3, and just tell us which persona you get. I'm just curious to know what people's first personas are when they roll these. Personas, by the way, are like, if you need to have a quick character to like world build through their eyes, or like for your pilgrim or for your explorer, you'll create a persona to do that world building through. And I would like to hear what everyone's first persona roll gets them.
Sure. And while you guys are rolling your personas, and maybe this is a sign for Peter to also roll his own persona, I'm going to just answer this question. Quick question from Jesse. Jesse, the Leviathan boxes will be available along with our Lore Master Deck physical copies later on this year, but you can pre-order it on our pre-order store at storyenginedeck.com/lore if you want early access to make a purchase, and obviously access our pre-order pricing for our boxes. I keep wanting to say decks, but it's boxes. Okay, wait, what persona are you, Peter?
Here we go. So for my first roll, I got a 10. So I'm going to be a researcher. And I'm going to roll again. I got a 14, which is going to make me a crafty researcher. I can decide whether or not that means that I'm like wily, or whether that means I knit.
Okay, well, we have Calvin, who is a sad assassin. Just being like, oh, it's like, how are you doing today, assassin? Oh, well, life could be better.
If anybody,
I killed another guy.
if anybody's seen it, it's basically like the main character of Grosse Point Blank.
Oh yeah, or Barry.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Wounded criminal. That is pretty juicy.
A crafty craft person. Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Well, I think
Yeah.
I love it. I wish I don't have dice on me, or else I would be rolling for us as well.
Give me a minute.
Okay. Eric's gonna access dice while Eric's accessing dice, and I know we're wanting to roll into some demos. I did not do that on purpose, guys. Just so you know, we have a fickle runaway, a crafty chef, now a wounded assassin. Maybe that's why the other assassin is sad. A wounded assassin and a sad assassin just hanging out together.
And there was actually a cranky assassin earlier.
Was there?
Someone, I think, was using a penguin deck card and then applying a persona to that penguin. And they ended up with a cranky assassin, a penguin.
Yeah, actually, if you guys go check out that blog, what's amazing is some of the testimonials that people left on our penguins deck. It was truly, it was the gift that kept on giving. It really went in ways that we never thought would be. I like this one, Fickle Parent. We got a privileged beggar. It reminds me of the Terry Pratchett stories, when it was always the people who lived in these shanties. It's as long as they didn't live in that shanty neighborhood, it's I'm poor, but I'm not that poor.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm upper class poor. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. I just got given a dice.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Roll yourself a persona. I'll flip to that page again.
Okay. All right. I'll roll myself a persona. I'm rolling it that no one can see, but our little build our. Oh no! Oh, I'm nothing, guys. I rolled my dice off the table.
Keep it on the. I think Peter has a dice tower for that.
Actually, I will say that the dice tray that I'm using today, it was supplied by Roll with Advantage. They sell dice rolling trays and all these little snap snaps will unpop. So you can flatten it and keep it flat, which makes it really easy to move between gaming
which
sessions.
I clearly need because I immediately rolled mine right off the table. Okay, let's try that again. Roll it again. 12. So 12 is, what is that on the screen there? Assassin.
You got an assassin too.
We have a lot of assassins today. And then 15.
A wounded assassin. You
I'm
are
also-
sharing a
Guys,
1 in 400 chance of rolling the same thing as one other person. Granted, we had a big pool of people with pre-existing rolls, so that brings the odds up a little bit. But 1 in 400 chance that you would have shared the particular persona that starts
above.
above.
One assassin's sad is because the rest of us clearly could not carry out our assignment.
Yeah, you all got hurt and had to bow out, and now the sad assassin's like, all my friends are hurt, and I have to do their job.
Yeah, and they're like, we're losing more money by the minute because we're all part of a guild. So we're like, the job that we were being paid for one person to do the job, it's now taking like 3 or 4 people to do the job, and it's like, wow, guys, our payday sucks. Okay, Eric, who are you?
Oh, I guess I have to do this too, huh? 16.
So that is a patient, and that being the noun, not the adjective. So you are
and
a patient.
13.
You are being treated for something. Kind-hearted patient.
Kind-hearted patient.
I just want the best care, and I am willing to butter up the doctors in order to get it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We also question from Distinctly Me saying your dice tray, if it works well, do you have a link? I don't know if we have a link to Roll with Advantage, but you can always.
I can drop one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll with Advantage. We're giving away the Odin's Eye dice on today's live stream, and in order to do that, we also are giving away. And I know I'm saying so many things. You get a chance to win this beautiful Odin's Eye dice from Roll with Advantage. You also get a chance on today's live stream to win a $50 gift card to the Story Engine deck. All you have to do is just share a little bit of social love on your favorite platform, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, or Threads, and just make sure you tag us Story Engine deck. Either you want to, share a link to the live stream so that we can have more people join the party between now and 8 p.m. Eastern time. Or share a link to our store if people are interested in picking up resources or deck for themselves. Share the love, and we will make sure we draw your name out of our fancy party hat for Deck of Worlds. I think it's almost time to start doing a little bit of story creation. But before we do that, Peter, I'm going to take all the names of all the people who were interested in a penguin expansion from our April Fools.
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to spin the name picker. Sorry, you guys aren't going to be able to see this. You might be able to hear it, but I entered everything into a little wheel spinner app. So I'm going to click it, and someone gets a chance to win a penguin deck from our April Fool's release. All right, are you ready? All right. It's making clicky sounds. That's what it sounds like if you can't hear it. Sounds like, Wheel of Fortune. And it is Phil. Phil Hughes, you have won yourself a penguin deck. Is Phil still with us? I think I saw them earlier. Well, Phil, you won yourself a penguin deck, and we will make sure we send that to you. So we're going to have to... How are we going to reach out to you?
Just email.
Phil.
Email us at our customer service hotline, hello@storyengine.deck.com. It's also on our website. That contact form comes to me, and then we can send you the deck from there.
And send you the deck from there. Yes. And, maybe... Peter, is it bad? I know Baroki's like the business savvy one. Maybe I will give out another penguin deck in another hour if I'm feeling like super spicy.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. So stick around to see if your name gets drawn, because we do need you to email us for it. But
because if we announce the names, the only way we'll know is if you email us.
So social media, we can, if you tag us, we can find you. For email, it doesn't work quite as well for that.
Yes. So maybe in another hour, I'll give away another penguin deck. If you guys want a chance to win a penguin deck, put a penguin emoji or say penguins in the comments, or invent your favorite penguin, and we'll add your name to the pool to win a penguin expansion deck. And you can learn more about our penguin deck at storyenginedeck.com/penguins.
And honestly, it's like we made the blog post because the responses that we got from people organically were so funny. We're like, we can't let these die when we
I know. I genuinely was like hurt when I think I even went back the day after to just like look at it for fun. And I remember seeing the page it was taken down, and I was like, Peter, no, we must like keep the penguins alive. I'm actually trying to pull it up right now. Sorry, Peter, I'm derailing because I just love the penguin so much, and I think everyone else loves the penguin so much. Penguins. Yeah. I'm gonna quickly read one of the testimonials that was left for our penguin deck. I like the 1-star review we got from Thog, Destroyer of Privies, that said these cards are too overpowering, like Gunter from Adventure Time overpowered, needed more playtesting before release. That was pretty brilliant. Mr. Penguin wrote, and that was a 5-star review, so thank you for balancing the 1-star review. It says, it's not all black and white. Just one remark, there cannot be conflict cards. They would conflict with the colors and therefore cannot. But yeah, so that's great. Thank you for everyone who joined our penguins. And yes, if you want a chance to say penguin, I like this. Johannes says, telling you how to say it in Danish, penguin. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I'm sorry, I am not Danish, not even a little bit. Penguin. I actually did learn. It's actually very similar in Japanese. So they're like very, very serendipitously. Eric and I are watching One Piece. We're nearly at episode 400, and there was like a weird zombie penguin character, and I was listening to them speak, and I was like, I think penguin in Japanese is literally like penguin. So there you go. The word penguin is so perfect they can't change it to in any other language. It just needs to be a variation of penguin. Okay, wait. Stress the latter syllable. Penguin? I can't do it. I'm like, You do it, Peter. You speak Danish.
No, that sounded very convincing to me. I have no authority or knowledge of this area, but like that sounded right. Something about that just felt right.
Penguin. I will YouTube this, Johannes, later on. Yeah, penguin. Yep, there you go. We have Phil dropping the katakana in there. So katakana in Japanese being kind of like the alphabet that specifically is used for denoting foreign words. So like hamburger in Japanese is hambaga, and it usually just like uses symbols to spell that out. So the first symbol is pe, and then and then gi, so penguin. There you go. All right, yes. Continue to drop your name. Are our outtakes ever going to be printed as an expansion or remain as PDF? No plans to print right now.
Yeah, it's never say never, but no plans.
Yeah, I think the hardest part is like the last thing we want is to print like thousands of like. So I don't know if any of you guys are publishers or had books published or published a game or printed anything in your life. In order for things to be reasonably cost effective, and you have to print at volume, and we don't. The hardest part is obviously like printing thousands of decks that end up sitting in a warehouse somewhere. Yeah. So never say never, but as of right now, we aren't. And maybe at some point, I don't know, we'll do a limited release or something. I like 7 Block. Can we pay money for
I was going to say, here's what you do. You want to pay money for the Penguin deck, come to Gen Con, slip Eric a $20 bill, promise him you'll never hide in his cupboards, and I bet you he'd be willing to slip you a back alley copy.
See, now I'm just waiting for somebody to do this. So it's like if I have to have printed Penguin decks, I feel like I'm getting more work made for me right now.
Honestly, guys, if people do show up at Gen Con, so we're going to be at Gen Con. I guess that we just buried the lead there right now. Spoiler alert, we're going to be at Gen Con again this year. If you guys show up and a 20, you guys slip us a 20 and we see like, I don't know.
No, it's got to be Eric. It can't be anyone but Eric.
Eric 20 and there's like a post-it note attached to that just has like a little penguin drawn on it.
Yeah.
We will send you a penguin deck. Oh my god. There's gonna be like these weird Easter egg inside jokes that's just gonna happen at Gen Con.
I guess also put your email because otherwise we won't know how to get it to you. And by we I mean Eric. Again, this will be all on him.
Oh my god. Yeah, there's gonna be like just weird ass Easter eggs that's gonna be available at Gen Con.
It's gonna be like, did you go to any of the parties after Gen Con? Did you socialize them all? It's like, no, I was back in the hotel room sending penguins to everybody.
To be dressed
Well,
up.
speaking of keystone species like the penguin, how about we build an ecosystem?
Yes, let's go build some prompts.
Yeah.
Let's build some prompts.
All right, I'm gonna pull up the cards.
You guys are a riot.
We're gonna pull up the cards. We're gonna use this version. I'm gonna hide the banner for now. And I just want to see what happens if we add. Okay, so the cards go away, but we can pull the module up whenever we need to. $20 in singles is even funnier as a way to like, it's just this like this unwieldy wad. Yes, I think that's the perfect way to do it. Okay, so ecosystems module. We're going to explore the ecology of a micro setting from its apex predators down to its primary energy producers, such as plants and fungi. Alterations is a section that exists in every one of our modules, which tells you different ways you can use the module depending on which deck systems you have, or like when in your world building process you're deploying this module. So if you already have a world map, you can choose a micro setting within your world to focus on instead of creating one from scratch. If you want to create a world map, because this is meant for one micro setting at a time, you just do this multiple times, and every time you create a new micro setting, you can decide if the species in this micro setting are actually like have migrated over from the adjacent micro setting, or if it's all new species, you can decide to like mix different migratory ranges. And then if you own Lore Master's deck, you can actually ignore the rolling tables and create creatures using random draws. The one nice thing about the rolling tables in this module is that they are designed to fit the proper trophic level. So on the one hand, you have choices that make a lot of sense that are like, and you have traits and types that are designed for where they fit in the ecosystem. On the other hand, you can get some really cool, surprising things. If you have like a shark who's a vegetarian, that would be a really interesting way to like think about what a vegetarian version of a shark looks like. You can use it in a bunch of different ways, basically. But to get started here, we are going to create a micro setting to use as our ecosystem. We recommend that when you're creating your microsystem or your micro setting for the ecosystem module, you focus on cues that have to do with ecology, biology, flora, fauna, and biodiversity. So let's go ahead and start by just building a micro setting the normal way we do with Deck of Worlds. So I will hide this, and we will do.
I think for the first one, I'll just use the core deck.
Yeah, let's get warmed up with the core deck. I think we're going to trot out some expansions. We'll take a break in a little bit and trot out some expansions after that. But for now, we can get cracking with.
So I'll give us two options to start out.
Oh, and we should refresh the rules for anyone who either hasn't joined a live stream before or just needs a reminder on the rules. I'm a rules girl, guys. So when you vote, we want the chat to join in and vote and help us decide the settings. However, you are not allowed to vote until we say go. So you can have it queued up in the chat, but you can't hit enter until you say go. So anyone everyone's really good though. See, like I feel like chat's like really knowledgeable now because I didn't see anyone type or post anything in the time that I was explaining the rules. So good job, chat.
And it is first to three. So
first to three, yes.
So our two options for our region are a bayou and a rainforest. So I will say I think both very good for biodiversity.
Yeah.
I will say 3, 2, 1, go.
I feel like the bayou's actually entered my life a lot in the last while. I've drawn the bayou personally for a lot in the last while. I like all these people saying stars above. Lesson learned, we're learning. Good students. Maroki is very proud. Oh, I think
Rainforest got it.
Rainforest got it.
That came fast. You guys were prepared.
Yeah, and it's the first to three votes that we said that already.
Yes,
yeah, we did.
First to three votes. Okay, awesome. Awesome. So we're building a rainforest, and now this rainforest is going to need some kind of landmark. And keep in mind, landmark we can choose a like natural landmark. Every card in Deck of Worlds has cues that are designed for what I would call like natural or uninhabited spaces where there aren't like urban populations or cities or towns, and also cues that could exist in a town equally. So you can choose either. Like the presence of inhabitants will shape the way that the animals behave. So we can have this be like pristine wilderness, or we can have this be urbanization be like an element that's thrown in here. So we can go with whatever we want.
I'm going to draw two cards for this, just to
sure, extra choice. It's more fun.
Extra diversity.
Yeah.
So we have our two constructed settings or landmarks are a vineyard or a stadium, and our two more natural ones are a rock or a mound. So we have vineyard, rock, stadium, or mound. And 3, 2, 1, go.
as a wine blogger, let me take a moment and say that a vineyard in a rainforest would probably lead to pretty terrible wine. There would be a lot of mold, a lot of mildew. The grapes would probably get disease, and then they would just get fat from all the wetness, and then you'll just have bloated, sad, flavorless wine. Hawaii notoriously makes some pretty terrible wine. So.
Okay, so all the Hawaii wine fans in the chat, I want you to riot.
I think Vineyard won.
Oh no!
This is exactly what happened with the waterfall set. We did I won't go into too long of a tangent here, but for the Lore Masters deck, launching Livestream, we said that if we got 1,000 continuous backers in the backer chain, which is like if everyone backs in 10 minutes of the last backer, it adds to a train. If we got to 1,000 backers, we were going to do a bonus live stream where we world build with the Lore Masters deck, and then Miroki has to pair that world building with wines. So either we would create a setting and she would tell us what wine would grow there, or we'd create a creature and we would eat it, and then she would tell us what wine to pair with the creature we're eating. It was in masterclass. Like Miroki was like bam, bam, bam with like, oh, an alligator. I've tasted alligator. It's this kind of meat. You'd want a wine that brings out these notes. But we chose a waterfall-based setting specifically because we wanted to throw her a curveball for a really wet setting that would be hard to grow grapes in, and she still managed to make it work. So I definitely want to see. I want to see what Miroki does with our vineyard in the rainforest.
Oh my god, yeah, the rainforest vineyard, man. Well, like it's funny because Alvadine's saying that wine could be made from a different fruit. That is true, but a vineyard specifically talks about grapes, and Hawaii does. So they do have like a famous pineapple wine that they do sell, and I'll just straight up tell you, like, feel free to buy it if you guys ever go to Hawaii. It basically tastes like paint thinner. The acidity is so high on it. If you want instant heartburn, or strip paint, you can probably use it. So I'm sorry, Hawaii.
Just dragging Hawaiian winemakers.
look, drink their Mai Tais, buy their like macadamia nuts. There was one coconut wine I did have that was quite good. So they did do a good coconut wine, but sorry, Hawaii, you're not.
I love how like we're gonna start like a social media beef with Hawaiian winemakers.
I actually bought every bottle I could find, guys. So I supported the economy. I was willing to give it the old college try, and it wasn't cutting it. I'm so sorry. You guys had great beer. Moose saying, turns out Miroki's a wine tasting assassin. I mean, I kind of am. So, I mean, I do have a blog called 9 Ounces Please on Instagram, if you guys ever want to learn stuff about wine. So I do the thing. Yes. And Alpha saying they've had wine from mango and apples. I've had too, up in the Cuarta. So, Eric and I are from Toronto. The Cuarta is up in, north, a little bit further north in Ontario. There's a winery there that only makes wine out of fruit. And they do incredible work. They blend it. They make it all the way from sweet all the way to dry. Very good stuff. I'm sorry if I'm going to pronounce your name wrong. Kissa was saying not Ohana. I'm like, oh God.
You're getting called out now.
Oh God. All right, let's go on. Let's move on.
And I did make an executive decision. I added mound to our micro setting as well because there was a giant rush of people who voted for that after we got the 3 for vineyards. So I've decided we also have a vineyard and a mound.
Okay.
Creatures that have to go into this rainforest. So
could a vineyard be a place they grow grapes for some other purpose? I mean, that is true. You can obviously grow a vineyard for like Concord grapes in Ontario being a big one. Cayuga grapes in the States as like an indigenous variety to use it for other stuff. Marcel saying for raisins, in a rainforest, probably not, because raisins means that they need to dry out, and rainforest is anything but dry. All right, next up.
Now we have a namesake card, which can apply to the rainforest, the vineyard, or the mound. Do we have the free rainforest? Do we have the rainforest of prayers, the rainforest of the flood, or the rainforest before the fall? So we have prayers, free, before the fall, and of the flood. And I will say 3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1, go. Passion fruit is a vining fruit plant, Omniforce saying.
Oh.
I mean, honestly, the other thing is, too, is they could be frickin' magic grapes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe over these years, or it's like the future, they managed to figure out grapes that can thrive in rainforest conditions. So we don't even know what era all of this is in.
So before the fall is definitely our winner, and I agree to go in the rainforest before the fall, the vineyard before the fall, or the mound before the fall. And so 3, 2, 1, one more time.
Got about rainforest, vineyard, or mound. The vineyard could be positioned on the other side of the mound, and the mound is like just big enough to kind of give a bit of a rain shadow effect mountain, and the vineyard actually has like it's this tiny vineyard in like the one area that has like the rain
Yeah, it's
shadow
like the
effect.
super microclimate, like the
Yeah.
most micro of microclimates. If you
Yeah.
move even 2 kilometers away, it just immediately gets wet again. Like all the it's like it's like back when they used to have all the irrigated lawns, and like you could tell who had an irrigated lawn and not, because it'd be like green grass and it's just like hard line than dry grass. It'd be like that. The vineyard would be just like such a perfect little plot, and then the second the grape grew outside of it, it was like instantly like turns into moosh. Oh, actually, 7th plot. Put it out with the reversal is not the right word, but with the opposing idea. Really dry rainforest, rethinking tropical stereotypes. But then why would we call it rainforest?
Well, the thing I was thinking, it could be if it's a rainforest, but it's like seasonally rainy. So like there's like a really wet period, and then they like the grapes. There's like this one really tight season in the dry season or something where they can grow, and then outside it could be seasonal. Because I think definitionally rainforests are high precipitation. That's a hard one to like to just like decide that there's no precipitation, but you could do seasonal. So high precipitation in some seasons and then low in others. Yeah. I think there's something fun there.
It's interesting because like everyone thinks about Arizona as a desert, and it really is, but it has monsoon season from I think like July through till November, where it rains a ton, like torrential downpours, and no one ever really thinks about that because again, Arizona is the desert, but when it rains, it truly pours.
Yeah, and we're getting some great pitches in the chat here too. So it could be a different type of rain. It could be climate change affecting the forest. Rain could only have happened there for a certain amount of time. So this could have been like a changed climate area. If the rain is immediately sucked up by certain vegetation. Oh, yeah, interesting. Really interesting. There's lots of ways we can read this. We got a lot of ingredients we can cook with here. But let's go ahead and do our origin cue. So this is going to give us a sense of the past in this area. So like what this place was like in the past, some kind of point in the past as an establishing detail. And we might learn more about its climate.
That said, we are doing the creatures and ecosystems module here. So we have subject of a civil war.
Okay.
Created to protect an important relic. Site of a terrible massacre, or originally in a different location.
Ooh.
Or I'll even throw some more in here. We have shaped by tectonic activity, former military superpower, founded by a repentant criminal, or created or given as a gift.
That's a lot of
That's
options.
a lot of options. Maybe I made a mistake there.
We're training people for Lore Master's deck, which has many options at all given points. That's probably because we ended up doing so much for Lore Master's deck. Now we're just like more of everything. All options are possible. Okay, so shall we count down?
I think we're gonna give our keywords first.
So we have tectonic activity, military superpower, repentant criminal, gift or given as a gift. We have a terrible massacre, important relic, different location, or a civil war.
3, 2, 1, and vote. And we'll vote where it connects to afterwards, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah, or we can also occasionally just slot things in where we need them to fit.
Occasionally we overthrow democracy. Like the one is saying the criminal because we have a lot of assassins here.
Love it.
But we're all wounded.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the tectonic activity get it?
I think tectonic activity got it.
I mean, that's good. Again, this is all really interesting because it is going to inform the kind of species that thrive here. And certainly it sounds like between the climate and the tectonic activity, we have species that need to be able to adapt to change and disaster, which is, going to be an interesting thing when it comes time to choose an evolutionary pressure for our ecosystem.
And I think it is kind of like in the spirit of these modules where it's like anything that is a bit natural or like deals with the natural world as opposed to something that people created definitely gets you closer to like an ecosystem. The vineyard, like animals exist in places where people live, but it's like we're describing the world itself. It's like, tectonic activity in the rainforest is going to make a very different rainforest. It's like a volcanic rainforest all of a sudden.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I think it's time for our attribute card, which is going to be a present day snapshot of this location. So again, with the origin card, the attribute card, and the next card we're going to draw, which is the advent card, which gives us like a current event that could change the future of the location. We get a quick sketch of past, present, and future. So none of our micro settings are places that are just like frozen in time. They feel like they are evolving. And that's also going to be really interesting for looking at how our ecosystem is changing. Also true, assassins don't necessarily have to be criminals. That could be something that is unique to this setting where there's like a certain kind of like license or a certain circumstances where assassins can ply their trade and it is within the law.
James Bond did always say license to kill.
Yep.
So we have, I'm going to go, I think we got a pretty good card here. So for our attribute, we have, do the people here have a vegetarian diet? Is this area known for beautiful grasses? Is there a ritual site here, or is it run by the military? So we have vegetarian diet, ritual site, beautiful grasses, and run by the military. 3, 2, 1, go.
I dig the beautiful grasses. If you have like a rainforest, it's tickling the plant mom in me. I don't know if people can tell. I grow a lot of plants. Eric is forbidding me from getting more plants. I am not allowed more plants. I actually just gave away 3 little aloe vera offshoot pups that I had split from my main plant the other day. And I said that if I gave away 3 small plants, it should equal 1 large new plant. And Eric said no. If you guys support me getting a monstera for my house, you should say plamp or plamp is the way I say it, plamp or plants in the comments so that we can peer pressure Eric into allowing me to adding to the 40 plus plants and 20 orchids that I keep at my house.
I love this is the second instance of us using the chat to peer pressure each other into things live on camera. It is such a toxic trait, and I love it. I forced you guys to get pressured into a sword class last time.
I remember. Yeah. But you agreed to doing push-ups with me, so I'm willing to do that. See, look. If you should allow Eric to let me own another big plant.
Where are you going to put it? We literally have no floor space.
I know. We are creating a rainforest. We are creating a rainforest.
Okay, here we go. We have a fencing tournament with a plant prize that decides 2 things at once.
Yes.
So in other news, the winner was Ritual Site, I think.
Yes, Ritual Site won. I think we should do a vote here because the circumstances are really different. If the mound is a ritual site, the vineyard is a ritual site, or the rainforest is a ritual site. That's a really interesting choice to make, so I do want the chat's take on that. Yep. So if we could vote mound, rainforest, or vineyard in 3, 2, 1, go.
I will say I did like the idea of a veggie diet for everybody there because like the kind of animals that you would have there if nobody's doing any hunting at all, I think is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. And again, even if vegetarian diet gets buried, we can still keep that in the back of our minds for how we interpret the setting.
Which one won?
I think vineyard won.
Vineyard won.
That's really interesting. Oh, that's really interesting. I'm
trying to think if there's like any real world story. So one of the cool little series that we started doing, I think we kind of like shared the first reel of it yesterday, is just real world lore that is like so cool and like how it inspires fiction. in some ways. And we just shared one called The Law of the Tongue, which Peter was the one who kind of like found the story. And it's basically about how it was in Australia, right? It was in Eden, Australia. These whalers had like come to like an agreement, somehow like had an agreement with orcas where orcas would help herd baleen whales into like, what was it, like a mouth, like a river mouth or something?
Yeah. So Twofold Bay in Eden, Australia was there's like, it's a very closed off bay area with a river that feeds out to the sea there. So it became an enclosed space where they could like herd the baleens.
Yeah, so like the orcas would herd the baleens and then like the whalers would finish them off. And the agreement is that they would leave the whales in the water so that the orcas get access to the tongue first. It's just the tongue, right? I think that's why it was called the Law of the Tongue.
Yeah, that was like the prized meat.
Yeah, so like that was the agreement. Then like I think, and then eventually the relationship was dissolved because a whaler like speared an orca, I think, and then they also damaged Old Tom. Old Tom was kind of like the big orca in the group, but they damaged his teeth because they took a whale on shore without obeying Law of the Whale. So anyway, I'm trying to think of whether there was like a real world ritual site story. But so I guess there's sort of, so like there's a lot of winemakers and grape growers that really do follow patterns of the moon. And they think that like the different phases of the moon affect winemaking. Like they think it affects like, you know, when you choose like put wine in the barrel, when you choose to bottle the wine, how it affects the vineyards. There's a few winemakers out there. I know in BC, 13th Road, Road 13 vineyards in Oliver, BC, and the Okanagan, they follow moon phases when they're making wine.
Yeah. And I will actually say, this is, I'm getting just some resonances of, what is the name of the novel? I am blanking, and I literally just read it. It's the second book in the Magic of the Lost trilogy by C.L. Clarke. It's The Unbroken, and then The Sovereign is the third one. What's the middle one? Oh, I've literally wrote a blog about this. The Faithless. Yes. And it's because this one deals with religion and ritual. Actually, the pivotal point in chapter 20 of that novel, there's a agricultural ritual discovered that happens kind of in an area outside the city, and like basically wine and the discovery of an agricultural ritual are like two huge pivot points in this novel. And the ritual section was actually an idea that C.L. Clarke got from using Story Engine Deck, the early PDF deliveries of Story Engine Deck, while writing The Faithless. And that idea for the ritual came from, this agricultural ritual came from the use of the Story Engine Deck early on. It was super duper cool. You can see Story Engine Deck is in the acknowledgements of the book at the end. It's also just a banger of a book. But yeah, it was a blog. If you go to the Story Engine blog and look back a couple blogs, we did a little write-up explaining how the deck was used and talking a little bit about that scene. It's very cool.
That's pretty cool. All right, I think we have one more card draw.
We do. So we have two options for our Advent. We have a new commune is setting up without permission. Their mandate is religious, political, or artistic. Or the fate of a political prisoner is dividing the population. So a foreign ambassador, political dissident, or former leader. So we have political prisoner and new commune. 3, 2, 1, go.
The new commune definitely has like immediate ties to the ritual site card. Yeah. But I kind of dig the prisoner bit.
Yeah. No, there's good opportunities for both of these. Definitely for both of these.
Oh, I think commune just got it though. I think just making sure I count. There's a few people who clearly count like a lot more rigorously than we do, and it's always like making sure we're on track. It's like, no, guys, you counted wrong. It was this one that won. Thank you for keeping us on point. Marlene, that's great. Planning on doing chores during the live stream. No chores whatsoever. I haven't done. We appreciate that you love us and want to hang out with us and create stories with us, and that it's slightly more interesting than your chores. Okay, so I guess wait, Eric, can you recap what the whole layout of the story is?
So we have a rainforest. This is the rainforest before the fall, which we haven't really talked about yet. But this rainforest has considerable tectonic activity. There is also a vineyard in our rainforest that is used as a ritual site, as well as a mound, which has undetermined purpose at the current moment. And a new commune is setting up without permission in our rainforest. So yeah, we have a vineyard, we have tectonic activity. It's before the fall, but we haven't really determined the fall of what, or what is falling, I should say. Maybe before the rain falls. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
We have a lot of unanswered questions actually. Now that I'm looking at this, we've talked a lot about the vineyard, but there's a lot of other stuff going on.
Yeah, what I've sort of decided about the vineyard, since it's a ritual site, they clearly like don't really, well, unless they want to make wine for their ritual. Because I would say, like, I know I saw earlier, Johannes, I think it was, who said Dionysus vibes, that like then there would be wine, but maybe it doesn't need to be good wine. Like I'm actually thinking also, like, if you want it for a ritual site, then you'd probably want like the vineyards to be lush and big, as opposed to, you know, so like to make good wine, here's the wine nerd shit. And like I said, if you guys are actually like wine people or wine curious, I have a blog called 9 Ounces Please on Instagram, the number 9 /ounces please, if you want to learn about wine stuff. But vineyards that grow like good wines for wine are usually stressed vineyards and have lower production, because you want like less grapes pruned back so that you have like more density of flavor in whatever grapes end up actually growing. So you actually sometimes prune them back, and you want the grapes to be small. That's not a really sexy ritual place. So you would almost want to grow like a grape that grows like wildfire. So in Canada, we have a hybrid grape called Baco Noir, which can handle colder climates. You'll see it in places like Massachusetts and probably Michigan and Finger Lakes as well, because it can handle cold environments, and it grows like a weed. So you almost want a grape that grows like a weed, so that you have like all these leaves and all these fat grapes everywhere, so that you have like a sexy like place to do rituals in. That's my thought, at least.
Well, we can explore some of these further as we kind of fill out the ecosystem. Something that actually occurred to me. So one of the things that we added when we expanded from 23 to 30 pages for the expanded guidebook, one of the things that we added was a printable worksheet page for this. So I'm going to actually print this out right now so that I can fill in our ecosystem as we build it, which I think would be really fun. So give me a second to argue with my printer, as always needs to happen anytime anything is sent through.
We all argue with our printers. I know some people sometimes like send us questions on, you know, making sure how do we do alignment and stuff. We figure them out with you at times. Yep. I mean, at least Peter's more high tech than us. We don't even have a printer.
We do not. I used to have one, and then I just learned that I don't need one for most things anymore.
I very much have gone very, very paper free, and I like books, so I don't read ebooks. Like I don't know if chat, like, you guys have preferences for ebooks or paperback copies. I'm not an ebook person. I find like the only time I've ever really read, actually the only ebook things I read is like fan fiction, basically. But like I'm a paperback person. I like holding a book in my hand. I find I retain the knowledge better. Obviously, I get a little less screen fatigue. It feels more comfortable in bed. I don't have to, think about plugging it in on a campsite or on a beach. So like, I'm definitely a paperback person, and I just find that I have, space and house. We live in a tiny condo. Nelly saying, due to space in my house, I'm mostly ebooks. Yeah, fair enough. I definitely, we have audiobooks. I like some people bring Bronwyn saying audiobooks, hard copies, fanfic accepted. I remember when I was 13, I can't believe I did this. I am so shameless. When I was 13 years old, I wrote the longest, I co-wrote it with a friend, and it was full like self-insert, like my god sister and I wrote the longest Gundam Wing fanfiction. The longest. Like I think every chapter was at least 10 pages, which is a lot for a 13-year-old. And we had like 20 or almost 30 chapters before we eventually ran out of steam or interest, like all people. I printed the whole thing out and I gave it to my English teacher to read. I know she actually read it, or she probably only read like 10 pages to like pretend that she gave it the old college try. But it's not like my English, like my nearing retirement English teacher knows anything about anime, much less Gundam Wing. And I freaking gave her my like monstrous like 100+ page manifesto to read.
Love it.
Oh, that was, I actually just recalled that memory as we were talking now.
Yeah. Hashtag support teachers. Hashtag teachers should get paid more because they deal with so much of our teenage bullshit. But we love teachers. And again, we released a new pack of lesson plans. You can download them for free on the website right now. Shout out to teachers.
Shout out to teachers. And actually, as another thing to shout out to teachers, we have... So thanks to all our amazing backers for Lore Masters Deck, we hit 3 stretch goals where we are able to donate 30 decks to underserved schools or organized or educational organizations. And we have the survey open till May 31st, where people can submit their organization or their school for an opportunity to get a deck for free on us. Thanks to our backers. So
and we ship
yeah,
anywhere in the world for that.
Anywhere in the world. So if you are someone or work for an organization, or someone who could benefit from a free deck, you get a choice. You can pick between Story Engine Deck of Worlds or Lore Masters Deck. Have them fill out the survey, and fill out the survey, and we will enter everyone into a lottery next month. And we've had an overwhelming response on the survey, which is both. It's like it's nice that people really want our decks. It's also kind of just is a bit of a bleak reminder if we want to get super sober for a moment. Just a bleak reminder of just like how many, how underserved a lot of like educational institutions are right now. And like I know in Ontario we've had quite a number of budget cuts, and I glare at our current government for that. Yeah. So yeah. Anyways, 30 free decks. So yeah, send the survey to someone if it's I don't know if Eric, you have a link to the survey.
I just dropped it in the chat.
Okay, just dropped in the chat. So yes, that's the little Google Doc. It's the little fancy too many letters form that you can share or fill it out yourself.
Actually, no, quickly, just because we had Alpha Dean Lewis asked for a link to where you can get a copy of the worksheet that I'm using, the ecosystems worksheet. So that's part of the expanded guidebook. So I've just dropped the link to that in the YouTube chat. And the link for that is here. Also, if you go to storyenginedeck.com/worlds right now, it'll take you to the sale page for the 3-year Deck of Worlds anniversary, which we're celebrating right now. All of our discounted bundles and the sale for that is there, as well as all the new content we've just released. So that's where you'll find the Off the Beaten Path expanded guidebook PDF if you want to pick that up.
Yeah.
And if you want those dice, we'll just do a quick review. We're also doing 2 giveaways as part of the live stream.
Yes.
So if you post on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or Threads, and you tag at Story Engine Deck, you can talk about Deck of Worlds, you can talk about the anniversary, you can talk about the new resources, you can talk about whatever you want to say about us.
You can link to our live stream so you can have your friends join the party.
Yeah.
You can link to our page if you think someone could benefit from having a deck in their life. I think I saw someone earlier saying that their friend gifted them the entire Story Engine Deck set. So if you're looking for, a gift and you want to send the link to your friends and family and be like, you should buy me this now, do that. Anyone who makes a purchase in between today and tomorrow, we have a flash giveaway every single day. And so we have a giveaway today and we have a giveaway tomorrow. And if you share, sorry, Peter, I hijacked the conversation. If you share and tag us, you'll be entered for a chance to win a set of beautiful Odin's Eye dice from Roll with Advantage.
This very set right here.
Yes, that set right there, that literal set. Peter promises not to beat the dice too hard as we roll today, but you also get a chance to win a $50 gift card to our site. Yes, and if you're purchasing, as part of our anniversary, if you purchase our main deck of worlds, it is 10% off until the end of tomorrow. If you purchase any of our 9 deck of worlds expansions, and that includes any of our bundles, or all worlds bundle or alpha omega bundle, it's 15% off. And if you want any of our accessories, which is our storage boxes or our playmats, which you can see the deck of worlds one here, but I made both playmats available on the discount. It's 25% off. And all of that gets automatically added to your cart. So once you add the products to your cart and check out, the discount's already added in there, so you don't have to math it out.
Beauty. I think that gets us up to present, which means we can probably start doing filling in our micro setting with some ecosystems. So we've created our micro setting, and in the instructions, the next thing that we need to do is part of the ecosystems module, which is the one that we're using right now from the expanded guidebook. The step 2 is determine your micro setting or your world map's evolutionary pressure. So evolutionary pressures are factors that influence which biological traits help species survive in an ecosystem and which may hinder them. So we can review our micro setting and generate an evolutionary pressure inspired by the cues, by any notes that we've written down, or by the evolutionary pressures rolling table, which is on the next page. So we have a couple evolutionary pressures that came up in the process of world building here. So if we wanted to, on my little worksheet here, where do I need to do this? There we go. So on this little worksheet here, I could note that there's tectonic activity, right? So that frequent seismic disruptions might collapse the burrows of burrowing creatures, or it might mean that just like species that build nests or that sort of live in under specific shelters have a hard time because those get busted up every time there's seismic activity. Could mean there's a lot of cracks in the ground, which would be a great place for like burrowing creatures to like hide if they're willing to like risk the next time there's activity. So we could put that down as an evolutionary pressure. We've talked a lot about climate change already and how there might be changing climate, and so the rainforest is dry sometimes and wet other times. That could be another evolutionary pressure we could write down. We could talk about the vineyard, so like viticulture and human intervention being an evolutionary pressure. All of these are things that we can note down. I think we should roll on the rolling table just for fun to add something, but we can still use those other ingredients as evolutionary pressures that we're thinking of as we start to build our species. So I'm going to go ahead and do our first roll, which means that we're going to actually make this the big screen for a second. We'll put our dice right here.
I want to roll the dice.
We got the fancy camera set up so that we could roll Sam's beautiful dice. And if you can get here before the end of the live stream, which this live stream is long enough that you could ostensibly get from Toronto to Halifax in time to roll dice. That is how long this live stream is. If you can get here in time, I'll let you roll one.
Leave now. I'll hold things down here.
Yeah, I'll hold things down.
Just leave the computer.
I'm going to find the nearest helicopter pad.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. So I'm going to, and the other thing I'll do quickly is pull up so we're going to be rolling on the evolutionary pressures rolling table on the left column here, and I'll pull this back up once we've got our first roll. So that's an 11 on the die right there. Boop. Which is going to get us a animal waste building up. Ooh, that's interesting. Especially if it's like a fertilizer type thing being used for the vineyard.
That's what, or maybe the mound.
Oh my god, the mound is just dung.
Well, so this is not an animal droppings thing, but there are sites, like human sites that have been identified because of like debris piles and detritus piles, where like they figure out that people lived here because of different types of waste left behind. I know that in South America, some of the early sites were identified because there was I think it was like a 300-foot long, 12-foot high pile of just shellfish shells that had been discarded. But like this huge amount of shellfish shells, which is how they'd identified, okay, there were definitely people like eating and discarding here. Yeah, so animal waste buildup. So I'm going to pull this sheet off of screen for a sec because I don't want to write and risk poking through the paper onto the playmat. And I'm going to write that down. So evolutionary pressure. I'm going to write down buildup of animal waste. I have terrible handwriting, by the way, as we've seen from the times that I've shared my development journals. Buildup of animal waste, and then we'll also make note of changing climate and seismic activity.
There's like a really poignant silence.
Yeah, it's like it's very Jurassic Park, really.
There we go. So we've got some cool stuff there. And now I think it's time to proceed to the next step, which is we're going to start putting some creatures in here. Okay, so step 3, create our primary producer. So in an ecosystem, primary producers are organisms, usually plants, algae, or specialized bacteria that capture energy from the sunlight, chemicals, or other ambient sources. All other organisms in the ecosystem get their energy by consuming primary producers or consuming other organisms that do. Generate a primary producer using your cues, your notes, or the primary producer's rolling table on, oh, that should not be page 2. We have our first errata to fix. But that'll be right here.
All that proofing.
What did I miss?
No, so we entered the page numbers after the proofreading pass because we knew the page numbers would be changing because we were adding worksheets because of the proofreading pass. So that is probably where that mistake came in. But we will errata that. We can update all of the downloads, and we'll just send a notification to people that some page references were updated. That's no problem. So primary producers rolling table. And it's page 20, by the way, if anyone wants to hand write in on the copy, if any copies that they have. Page 20 has the primary, or no, not page 20.
Print a copy now, and you'll get the
yeah, you'll have the official errata.
Limited edition.
Yeah, worth $1 million in 50 years.
Page 17 is the page that has the primary producers rolling table. Okay. So here we go. We're going to create a primary producer. So you remember we had the beautiful grasses cue that we chose not to use on the attribute card. That's an example of using a cue from the notes instead of rolling one. We can decide that there's a grass, and then instead of to give that grass a trait, we would not roll on for the type of organism that we have, which you can see is one of the columns in the roll results, but we would still roll for a trait. So these grasses, we would give them some kind of extra traits that we know what's going on with them. But we're going to do from scratch here. So I'm going to pull up, I'm going to remove this and pull up the, the rolling camera. Perfect. Oops, there we go. I'm going to roll that D20. So I'm going to roll once for the, actually no, with the rolling tables, when you're rolling twice, you can actually roll twice and then assign which number goes to which column. So we may get to do a little vote here. So I'm going to do the first roll is a 2. And then the second roll is a 3. So I'm going to open up our table here. And we can either we can vote for a flower with an unusual color, or we can vote for a vine, which fits with the vineyard. Oh, actually, vineyard was one that we could have pulled right off of the notes there. Or we can have a vine that is toxic to a certain species or toxic under certain conditions. So please vote in the chat for a flower of unusual color or a toxic vine. And you can vote in 3, 2, 1, go.
I almost wish they voted without having the the module in front of them, because then you would almost randomize it. It's like just vote for this column or this column, and just be like, yeah. And it's like,
it'd be like in national elections for the prime minister or the president. If it's vote, but you don't know who it's for, you have to vote for the one that we've randomly assigned candidate 1, 2, or 3. Everyone's
screaming for a toxic vine, I think.
Yeah. Back in the days of the social media platform Vine, I think there were a lot of toxic vines. Okay.
That's an older reference.
That's an older reference for the older millennials. Okay, so we have a toxic vine. So I'm going to go ahead and take our little sheet here, and I'll write that we have a toxic vine. So I would like to hear some pitches in the chat from people about given what we know about this ecosystem. So we have a rainforest, lots of rain, and the things we'd expect to come in a rainforest setting. We've got climate change. We've got seismic activity. We've got a ritual site in the vineyard. We've got a mound nearby. We know that it's called the Vineyard Before the Fall. What do you think would be just interesting to note about a toxic vine growing in these settings? Let me know if you have any pitches for what it might be called, or how you think it would interact with the ecosystem. But put that in the chat.
Now I'm wondering if the ritual site, it's if there is sacrifice, you have to feed them something like the toxic fruit from the vineyard, and they like, yeah, they either die or they like hallucinate intensely. Like they like when they eat these toxic grapes or toxic fruit, they have crazy hallucinations where they think they see the future, or they're getting signs from the heavens.
Yeah, definitely. That's so good. So in the notes, I'm just gonna say, and I'll leave it as a question for now because we're still deciding things. But used in ritual as a like hallucinogenic poison, basically. Hallucinogenic poison.
I like how Pagan Eagle's saying, like, if the ritual goes wrong, there's an earthquake and a thingy emerges from the mountain. What is the thingy?
Hey, we can roll for it.
Oh, I can roll for the thingy.
That's what our wild card is.
That's our wild card, hiding in the mound. Great, yeah, so we've got our toxic vine. The other thing that I'll get you guys to do, actually, I would like someone to name this for us. So pitch names for our toxic vine, and we'll write that in based on, or I think we'll pick our favorite between the three of us.
Sure.
So in the chat, please give us a name for a toxic vine that is used in rituals as kind of a hallucinogenic poison.
And it
that
can be called
exists in
Baco
the
Noir.
seismic ecosystem. Please, if you want to explain your name, you can. If you don't want to explain your name, you just want to pitch one, you can go for that too. We'll let you guys make those suggestions while we roll for our next species. We're going to come up with an herbivore species.
I like the amount of stories that people are coming up with for pitches, and that's something I also want to throw to the chat. And while you guys, we're giving you nonstop things to share, so share names. I think that's super important for us to move on. But like, I know from some of the prompts we've done in the past, we've had people say they've actually taken those prompts that we've come up with together and run away with it to create short stories or long form stories of their own. So if you guys have joined any of our previous live streams and has actually taken some of these prompts that we've come up with together and taken it further, we'd certainly love to hear it.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we're gonna we'll move on to the next step now. There's a note here, by the way, that ecosystems are more complex than one species for trophic level, but it explains why we're gonna use this concept to make sure that we have a good understanding of at least one species at each level, but that ecosystems can be much more complex than that.
There's also something very different. Like when you categorize like a vineyard into primary producer, it's like we always think of vineyards as being very cultivated with these nice, neat rows, where it becomes like the primary kind of like one of like the primary types in the entire ecosystem. It's just like these vines that are just choking everything.
Yeah.
Which is very rainforesty, just like all like kind of growing in wild areas and wild ways, just everywhere. So it actually does take on a different vibe as well too.
Yeah. And I'm seeing some great pitches for names here.
It's actually that blackberries are an invasive species in Victoria, BC.
Yeah, in British Columbia, they are. There's so many. Like blackberry season, you can just on the side of almost any road go. I remember actually recording one of the early Deck of Worlds videos that I recorded for the demo series before the final print copy came. I had just gone blackberry picking, and my hands are visibly like just shredded. My hands are visibly just shredded and ugly. I can't remember which video it was, but I remember like looking at the close-ups and editing and being like, it looks like I have been mauled.
And that's the thing. The reason why it's like, I think like people might say, inherently, blackberries, like free blackberries, how fun that is. But blackberries have really thorny bushes, and so once they grow, and then they grow quite like wildfire in BC, you basically can't navigate those spaces anymore unless you want to be shredded. And apparently you can't just cut it back because it multiplies. Like it's very hydro-like. You have to burn them in order to get rid of them. Like in order to actually get rid of blackberries from like taking over, you basically have to burn the bushes.
I like that for us in the rainforest here. I imagine it's also like hard to find if we're going with the rainforest being wet, or at least during the wet season, it'd be very hard to find like good kindling. But I like the idea that the only way to get rid of to fight this stuff back is to like burn it. So that is very cool. The other thing is that our toxic trait here was toxic under certain conditions or to certain species. It could be that to produce the toxic version of it, you have to like it only becomes toxic under certain circumstances, like maybe when it grows in a space that was burned, or when it's like fed ash as fertilizer or something, that's when it goes toxic. So even like to get the ritual version of it requires very specific circumstances. Could be another fun little twist on this.
So we do have some recommendations for names. Yeah, we did have Cloud Grapes, Tears of the Gods, Champagne. I do like this.
Puns. Oh.
We have the God's Eye. We have the God's Eye vine, which
Ooh, that's cool.
I think that's a pretty cool one.
Yeah.
We have Spiraling Doom, Touch of the Gods. So I do like this idea that we see it's like if this is a toxic vine, it's like seeing it. You see something divine, basically.
Divine.
But not intentional. But I'll go with it.
Guys.
Then we have Vesper Thorn, Wraith Vine, Dreadroot, Bindweed, Noxvine. All good. All things I could see in a story.
Yeah.
Like that sounds like something people would really come up with. A genuine bit of scientific fact here. Goats do in fact love vine leaves. We went to a cidery at one point that one of the side attractions was feeding their baby goats.
Yes.
There's Goats Do Roam, which is a wine where the story behind it is that the goats choose the plumpest grapes or whatever.
Yeah, well, people use sheep, like a lot of biodynamic vineyards and natural vineyards use sheep to mow the vineyard and mow their lawns. I like Noxvine a lot.
I like Noxvine as well.
I like Noxvine. I also did like the God's Eye vine.
Yeah, God's Eye vine is cool as well. Spiraling Doom, Touch the Gods has some cool vibes. The vinyl countdown. And that's as many seconds as we can use of that before.
I like how Marlene's saying Deity's expansion is calling.
Yeah.
It's funny. I'm pretty sure I saw some Lore Masters cards. Eric pulled some out earlier.
I pulled out some creatures just in case.
So, I mean, this is where things can... I mean, this is showing just how many possibilities we have. Okay, wait. So are we going with Noxvine?
I'm gonna say let's go with Noxvine / God's Eye vine, and it can be one of those cool species where, like, depending on what someone calls it, you know what the relationship to it is. Or maybe
they do that, or in different languages or different cultures, right? Like Blaufränkisch is the same as Kakfrankos.
Yeah.
And it's the same as Lemberger for grapes. So there you go.
Noxvine, one word, right?
Yeah.
Noxvine or God's Eye vine. Or maybe they're called God's Eye grapes. Oh, maybe they look like a God's Eye. Like maybe they look like a psychedelic eye when they grow.
So maybe they look like our Odin's Eye dice, which you can enter to win.
It's full circle. It's full circle. Oh, I love that. I love that. That is cool. Okay.
Basically, like show the dice. Picture those as grapes, a little less jagged at the edges, but
yeah.
Maybe they are jagged. Maybe all the grapes are jagged.
Maybe they're geometric grapes.
God's Eye grapes is actually pretty cool because it would also all look like once you grow them in all these clusters, it would look like dozens and dozens and hundreds of eyes staring at you in the vineyard when you do rituals.
Oh, that's so. And imagine you're going to burn them and the eyes all turn.
Oh, they're all like, oh. And that could be completely just like a biological thing. Maybe
Just they're oriented towards light, which would make sense, right? For responding to light for a photosynthetic species. So creepy. I love it. We have so many good storytelling opportunities here. But we don't know if it's goats who eats these. We know there is going to be an herbivore species, however. So I think it's time. Look at that slick little segue there. I think it's time to roll on our herbivores table. So you'll see here, step 4 is create your herbivore. Herbivores eat plants and other primary producers. Generate an herbivore using your cues, your notes, or the herbivore's rolling table on page 18. So there we go. Boop. Page 18, herbivores. So we're going to roll twice, and then we'll vote between the two options for animal species. And I'm just going to do this so that we can see our rolls nice and big. Okay. So our first roll is an 18. Second roll is a 5. So we can either have a fish that is enormous, which is going to be really interesting for how that fish eats a species that's out of water, which either means we can apply adaptations to the fish.
Rainforest flood.
That's true.
And when they flood, what was the name of that show that I was watching?
Oh, I don't remember. I know the one you're talking about, though.
It was called Alone in the... It's a documentary show, and it was one of those guys who literally like basically his whole thing is that he crosses like the Andes mountains or the big rainforest jungle and like
the Amazon.
The Amazon to like and meets like local tribes on the way, but he literally travels like barefoot in a backpack. And he like as he travels, he literally like in real time gets like eaten alive by bugs and gets infected. Bad things happen to him. Like this man's just insane. But one of the things like he does when he's in the Amazon is trying to avoid like when the rains come, because when the rain comes, it starts flooding and then he can't actually cross it. But when it floods, he can basically just catch fish on land the entire time.
Oh, wow. Yeah, like it'd be really cool if they like fish with like some very basic like out of water adaptations. But during the flood season, their like hunting range gets really big, and they like come and eat all the vines. Yeah, that would be really interesting.
It's also could just be a thing where it's like if you have like these just really overgrown vines, if they're not like beat back and cultivated, they're just like growing out over the rivers, and then they're almost like lily pads, just like dangling, like they just kind of float there. But you can just like swim right up and take a nibble.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So it was fish. We had more than one option.
So the two options. So so you're going to vote between an enormous fish or a rabbit with horns or tusks, which is kind of jackalope-y, actually. That's pretty cool.
I like the fish. So I was like really attached to this fish thing, but I like rabbits.
We can do both.
So please vote for
streamlined.
Vote for enormous fish or we'll say fish or rabbit for now. Just vote for fish or rabbit. Or you can vote for corner tuck, which we'll explain later. But corner tuck is your vote for both, basically. So 3, 2, 1, go.
And it's like, what is the rabbit? See, is the rabbit like a pest? Because it would just like eat the vine, like eat the grapes. So
we don't do it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just like with vineyards, like one of the biggest issues with keeping grapes on the vines is animals all the time.
Well, it's interesting because we can apply that rule to these rabbits for sure. Like we've been thinking about this already, and especially from the perspective of like human viticulture, that would make a ton of sense. The other thing is the wild card species is designed to fill really interesting roles in the ecosystem, like a pest or an invasive species or a competing species. So we may end up with that through there as well. So we can go either way with that. But I think the fish won.
I think the fish won.
Yeah. So we have an enormous fish. So I'm just going to quickly go to this view and write that in for our herbivore. Okay, so we have a type of fish. It is enormous. And again, you can always roll extra traits for your species if you want. I'm going to say that under traits, it is like semi-amphibious, like not fully, but it can survive out of water for a little bit of time. And under notes, I'm going to say that during flood season, it can range far from its aquatic home. Aquatic does or does not have a C. Does not have a C. Near the Q. I always forget. All right. So we've got some notes there. We got our fish. So I would love pitches for the name of this fish. If you in the chat would love to write what you think we should call a fish that can leave water a little bit, that can stalk the vineyards, and that it's just huge.
It's like if you've seen some of those river monster shows, there are some massive fish that live in rivers too. So
yeah, it really changes your I don't know, decisions on whether you want to just like wander into rivers to swim. I remember when I was in Egypt when I was 16 and we did a little cruise on the Nile River, they did specifically say to never just drink water from the Nile River. And I don't know, I'm pretty sure it's a true story. But they basically have these like microscopic snails that live in the Nile River. And if you just drink the Nile River water, they will multiply and choke your lungs out. So they were like, do not drink Nile River water. And I was like, all right, well noted.
Terrifying.
Yes. On the opposite of big. Small. I am less scared of big things, honestly, and more scared of like the small things you don't see that come in multitudes.
Yeah. Swarms are scary.
Like I've, having gone to Hong Kong many times, I've seen cockroaches. I've seen the big ones, the ones that when you punch them and they punch back. But the really nasty ones were the ones I saw in Shanghai, where they were smaller but traveled in droves. Those were nasty.
Yeah. Yeah.
The fish called Wanda.
Well, thank you for that horrifying animal fact.
It feels like most animal facts are in fact horrifying.
It's true. Well, who's that? Was that Natural Geographic? Who's that one like TikToker?
I don't remember.
Oh yeah.
And he just
really
he just like shares. He's like, here are 5 animals that truly got screwed by Mother Nature, and just describing like the most terrible things.
Yeah.
Sounderfish screams like a person.
I mean, on the horror front, that's really curving. I really like Floodwalker, the Floodwalker fish.
Ooh, that's not, who put out with Floodwalker?
Omniforce. That's really evocative. And then because it would let us bring back some rabbit traits, the fish that can hop like a rabbit called the Rabbish is really fun. But
Floodwalker's really good.
I nominate Floodwalker.
Floodwalker's really good.
It's got like Mud Skipper vibes.
Yeah, but it's like way more like eerie and like dark.
Yeah.
I like that. I feel like as we get these really great suggestions from chat, I'm reminded of like, you know, when you watch Top Chef and the chef makes like a really cool dish and the guy's like, and the judges are all like, at some point you're going to see your dish stolen by one of us to use in our restaurants. I feel like Floodwalker has that kind of power for me personally.
People are big fans of Wanda, but
okay, Floodwalker fish.
Maybe someone owns a Floodwalker and he named it Wanda.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Or it could be like the Flood Wanderer fish.
Oh God. No, I think I feel like a citizen of the rainforest has a Floodwalker named Wanda in their home.
Yeah, there is definitely a fish named called Wanda that lives here.
Yeah.
Yeah. The name of the person who owns that fish is John Cleese. Okay, so there's still some more coming in. Okay, we're gonna move on just for time, but
we have to move on because guys, we were gonna take a break a little while ago. We have because we have so much more we need to do, and we probably need to eat a little bit of food or stuff or humans. I know.
Yeah, I sat down when we were doing like our mic checks to like eat a bowl of pasta and then completely forgot about it, and I'm now realizing it's in front of me and I don't want to eat sloppy wet noodles on stream.
That's like a whole different kind of live stream.
Yeah, a whole different kind of live stream. If you'd like to see us do a mukbang, let us know in the chat. Okay, so omnivore species. We're going to create an omnivore species, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Omnivore species eat both primary producers and other animals or insects. Some of the omnivores might surprise you because they seem like they'd be vegetarians, and some of the carnivores you may also not think of as carnivores because they eat non-primary producers that are like insects. So just keep that in mind that we're using like a very like biology-based definition of these things.
Yeah, we're not. Yes, we're not talking about the cows that occasionally like eat a rabbit, which they do.
Didn't know that. Didn't want to know that.
Deers will do it on occasion. Like a deer will eat a rabbit on occasion or something like that.
Yeah.
Nature is brutal.
Yeah, nature is brutal. Okay, so let's go ahead and enroll ourselves in omnivore. I'm going to go arrange us like this. Put our tray here, and we're going to roll 2 numbers here. That's a 16 and a 7. So 16 and 7 on omnivores. So we could have a crow with unusual lungs or hearts, plural. Or we could have a skunk with an asymmetrical body. Ooh. Okay, so go ahead and vote for crow or skunk. In 3, 2, 1, go. And recall that our skunk will have an asymmetrical body and our crow will have unusual lungs or hearts.
It's interesting because neither of those really are like a rainforesty creature.
Well, I mean, crows are like, and crows and corvids are so adaptive.
Crows have the more opportunity, but a fuzzy skunk.
Yeah. And why does it have an asymmetrical body is going to be a really interesting question to answer.
I think crow ran away with it though.
Crow ran away from
Crow murdered the competition.
I love the idea that the crow, for some reason, I wasn't worried about these giant fish eating the toxic vines and like getting high. It was just not a concern I had. I think because I was thinking of these fish being so big that their body mass can take it, or maybe they're adapted to it. I love the idea that the crows, they eat like one of those and they're just like straight tripping. Like,
And then because they're like tripping, everyone but people who run the rituals are like, oh my god, our like ritual energy is even more like intense because they're like
even the crow's in on it. Yeah, the crow's like got a headband on and it's like, hey guys. Love it. Okay, so we've got our crow. I'm gonna go ahead and write that we have got our crow in here. So type is crow. Traits are that it has unusual lungs or hearts. So, you, Moroki, Eric, do either of you have an idea? Right? Sorry?
Multiple.
So I think it said unusual lungs or hearts, but hearts was pluralized intentionally. So we could have like a multi. Yeah. Unusual lungs or hearts. So yeah, it would be interesting if it literally had a backup heart or like multiple hearts, so that if one of the hearts like goes out from it eating toxic hallucinogenic grapes with a small body mass, it's got like a backup heart to keep it ticking, so it can like literally suffer death and then keep going. Ooh. Like I like the idea that these are like party crows. Like
we've got a good one here though. Unusual lungs. It could be a crow with gills.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. All right. I like the idea of a party crow, but a crow that can, like a submarine crow, is also very cool. That's really cool. All right, let's write that down.
I mean, it could be lungs and hearts. It can party and go underwater.
Yeah, that's true. And like having multiple ways to like having multiple pulmonary systems so that it can support gills and above water lungs would be really interesting. So gills can breathe underwater. Yeah, maybe it just has like straight up two separate like a forked pulmonary system that lets it breathe through like the beak as well as through these secondary gills, and it needs hearts to operate those separately. And then also it's a party crow, because I'm really attached to that idea. I'm writing that down under notes. Party crow has a backup heart, so the party never dies.
Oh. And while Peter's doing that, we should start accepting pitches for names as well. I think we already even started seeing some folks drop names. It's like you guys know the drill now. You're like, all right. We already have names. We already have names done up. So if you guys
I'm putting Party Crow as the backup name.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know how like everything has like the scientific name, but no one calls it that because everyone just wants to call it the other thing. Yeah, so it's gonna have like this really glorious name, like that sounds really majestic, and then everyone just calls it Party Crow.
Yeah. So pitch us your most majestic names where people never call it that. It's kind of like in Chicago. You know the guy, Anish Kapoor is the artist that the guy who he's been trolled repeatedly by the art community because he's kind of an a-hole. He's the guy who created it's called Cloudgate, which sounds like an amazing, magnificent art installation, but everyone calls it the Bean, which is it's the big reflective bean in Chicago that everyone just calls the Bean. I like the idea that it has this majestic name and then people just call it Party Crow.
It's actually a pretty cool piece of art too.
Yeah, it's a really cool piece of art for a guy who I think is a bit of an a-hole and deserves or like invites the trolling. I gotta say the Bean is pretty cool. The Bean's very cool. All right, so if you'd like to pitch us an alternative to Party Crow, you can drop that in the chat. In the meantime, I'm gonna roll us up a carnivore.
Carnivore to eat both the crow and the floodwalker.
We have an 11. Nat 20! Yay! All right, so
like when you roll a 20, is 20 like the most epic creature in your modules?
I did not actually design it that way.
I assumed you didn't, but it would be.
But that kind of would have been fun if like 20 was like just something. Yeah, like 20 on all the tables is just dragon. All right, here's our house rule. Here's errata that you only get to use if you have listened to this live stream, whether you hear this live now or you're listening in the future. You and you alone are part of a private club where if you roll a 20 on any of the species tables, you get to make it a dragon. That's a little gift from us for joining us today.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody who didn't come to the live stream, okay? You got to earn it. Right. So I actually can't see what the 20 is because of the way that the slide controller is on the setup here for the.
It says. Oh wait, no. It says. I think we're on the omnivore rolling table right now. Hold on.
Right there we go. Yeah.
Carnivore 20.
Dinosaur is basically a dragon.
I mean, it's true.
All right, so we can have a dinosaur who has tusks, yes, or we can have an otter who is a frenzy feeder. That is terrifying. I love it. Again, otters we don't necessarily think of as.
Well, can you imagine like ate the floodwalker, like the way frenzy feeds the floodwalker, rips like if this giant fish,
yeah,
and then just gets like shredded apart, and the carcass just like you end up with these like a mushed mauled Oh, so gross.
That is horrifying. You need to write more horror. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and vote for dinosaur or otter. And keep in mind that our dinosaur will be tusked and our otter will be a frenzy feeder. So 3, 2,
like in
1,
a rainforest setting, having like instead of piranhas, you've just got otters feels pretty on point. Gotta say. Not that I'm trying to sway the vote or anything, but I'm trying to sway the vote.
I'm also trying to look at the different crow names. I think we have diving corfin, flovid, corvid, amphibicus, shorevid, penguin, Jared or Timothy. And then we also have this one that we just highlighted, Nereid crow.
Corvus aqua natare uva, the crow who can be underwater and has grape as a suffix.
I mean, that would be as science name as science gets, and then we just called it party crow. Although it would be hilarious that we called the Nereid crow, where it's like sea nymphs and it's supposed to be daughter of the sea god, but they would call it party crow.
Yeah. All right. I think let's go with Nereid crow.
It's like something glorious, majestic, mythological, and it's just like, and party crow.
And I think that also honors the Dionysus vibes as well.
And I think otter won our carnivore.
Okay. So then, boom.
My nasty ass story won it over. Nothing like some good old nasty, like frenzy mauling of a big fish.
Okay, so and our otter is a frenzy feeder. And we think it probably, so, and like otters can go in and out of water, so they definitely are eating both the herbivore and the omnivore. So I'm going to say feeds on floodwalkers.
And that is like one of the things. So it's like you're not really quite seeing it in this what we're showing on screen, but like we do have like there's kind of questions for every step of the creation process. So it's like you'll get prompts, and one of them is it's like how does this creature interact with both the creatures that it feeds on in this ecosystem, and also but what other with the creatures that it doesn't necessarily feed on or that it's not prey for. Like how do these creatures interact with one another? Not just what do they eat.
Yeah. Also, I'm thinking, it occurred to me with the floodwalker fish. Well, actually, no, we'll get to this when we get to the last step. I'll save that for the last step. So that's good for our otter here. So our frenzy feeding otter that feeds on the floodwalkers and the party crows, that's going to need a name. We'll get you to put your pitches for the name of the otter in the chat while we roll our wildcard species. So the wildcard species works just a little bit differently from the others. Often it'll involve repeating one of the steps, so you'll actually create another carnivore, another omnivore. Sometimes you'll be creating something that doesn't use any table. It's really going to depend on our result. This is the wildcard. This is where we have a lot of fun. So I'm going to go ahead and roll on the wildcard table, and we'll make this real big. That is a 9. And our 9 is, and again, apologies that we packed so much into the guidebook that the font does not show up very legibly for people on the live stream. I apologize for that. You could take it from us that what we are reading you is what it says.
You just have to pick up a copy for yourself to find out.
Yeah, or decide that no matter what you roll, the answer is dragon.
Yeah.
Okay,
an
invasive herbivore. An invasive herbivore. So we could end up with that goat we were talking about earlier. So we're going to repeat the herbivore step and just roll ourselves another herbivore. And here we go.
And while Peter's rolling too, just a reminder, if you're picking up the guide, if you're interested in the guidebook and you pick it up today or tomorrow, we are doing an introductory sale on it for $9.99, of which after this weekend we will raise the price on the book, because the book is a big hefty boy, a heftier boy than we expected. All right.
Okay, so that was a 7, which means that we. Oh, sorry, I need to roll twice actually. I'll just do the other one and just say it out loud. 7 and a 9. So we are going to end up with a poisonous marsupial, or a locust that breathes something. No, a locust with unusual song, call, or vocalization. So please, keep in mind, this is our invasive species.
I was going to say, locusts are famously invasive.
Oh, hold on. Was it an omnivore or an herbivore? That was
Herbivore.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So yeah, let's go ahead with either our poisonous. You can vote for marsupial or locust, bearing in mind that our marsupial is poisonous, our locust has an unusual song, call, or vocalization, and that either of these is going to be invasive. And you can vote in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's like, I like the idea of locust only because then we don't double up on poison, because that'd be a lot of freaking poison, even though I know rainforests are full of poisonous things. But the idea of the locust, and it's like trying to eat the vineyard, and it kind of is like, if it's a ritual vineyard and it's really, really important, it's probably a bad thing that the locusts are invading. And there's possibly a chance that the floodwalkers are the thing that can eat the locusts to try and manage the population. It's like an ecosystem that maybe it was like an ecosystem that's going out of alignment, because either the otters are too much and they're eating all the floodwalkers, and there's not enough floodwalkers to manage the ecosystem of locusts, and now they're becoming invasive, because that happens, right? I know the reason why. Anyone who's in the States, I don't know if you guys were affected by gypsy moths, but I know in Ontario we got really badly affected by gypsy moths over the last few years, which have been decimating a lot of our trees. And one of the big reasons why the population also got out of control is because it was that same year, bats got a nose fungus that killed off the population of bats, so they couldn't manage the moth, manage the moth population.
Intense.
Yeah, intense. And then I want to see, what were some of the names?
Sorry, Locust 1 is what we were at.
Locust 1. So that's one thing. Locust with the song. And then what were some of the names that we got for the otter? Chomper the otter.
All right. Chomper is good. Piranha otter. I like piranha otter. I like the idea that they're not the big. They're actually a small carnivore, but they just swarm.
I really like the idea that they're a small carnivore too. It's not every carnivore is a lion.
Thor the hammer otter. Yeah, I think let's go with the piranha otter.
Yeah. We've also got a few.
And Chomper can be, again, the name of a local one that's well known.
I could imagine almost that the otters are smaller too. Maybe they're not this size, but maybe they are more small sized.
Yeah, and we can have a really good scene in whatever, I'm imagining a movie scene right now in my head of oh, these cute little guys, and then little bite, ow, oh, bad otter. And in the meantime, behind them, you see the swarm starting to form.
Oh.
Until finally the guy punts the otter and then turns around, and there's that moment of silence where they're all bristling, and then you just do the long distance cut to the hand going up as the guy gets buried under otters, and there's blood and tearing sounds.
What was that it was pretty horrible, because a friend of mine shared a GIF of this scene, and I was really mad at her because I was I can't believe that this is a GIF that is just in the public, all ages, does not come with a warning sign, but it was from some movie with piranhas in it. And the GIF was I guess the scene was a guy who was eaten from legs down, and it's him like laying on, I don't know, the boat or the shore, and you see you just see his like destroyed lower half.
Yeah, it's probably Piranha.
It was pretty horrible.
It's probably that movie was pretty gross.
It was really gross.
Also, sorry, I missed distinctly. These are all really great names. These would have been fantastic too. Sorry for missing those. But wait, for now we'll go with Piranha Otter. Torrent Otter would also be really interesting. Floodfang Otter is really interesting too because it really makes use of kind of the local evolutionary pressures. But for now, we'll go with Piranha Otter, with a Chomper being the local mascot. We've got our Locust with an unusual vocalization. I really liked Alpha Dean Lewis's suggestion that the Locust sings a song that hypnotizes, so I'm going to go ahead and note that down. And Eric, I want you to name our Locust.
Oh God, putting me on the spot.
Yeah.
Oh. Names are always the worst part.
Okay, I'm going to give Eric a little bit of time. I know we're probably going to, once we finish up this ecosystem, I think we're going to go on break for a little bit. So while Eric is thinking about a name, let's quickly recap what we're doing to celebrate, because obviously we are here live streaming for 6 hours for a reason, and it's because we're celebrating Deck of Worlds' third anniversary. This is 3 years from the date Peter launched his Kickstarter, which became the largest crowdfunded world-building tool in history. We have been giving flash giveaways every single week. Today, if you make a purchase on our website, you get a chance to win a copy of the 101 Postcards short stories book, written by our very own Peter Tchaikovsky. And then we have another flash giveaway tomorrow, and we are releasing resources every day. We release the expanded guidebook, which we're building some worlds and ecosystems together on today's live stream. And and then we are also doing a lot of giveaways on the live stream today as well. So if you share some social love, tag us Story Engine Deck on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or Threads, either linking to our live stream so you can have your friends join us, or a link to our website. Just sharing some social love, you'll be entered to win either a $50 gift card for our website or the beautiful Odin's Eye dice. And later on this afternoon, evening, depending on where you are in the world, or very early morning, I guess, because our guest is joining us from Australia, the owner of Roll with Advantage, of where these beautiful dice come from. And we've joined by Sam to do some rolls together. So lots of stuff happening for the next few hours. This is only just the beginning. And if Eric doesn't have a name yet, I'm going to take a quick moment to also spin for a chance to win another penguin deck. Because we had a few folks express their interest earlier, and they dropped some penguins and some penguin emojis in the comments. We're giving away another penguin deck, which was our exclusive April Fools expansion. Ooh, this one's making more sound. If you hear the clicky clacks, that is me spinning. And we have Stars Above. So Stars Above, you're still around. You have won a copy of the Penguin deck. And you'll have to send us an email because that's the only way we can get the deck to you.
Hello@storyenginedeck.com.
Hello@storyenginedeck.com.
There was a question in the chat earlier about whether or not the Q Penguin appears in the Creatures deck of Lore Master's deck. I can tell you that it does. And it's just really funny to me because I'm imagining, like, we came up with this, like, entire deck for coming up with creatures. You can build, like, hundreds of thousands of creatures with this deck. It does indeed have... Oh, yeah. There's Penguin. Here's Penguin on my deck. But it's one of those Invincible meme, look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. We had to build an entire deck system to be able to create a single Penguin, whereas the Penguins expansion has 240 Penguin cubes. So Lore Master's deck is the trying to imitate a fraction of its power of the Penguins expansion.
Maybe we'll give away one more penguin deck. So if you guys love penguins, make sure you throw either a penguin emoji or talk about penguins in the comments, and we will add your name to the pool to possibly win a exclusive copy of our penguin deck, so you can have all the power, all the penguins.
So possible locust names. Could call I have a wailing cricket, or a banshee cricket, a nightingale bug, or a vine hopper.
We've got Harmonic Critter, Siren Song, Locusts,
thought we were
Lyrical
letting
locusts.
Eric do the name.
Languishing locusts. Oh yes, sorry. I thought I forgot that we were not reading things. I'm like, where? I don't see those in the chat. So
I kind of like the wailing cricket.
Read yours one more time.
I had vinehopper, nightingale bug, wailing cricket, and banshee cricket.
Banshee cricket. I like all of those actually. Banshee cricket and nightingale cricket are. Nightingale just has like a cool air of mystery about it. Banshee cricket it fits with the horror vibe we've been going for.
I mean, if it's an invasive species too, you kind of want to give it something that makes it unattractive to the season, right?
Yeah. In which case, I think the banshee cricket feels the most invasive of them. So we'll go banshee cricket. And I really like the idea that the banshee cricket, it shrieks whenever there's like blood. So whenever the piranha otters feed, you just hear this cacophony of screams from the watching banshee crickets. I think that'd be haunting and cool and terrifying. Okay, so very quickly, we're going to go through the last step of the module here, which is what Eric was talking about, which is the way that we do we have some discussion framing questions for thinking about how these species are going to interact. So as you create each species, make note of how that species might interact with other species and how the environment might shape each species' behavior, traits, and relationships. The following questions may help you explore the dynamics of your ecosystem as you consider each species. How has it responded to evolutionary pressure and to other species' adaptations to that pressure? So definitely, I think we've seen the floodwalker fish have responded to the seasonal like wet and dry cycle in a very big way. And our Knox vines have responded to being in a very wet environment in a really interesting way. How has it adapted to the challenges and or opportunities of the region and the landmark? So we've done that with the rainforest. We've done that with the vineyard. How does it interact with species below or above its trophic level? What strategies does it use to get food and avoid becoming food? We've talked a little bit about that. How does it interact with species that neither eat it nor provide food for it? So that's like, for example, our piranha otters. Do they care about the Knox vines? Like, is there like certainly a giant thorny thing that's growing everywhere and is hard to get through? Would be a very interesting just like environment for a predator to have to be able to move carefully in. Whether or not they eat banshee crickets is an interesting question. And then which resources, water, shelter, food, put it in competition or cooperation with members of its own species or other species. In fact, this is where the competition between our main herbivore, the floodwalker fish, and the wildcard species, the banshee cricket, would be really interesting to see if if they're like, we're now seeing a problem where we just don't have enough food supply for them with the Knox vines. So lots of interesting questions that we could contemplate, perhaps on the break. So I think we'll call a little break there. Do we want to say 15 minutes?
Yeah. So we're just gonna water ourselves, feed ourselves,
stuff food in our faces.
Stuff food in our faces. Mukbang style, as per Peter. So stick around, or hopefully you guys
slip Eric $20 and he'll leave his mic on during the break.
No.
But we'll be back in 15 minutes with a lot more Deck of World goodness and a lot more demos and a lot more cool things. We'll see you soon.
All right. Bye, everyone. We'll see you soon. We're going to put a little break message up. There we go.
I wrote my deck of world building prompts on a volcano during a plague. I created this thing called Deck of Worlds. During quarantine while living in Edinburgh, we would have a very limited period of time every day where we could go out and do exercise. So I would start my timer and I would hurry up Arthur's Seat, which is this beautiful old dormant volcano, just try and jot down as many ideas as I could. I got okay at being able to write while walking or hiking up a slope. Even though it was quarantine and I couldn't really leave my neighborhood, I still felt like I was able to kind of wander freely through the terrain of my own mind. The freedom to just explore my own mental landscape is still one of the things that I love about world building, and I think a lot of world builders do. There was a weird kind of magic to doing these almost literal writing sprints. I think it's the same thing that actually makes the deck work, that you're given this kind of contained challenge with a few restrictions, but also a lot of freedom. And I think it's that combination of restriction and freedom that just gives a lot of inspiration and leads to some really cool results.
Hey world builders, have you heard of the Whales of Eden or the Law of the Tongue? This is gonna blow your mind and inspire your world building. Between the 1840s and early 1900s, a pod of highly intelligent orcas located in Eden, Australia, teamed up with local families to hunt baleen whales. The orcas would work together to herd the baleens into the bay, and then a 12,000-pound male named Old Tom would swim to the mouth of the Kaya River and slap his tail to signal to his human allies to sail out and finish the baleens. The whalers knew they had to obey the Law of the Tongue, which meant leaving their catch overnight in the water so that the orcas could feed first on the lips and tongue. It's interesting that this hunting relationship started to fall apart when humans speared a stranded whale in 1901, and again when a whale hunter damaged Old Tom's teeth while hauling a catch on shore without obeying the Law of the Tongue. It's these kinds of real-world details that inspired us as we began designing our deck of world building prompts 3 years ago. See our link in the usual place if you'd like to learn more about Deck of World.
We are going to be world building a road area today. This road has a city or a bog. I'm definitely going to go with city. Let's give it a nickname, the City Without Walls. So I don't know what it means yet, but I can figure that out. Origin card. Homeland of Displaced People fits really nicely. Attribute card. Multiple writing systems seems really interesting. Last card, Advent Construction Project. So here's how I would interpret this. The City Without Walls stands at the end of a long and arduous road. It was founded by refugees of war, and it got its name because those founders never built walls around the city, such that any person in need might come there at any hour. And that's also why the road itself is inscribed with words of welcome and encouragement and directions in every language of the world, so that no matter where someone comes from, they know that safety lies ahead. The elements have begun to erode the route. The city is struggling to raise enough funds to be able to rebuild them.
Oh. Oh, no! 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 The flame. Hold on, pull it back. Hold on. No. And then. Oh no! Oh no. Technical difficulties in the past. Come on. Just give me enough fire. Oh my god, guys. This is upsetting. This was unexpected. Oh no, Peter, you're muted.
We are now going to see if Maroki is able to ignite candles out of sheer frustration.
Oh my god, it lit. Oh. Come on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Deck of
Worlds.
Happy birthday to you. Now the deck needs to blow out the candle.
I decided not to sing along because the trying to do the synchronous singing when there's the delays. We've tried it before and it didn't work. That was beautiful, just beautiful.
The deck blew out the candle.
Hey, there we go. Counts. So welcome back. We are no longer on break. We are celebrating 3 years since we launched Deck of Worlds. It is the 3-year anniversary to the day of when we launched the Kickstarter for Deck of Worlds. And we are celebrating with a few things. One is this epic live stream. We are entering hour 3 of our 6-hour live stream. In a little over an hour, we're going to have our special guest, Sam from Roll with Advantage, join us to do the Pilgrims module with us. We decided to plan that out ahead of time. We want to do the Pilgrims module from the other thing that we're celebrating today is the release of the expanded guidebook for Deck of Worlds. It looks like this. It is called Off the Beaten Path, the expanded guidebook for Deck of Worlds. It has 7 modules for additional ways to use Deck of Worlds. You can get it on the website right now at storyenginedeck.com/worlds. It will take you to the page where we are selling this resource. We also have a bunch of free resources that we've dropped throughout the week. We've been releasing all kinds of new stuff for Deck of Worlds because this is a deck that, even though it's been out for 3 years, we are finding new ways to use every day. So it is delightful, and we wanted to celebrate that fact with all of you by doing some live demos, creating things on the live stream. And I think what we're going to do next, because Sam is joining us in about an hour and a half, I think that what we are going to do is maybe start to prepare a setting that we can use when we do the Pilgrims module with her. We're not going to create all of it, but the Pilgrims module really makes use of 4 different settings. And to build 4 micro settings all on camera with her in like the hour and a bit that we have, I think might be a little bit tricky. So I think we can start preparing the world that our Pilgrim is going to travel to. And then with Sam, we can build like maybe the final setting and create our Pilgrim and then go from there and decide what happens in each city as we go.
And we're using some really fantastic, beautiful dice to create some of these settings.
Yes.
The Odin's Eye dice from Roll with Advantage, and you get an opportunity to win a set of that dice or a $50 gift card to our website. All you have to do is share some social love. Make sure you tag us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Threads, or Blue Sky. We're Story Engine Deck. Share a little bit of love. So either share a link to our live stream, shouting us out, saying that, have some more people join the party. It'd be, as we can tell, we love having more party goers with us together to build some worlds. Or share a link to our website. So share a link to either the live stream or our website for some social love, and make sure you tag us so that we can add you to an entrant. Add an entry. We're going to do 1 draw, I think, before we go on our next break, and then we will do another draw at the end. I think, and then also we have giveaways going on all week. If you make a purchase on our website, there's an opportunity to win a flash giveaway. The giveaway today, we've been giving away a whole bunch of different things all week, whether it be gift cards. Yesterday's prize was a copy of the Story Engine deck, which was our first deck. Today is a copy of the Story Engine 101 postcard-sized stories written by our good old Peter, who shared a very raunchy story about some witches a little bit earlier in this live stream. And then we have 1 more flash giveaway tomorrow as well. So make sure you, if you want to get a chance, all you have to do is make a purchase on our website and you'll be entered in. And everyone who has made a purchase from us this week gets entered into a giant ballot tomorrow for a chance to win a $100 gift card to our website, which we will draw at the end of our anniversary sale and our week-long celebrations. And that's a big thank you from us to all of you who has been supporting us, whether it's from the days of the Story Engine, joined us from Lore Masters Deck, which was our most recent crowdfunder, or even just from our website, finding us on socials. However you have found us, we're glad you're here.
Yeah. More people to the party is always fun for us. I love when we have different ideas and pitches and interpretations popping off in the comments. It just brings me so much delight. And I think with that, what we might start doing is building our next world. The question that I have for you, Maroki, is do you think we should throw some expansions into the sauce? Or do you think that we should do this all with the main deck?
Well, I'm a person that really likes adding so many ingredients to my food that, it either turns amazing or turns horrific. So I want to throw some expansions into the sauce.
Cool. Why don't you pick an expansion for us? And I'm gonna quickly open up our guidebook here and turn
Sauce
to-
expansion. Okay. So, and if chat wants to pitch anything, we will do that too. I'm going to show all 9 of our expansions. These are our 3 genre expansions. Well, I need a third hand. So we have fantasy, sci-fi, or horror. Maybe we'll throw a couple of expansions in. I know what I want. I probably want to do something from the creative expansion, but we have our cartography expansions, which we have Arctic, coastlines, and desert. And then we have our creative expansions, which is our culture keyholes, our lore fragments, and adventure prompts. So I feel like if they're going on a pro pilgrimage, shouldn't adventure prompts be the expansion that we like? It almost feels like it is like serendipitous.
I agree, but I'd say that the Pilgrims module actually has a purpose for the Pilgrim as one of the rolling tables, and then we wouldn't get to use the new feature from the new expanded guidebook. So I'd be inclined to, we could definitely do either of the other 2 from the creative, but also one of their cartography ones or one of the genre ones would also be a good pick for the way that the Pilgrim module ends up sort of playing out.
We do have some votes for horror and some votes for sci-fi and deserts and Arctic. So basically everything that didn't help at all.
Yeah, that didn't help at all. Okay. So we just did rainforest for our last world, so maybe we should go in the opposite direction and do a desert.
I like it.
Okay.
I like your thinking.
Desert.
I have to move the cake out of the way. Yeah, you didn't know we were doing this, did you, Peter?
No, I was so delighted when I came back from my break and saw that on the backstage camera where it hadn't come up publicly yet. So I thought like, oh, that's gonna be the perfect thing to throw on camera at the end of our little break videos.
But yes, we got cake.
Yay!
We got cake. There was truly a cake. Is it cake? There was a cake. Maybe you have to properly venture off.
Yeah,
we're trying to do this in a way that
to...
doesn't involve balancing a cake precariously, where if suddenly the next hour you hear a scream, it's because the cake also decided to like take a nosedive. We don't want that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. We were just going to talk about feeding the cake to the deck.
I was going to talk about feeding the cake to my dog, who's an absolute scavenger goblin, so you can't put any food at like coffee table height or lower. And I was just imagining, like, yeah, if it was in that situation, I was like, where do I put this? His eyes would just be tracking the cake every time I adjusted it. Okay, instead of talking about my goblin dog, let's make ourselves a setting. So we'll start with some region cards. Normally with a micro setting, you pick your region and you just pick it, but you can also draw multiple and choose from that, which is a lot more fun for the chat voting. To quickly review the voting rules, we'll pull out either multiple cards or one card with multiple options. We'll read them to you, and then we'll count down 3, 2, 1, go. And the chat can vote on which option they want us to use in our world building. You can also suggest ideas for how you'd interpret the cues, how you connect them to other cues we've drawn. So give us all of your ideas in the chat, and we're going to start with a region card, which is going to establish the underlying terrain or the main type of terrain in our micro setting. Eric, one thing I'll let you know. For this module, we're going to wait for Sam to build the point of origin. And for now, we're going to skip. We're not going to build yet the destination either. So we're going to build the 2 micro settings that they stop at in the middle. Okay. So keep these, I guess, if possible, in the middle of the world, as though we're going to be traveling from the B in Build Your World towards the D in World. Maybe this first micro setting, try and stack it as vertically as possible and build it over kind of the Y in Your. Does that all make sense?
All right. I got you.
Awesome.
In fact, it's going to align nicely with kind of the deserty part of our little map.
You're right.
We did this all on purpose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We literally designed the playmat for this moment.
Yeah, and not because the third card type is namesakes and it's orange, and that's why there's a band of orange color over the third segment. Definitely not that reason.
Keep that piece of trivia knowledge someday when we're gonna run like Story Engine, the live stream trivia, where we ask you really weird, obscure questions about like our decks and our design, and people get opportunities to win prizes. There's actually a lot of weird ones, like what were the 2 words from Lore Master's deck that Peter and Eric thought about for 2 hours to choose to eliminate one from the deck? Like these super weird, obscure, tidbitty things that only our biggest fans would be insane enough to remember each and every one of them for the chance to win a possible trivia night that we're gonna host.
Love it. Okay, so let's go ahead and
look at the chat already chiming in.
Yeah, you got it. Marlene got it.
Yeah, there you go, Marlene. Advanced
Archive Museum. Yeah, sorry, Archive Museum, not Library Museum.
Oh, okay, yes. We don't even know. Oh God.
After all that arguing. All right, 2 regions. Lay them down.
All right, 2 regions. We have sands and we have a mesa.
Ooh,
this
I like
is our
both
desert
these.
expansion, so that these are both appropriate.
That tracks. And keep in mind, whatever we're building, Sam's pilgrim, the pilgrim that we're going to make together, but with Sam will be kind of leading the process for us, needs to traverse it. So think about this in terms of an epic journey. And I'll let you count us down, Eric.
3, 2, 1, go.
It never really occurred to me just how big a mesa could be. So I went and visited some wineries when I was down in Arizona. I'm pretty weirdly tied into the Arizona wine community. They're doing some really cool stuff there, and they grow at elevation because it's so hot. And, you know, like when they kept talking about 4,000 feet above sea level, I'm thinking like slopes and mountains or whatever. And then I drive there and it's just all flat. Like it still looks like desert. And I'm like, this is 4,000 feet above sea level. But it turned out it was a mesa. So it was just like, it was at elevation, but it was just like, meh. So you wouldn't know unless, you know, they were telling you, and obviously you could sense in the air a little bit, like oxygen becomes, slightly a little bit more of a premium up there. It was a very fascinating experience.
That sounds amazing. Okay, so...
Wow, you were like waiting. Wow.
If it made noise, it would be better, but it doesn't. So
we'll get a better one next time, guys.
Well, I think that our mesa needs some points of interest or a point of interest. So let's go ahead and draw 2 landmark cards. We'll vote between the options. We're only going to pick one option from the 2 cards. And landmarks are, exactly that. They're points of interest within a micro setting connected to.
So we still have from the desert expansion. Our 2 natural landmarks are either a flat or a creek. Our 2 human-made landmarks are either a mine or an outpost. So we have flat, creek, mine, or outpost. 3, 2, 1, go.
I was like, I did mine, creek, outpost,
and
flat. Don't pick flat, guys. We already on a mesa.
Trying to sway the votes.
Isn't that what our whole point is?
Mine was a runaway here.
I feel like it's like already leaning towards like a Western like energy.
Yeah.
It's like, especially like a mesa's great for a mine because you can really burrow into the thing. It's just like this big giant thing of rock with lots with a mother load.
I mean, there were a lot of mining towns when we were like driving through those areas of Arizona. In fact, there's a Arizona ghost town trail that you can go on where you just visit ghost town after ghost town.
I was gonna say, were a lot of mines is often the operative tense there. So many of those towns will kind of boom and bust. There's a whole area of YouTube which is just people exploring abandoned mines. If you ever feel like rabbit holing for a while, but yeah, we have a mine in our mesa. It'd be really interesting if like the mesa is getting hollowed out and is actually losing structural integrity over time. That could be a cool little conflict to have. Okay, so next up, we are going to pull our namesake cards, or a namesake card, and apply it to either the mesa or the mine. Yeah, namesakes are just little fragments of a nickname that you can combine with the region or the landmark to give it a very specific in-world name. This could literally be the name on the map. This could be a name some people call it. It could just be something that gives you vibes or inspiration for the kind of reputation it has. You can use it any which way you want.
Are we still drawing from the desert deck?
Yeah, I think so.
So we have a cobbled mesa or a cobbled mine, the mesa in the shadow or the mine in the shadow,
Ooh.
The mesa of scorpions or the mine of scorpions, the mesa of blooms or the mine of blooms.
So we should probably pick that first and then pick which one we want to associate it with after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have cobbled, of blooms, of scorpions, and in the shadow. 3, 2, 1, go. I actually like all of these.
Yeah, this is pretty dope.
It's interesting because of the balloons. Like my brain's automatically going back to probably more like flowers and landscape. So it's like taking away from the desert sides. Like what's the kind of flora that is growing out there, or maybe there is for some reason in this mesa or this mine like a little like ecology that's different, like an oasis sort of thing.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of the mine being full of like fungal blooms, especially like things that couldn't grow until it was excavated and there's space, and now they are growing.
Yeah,
It'd be really interesting.
I think scorpions.
I think scorpions got this. This one was close though. We've had some runaways, and this one was actually close. Like I think they were all good. Like in the shadow, because it's like if the mine's at the foot of the mesa, it's like literally like shadowed by this mesa.
It's also just a cool name.
Yeah.
You know, we can corner tuck the mine in the shadow and the mesa of scorpions.
Mine in the shadow and the mesa of scorpions.
So something like this.
Maybe we should explain our like new corner tuck that we've appropriated from Lore Master's deck.
Yeah, so the lore, this is something that always could have been done, and I would occasionally do it on Deck of Worlds Bunt on my own. It just never occurred to me like this is a useful tool to have. And then we did it enough in the live streams of Lore Master's deck, and the chat was enough of a fan of it that we decided to just make it official. So this is in the guidebook for Lore Master's deck. You can apply it backwards in time to Story Engine and Deck of Worlds, and it's when you tuck a card at the corner so that 2 of the queues are active and you're using both of them. And it's for like when you just don't want to choose and you have 2 adjacent queues that both work, you just slam that corner and you're good to go. There's an amazing pun earlier. I can't remember if we called it out or not. I know I meant to in the moment, but I'm going to corner tuck into some cake.
We called it out in the moment.
Okay. Yay! I loved that, and I love that we now have a cake that we can corner tuck into. But we have the mine in the shadow. We have the mesa of scorpions. The mine of scorpions. No one would ever agree to work there. OSHA would have a thick file on the mine of scorpions.
Unless the scorpions are the thing you're mining. It's like if people like mine, they try to extract scorpion venom for like certain medicines or something.
Or the scorpions are extinct. The mesa of scorpions is like has these old prehistoric bodies, and like whatever the chitin of the scorpion's shell was is left behind, and these like massive megafauna scorpions from a prior age are literally being mined because their bodies have like transformed into something valuable. I think that would be.
I never even considered that, but I guess they could too, because like people do that with like trilobites and ammonites. I want to say they're called.
Yeah, ammonites are very yeah.
So they could be like almost. It could be mined as like a precious gem, or as opposed to a resource as well.
Yeah. So I think that's really, really rad. And then let's go ahead and pull an attribute card. An origin card. So the way Deck of Worlds works, if this is your first time building a micro setting, you draw from 6 different card types to create a micro setting, which is like a little contained setting with a unique past, present, and future. And the way that it gets a past, present, and future is through a set of cards called the origin cards, which are some kind of establishing thing in the past. The attribute cards, which are like the present day, gives you a present day trait. And then the advent cards, which are changes happening right now that could change the future of the location. And it's cool because it gives you settings that actually have an arc through time. They aren't just like frozen in time. But let's go ahead and pick ourselves an origin queue.
So, was this area shaped by extinct sand creatures? Feeds into what we were just talking about. Was it the site of an infamous lost convoy, which I think plays well with our pilgrim module?
Yes.
We have founded by chefs.
Love that too. It's just it comes out of nowhere, but I know that we can like back into that parking spot for how it works.
Some people eat scorpions.
Yeah.
True. My dad ate a scorpion before.
And we have origin of a gardening method.
For like growing stuff on a mesa in the middle of the desert. That's going to take some innovation for how to have.
We have extinct sand creatures, lost convoy, founded by chefs, and gardening method. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kind of dig the idea that it was like founded, like it's like if it was a mine that was founded by chefs, like maybe the mine wasn't for mining like stones or minerals. Maybe they were trying to find like a food resource.
Or like a spice. Like a mineral spice would be really interesting as a choice here.
Yeah, not the addictive kind.
Yes, yeah.
The tasty kind.
Yeah, the tasty kind. Hey, some things are both.
I think chefs got there.
Chefs did get there. Awesome. I'm gonna say, it'd be interesting if the Lost Convoy was the first attempt to found it and they didn't make it, and then the chefs got their second. Are those adjacents? Can we do a corner talk?
We can.
Yes. Then we will. I want chefs and convoy.
A convoy of chefs.
Yeah. And the chefs founded the mine, but the convoys that tried to get there first may have been lost on the mesa.
Well, especially like the mine in the shadow, like the restaurant in the shadow.
Oh yeah.
It's like that's just the name of the food spot.
Yeah, maybe it's not like a mine at all. Like it just looks like a mine, and it's just
delve into a world of flavors.
Isn't there a place, there's like a restaurant? Is it in Toronto called the Oyster Mine?
Yes, there is.
So like the scorpion mine is literally just like that's where you go and they shuck fresh scorpions for you.
Oh, I like that.
I'm sure. Yeah, you know what? Like, I mean, if we think about the way we eat shrimps and lobsters, we're basically eating water bugs anyways. So scorpions is just like a sand bug. That's delicious, allegedly.
Honestly, this kind of plays like exactly the kind of spot that you would show up on a pilgrimage. If you're just like taking a journey, like a long road trip. Yeah. You need that roadside diner.
Yeah. I think I saw this place featured on Thou Must Eat Here.
Yeah. It's like
Thou must eat here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like what the fantasy equivalent of diners, drive-ins, and dives is.
Someone mocked up a like D&D old module style like diners and Dungeons and Dragons or something like that. So someone's done something like that.
It's like taverns.
Taverns, tabernacle, and
taverns, market stalls, and I don't know, palace feasts or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Well, I think it's time for an attribute.
See, there's part of me that wants like to grab like maybe an attribute or admin card from the main deck so that it's like completely different from the desert.
We did have somebody pitch a sci-fi desert, so we could just go way off the beaten trail and like grab
Dune, baby.
And grab from one of our one of our genre expansions, but I don't think we've really featured much at all yet.
Yeah, let's do sci-fi.
Okay, let's do sci-fi. We do sci-fi deserts do exist. I mean, cowboys and aliens is a thing, but you know.
Ever heard of a place called Tatooine?
Yeah.
Ever heard of it?
Hashtag I hate sand.
So rough here.
Instead of man versus food, pilgrim versus food. That's so good.
I mean, since we're speaking of sand, who likes sand and who doesn't like sand? Because, like, you know what? I remember being like a beach I am a beach person, but I remember a friend of mine once, like, at one point saying, like, let's all go to the beach together. And he's like, I refuse. I'm not going to the beach. And I was like, why not? And he's like, I do not like sand. I don't want sand to get, like, between my toes. I don't like the feeling of sand on my feet. I don't want to clean out sand. I'm not going to the beach with you. I was like, oh, okay. Who would visit this mine in the desert?
Those scorpions are delicious.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, well, let us know if your hashtag sand stands.
Tell us your thoughts on sand.
Yeah. Okay. What are we doing?
Attribute
cards. Draw an attribute card. This is the new way of drawing cards. Like, pick a card.
Pick a card, any card.
I don't know what's on them, so it's about as random as it gets. We actually have watched some Delicious in Dungeon, which is, I think, an excellent world building exercise.
Yep, and apparently it just goes off the rails eventually. The manga, and I think the anime has alluded to going off the rails. But Delicious in Dungeon is quite tasty. Okay, anyway, attribute.
So, is this place the capital of a galactic empire? Is it made of organic machinery?
Ooh.
Does it have irregular gravity? Or is it known for pod racing? I'm sorry, street racing.
You know, irregular gravity would be terrible in a desert.
Yeah,
Like-
but in a mine it'd be interesting because you wouldn't have to deal with like you could go up or down very easily.
Right, but can you imagine like you're like hanging out and all of a sudden the sand just rises up and gets all in your face and then
Yeah,
you're
it would get everywhere all the time.
So our options are, and so we are going to say go in just a second.
Yeah, Peter,
Nothing-
you broke the rules, Peter. Not you, Peter Tchaikovsky.
Yeah.
Peter, who
Yeah.
joined us on the live stream. I think we haven't seen you yet, so hello.
No, Peter's actually a local author here in Halifax.
wow,
we were both
amazing.
guests at HalCon this year.
Amazing. So
yeah.
since you know him, yeah, Peter, you broke the rules.
Yeah, it's all right. That's totally fine. We count down time for the vote, and then the first thing to hit 3 votes wins. And that's how we've just been doing our little votes here.
So again, we have irregular gravity, street racing, galactic empire, and organic machinery. And 3, 2, 1, go.
I was expecting Peter to immediately hammer down organic tech, like instant. Oh no! Now I feel bad. You are forgiven. Everyone's
Ooh,
allowed.
this is a really interesting race here.
I think irregular
Oh.
gravity got it.
Okay, but then we had street racing, organic machinery, empire. Everything got a vote, which was interesting.
Everyone wants sand in their food.
Yeah. I think the irregular gravity is in the mine. I think they've like found a way to make the mine zero gravity, so they can go deep without having to figure out how to like haul things up or spend a lot of energy hauling things up. That's my theory.
Okay. And this is like, as these corner tucks and everything gets more intense, this is one of those moments where we're like, yes, the playmats really do work at helping you keep your cards in place.
Yeah, like I was, so for Story Engine, I thought about doing a playmat as part of the Kickstarter, decided not to, partly because it was my first time delivering a project on that scale, and then partly because Story Engine, the tucks don't get that complex, so a playmat wouldn't add a whole ton. It's like, it's really nice to have, it makes card handling really easy, but it doesn't, like, it wasn't necessary. Deck of Worlds and Lore Masters deck, you get some meaty clusters going on with lots of cards. Having some kind of soft surface, like if you don't have a playmat, putting down like a piece of cloth or like a mouse pad or something helps a lot. The playmats are sized to be able to do kind of like the normal size of micro setting or lore spread you'll do, and like a standard creative session. So they are very helpful, but like they're especially helpful for these decks.
Yeah, it's actually funny because my first times like when I played with Deck of Worlds, often it was for shooting like cute social content, so I almost never needed to use the playmat ever because I'd always be putting them in most like odd locations,
right? Yeah.
At all times. And I think I even did that for Lore Masters deck, actually specifically because. So I remember when we were doing the campaign, I got very privileged to be invited on a wine press trip to Greece, and I was like, well, I guess I'm off to Greece during the campaign. And you said, well, can you take, Lore Masters deck with you? And, maybe you can find some really nice scenes in Greece to capture some photos of. And I was like, yeah, of course. Like, the least I could do if you're allowing me to be in Greece in the middle of running a crowdfunding campaign to do wine stuff is to take some photos. But I remember taking those clusters out into the blazing European sun, like squatting by the docks to try and get like cool shots by the water and stuff, and the cards are just like sliding everywhere, or just like running away on me, and like I can feel the sun like beating on them. I'm like, oh my god, I didn't realize.
We did get a great shot with that castle towery thing in the background though.
Oh yeah, and the sunset. I literally think I had 20 minutes, I think, between getting back to the hotel and freshening up for dinner, and I decided to hightail it down the street road. And because like I was only there for a short, like for about a week, I didn't, my sense of direction wasn't that concise. And I was like, I remember there's a tower. I'm gonna go to the tower and take a photo. And that tower. So guys, I just said I had 20 minutes. It was 15 minutes to get to the tower. And even at like sundown at 6 or 7 o'clock at night, there was a giant heat wave there. They actually had to close the Acropolis when we were in Greece because of how hot it got. It was 40 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, like 110 or something absurd like that. Eric is looking it up super quick just to see how hot it was. 104. 104, super humid. And I like booked it. Like I started walking, and then I was like, this is really far away. I ended up running there, taking a photo, and then like running back to the hotel and just like grab the towel from the bathroom and just sort of like absorbed as much sweat as I could so I could look presentable for dinner for that tower shot. So when you guys, if you guys see the tower shot or see it again in the future, now you know. Now you know. Okay, an advent card. Pick a card. We will help determine what it is. Shot.
While we're drawing this, Peter, do you want to answer the question?
Yes, so the difference between the Deck of Worlds field notes and the expanded guidebook. The field note is I think it's like an 8-page document, and it is a template for just recording your micro settings with an interesting amount of detail. So it gives you a little bit of the feeling of like being inside your own micro setting and exploring it, but essentially there's like 1 page of notes and prompting questions for how to think really on a deeper level about your region, landmark, and namesake card together with a space to write notes down. There's the same thing for when you draw your origin card and attribute card, and then there's one more for when you draw your advent card, and then an additional page for drawing a map of it and recording other details. So the field notes is it's like a simple resource that you can universally use with anytime you're creating any kind of micro setting with Deck of Worlds, and you can print multiple copies of it and like fill it out for each one. Expanded guidebook is what we're using right now. It is a 30-page guidebook full of just entirely new play modes for the deck. So it's not like it has worksheets so you can record the results of your creative sessions, but it also has a dedicated step-by-step instructions for modeling trade relationships inside your world, or coming up with a model of cultural exchange between 2 cultures. We're setting up right now to do the module where you have a pilgrim actually traveling through your world, making little journal entries as they have adventures and misadventures in each stop along the road. We have one for being an explorer who's like exploring the edge of the map and extending the map and exploring new areas for the first time and running into incidents in nature. We have one for creating an ecosystem. We got one for creating an entire planet. So these are just entirely new play modes for really building out different types of worlds and scenarios in your world building. So it's a much bigger resource with a lot more detail, a lot more worksheets, and a lot more different types of uses.
Yes.
So, and we now have drawn our advent card. This is also from the sci-fi deck. We have an anti-tech movement is rapidly gaining ground, or a scientific impossibilities are being reported in the area. Ooh. Which perhaps goes with our irregular gravity, or perhaps the irregular gravity is actually the regular thing, and now we have gravity.
I can almost imagine like the anti-tech movement. It's like you know how we have, you know, usually like tech or advances in technology start in metropolitan hubs and then they move towards outposts, and then people are like, no, we don't want this here. Like, we don't want this new finagled thing. We want to go back to the good old ways. I can see that like happening in on like this mesa.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh yes.
So anti-tech and scientific irregularities. So go, everybody. But it's almost like we have these chefs. It's like, is the anti-tech movement like anti-molecular gastronomy? It's like, get back to basics of cooking. It's like you've gotten too fancy with these deconstructed scorpions.
I just want the scorpion the way it was, like deep fried on a platter. I think we had some really close votes. I think tech got it though.
I think we did.
Yeah, anti-tech got it, but just
barely.
It was literally tied.
Okay.
I do really appreciate, because like when we first started this, you think it's just like kind of a remote desert, and by adding the sci-fi deck, it very rapidly became a lot more connected to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
I know this was like something I even said before when it comes to what, like, you know, one of the flash giveaways we gave away on our very first day on Monday was a copy of the, I believe it was Arctic expansions with adventure prompts, I want to say. And one of the reasons why I picked Arctic is just, there's all these other places that maybe the average human doesn't get a chance to explore, whether it's Arctic or deserts. And a lot of times I feel like the creators don't get a really strong handle on what that world is like, or what the impact of the ecosystem, which I think is, now that I talk about that ecosystems module that we just did earlier in the live stream would be really useful for helping creators like flesh out those worlds. Because when we don't, that's when you lose foothold, and that's when you lose the believability of things happening in that space, right? Like, I remember for when we were talking about the Arctic expansion, just people just like Like, why are people casually in Antarctica walking around without hats and gloves? Like, that's just not possible, guys. That's just not possible. Or when I see, I think actually even I can't remember exactly what my comments were in Dune, but there were a couple moments in Dune where they were like just like meandering around sandstorms, I think, without protection. I was like, all right now, okay. Like, I get that they're probably not fully human and that they can probably handle some stuff, but then they also like talk and navigate around sand as if it discomforts them. So why are they like so casually eating all this sand and they're making it okay? I'm like, I do not believe you for a moment, Dune. I do not. Sorry, Dune fans. I know there's a lot of you.
They are legion. Well, I think we can start on our next micro setting. So again, to review what we're doing here, we are going to eventually build a micro setting over to the left where the word build is currently positioned, but we're going to wait for Sam from Roll with Advantage to join us in about an hour to do that. We built the first stop on a pilgrim's journey across this world, heading from the west towards the east. We built the Mesa of Scorpions, which is the location of the mine in the shadow, which we've decided is actually, the mine is a restaurant, or that certainly it's a food destination. And now we're going to create the next stop, so the second stop in our pilgrim's journey. Do we want to keep going with deserts? Do we want to switch to a different cartography expansion? Do we want to switch to a different genre expansion, or do we want to go back to the main deck? What do we think?
I think we switch it to something else. We've got desert and sci-fi here, so
maybe we'll allow the chat to kind of chime in on this one. Do we pick another genre to build, or do we pick like a cartography? So for genre, we have horror and fantasy, and for cartography, we have Arctic and coastlines.
So go ahead and vote for fantasy, horror, Arctic, or coastlines. You can vote in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good. You can also mash it up if there's clearly a lot of.
I suspect you might end up using more than one, even.
Yeah, it's funny. I can see the horror coastlines.
Everybody's hungry for horror, so I think we definitely have to.
I think the horror came super fast. You know, it's you can tell that at least Peter likes his horror, and a lot of you guys like horror because we have a horror expansion for both decks, and then we have an eldritch horror and a gothic horror for our boosters. We have a lot of horror.
Oh, look, a huge surprise that the my fellow person who lives on a peninsula thrust out into the middle of the ocean voted for coastlines.
We might have to throw in some little bit of coastline stuff in there. I mean, with some Bronwyn just wrote horror coastline, so.
All right, horror got it first. We'll start with horror and switch to coastlines.
Yes. It's fine. I'm pulling out the horror deck now. I'm very meticulous and I don't like mixing my deck, so I'm just making sure that my desert stuff and doesn't get overly blended with everything else. I think this is everyone trying to enter the Penguin contest. We are going to draw for an exclusive copy of our Penguin deck, which if you guys go to storyenginedeck.com/penguins, you'll find out the incredible April Fool's joke that we decided to pull this year that brought in more love and more excitement than we could ever describe. And I should take a moment. If you guys have never looked up Benedict Cumberbatch Penguins, you should. It is what show was he on with Graham Norton?
It was Graham Norton, yeah.
If you guys look up Benedict Cumberbatch Penguins on YouTube, you'll find a clip where they basically call him out for having to do a nature documentary where he was the narrator and he doesn't know how to say penguin. And he basically butchers the word penguin over and over and over again.
He says penguin.
No, he changes it. He changes it many times. He could not do it. By the last one, it just kind of like degenerates into like he's not even Okay. We're pulling a region card, I believe.
We are.
Pulling a region card. Hold on. Oh, we need two.
We do need two.
Fate has decided for everyone.
So we have a wasteland or an abyss. And I'm 3, 2, 1, go.
I was gonna be like, and what?
I don't know. I was like, do I have a commentary, or do I just let the chat have at it?
He was gonna override democracy, guys. That's what he was gonna do.
I have a feeling that his instinct, like mine, is we have a lot of desert going on.
Yeah.
That was indeed what I was thinking. That's, oh boy, it's close. Wasteland got to 3 first. I think Wasteland just edged it in terms of overall votes as well.
I mean, and to be fair, right now it's like it has a very strong tie-in to desert, but depending on what we pull for like our landmarks and our attributes, the entire like landscape of the Wasteland will completely change.
And we did have a number of votes for coastline as well, so we could draw a landmark from the coastline deck.
Oh, we
and,
could.
and really get
hairy
and see where that takes us.
like it would like a wet horror place. That's a wasteland.
A wet wasteland
is actually kind of gross. All right. Yeah. See, Jesse's saying maybe it's not a desert wasteland. In fact, we are making it not by literally drawing from coastlines. Okay. I have my little like hidden pile that you guys can't see here of stuff. All right. That's region. I'm gonna pull some landmarks. Oh, there's like an advent card tucked in there. Hey. What are you doing? Or taking?
We'll do 2.
Okay.
So we have a wasteland that has either a key or a shoal or a causeway or a landing. So shoal, landing, key, and causeway. 3, 2, 1, go.
See, if it was like a key or a causeway, it's like sort of man-made, and if it's been laid to waste, it's almost like who died there.
It's like, or it sits right at the edge of the
I
wasteland.
feel like chat has like it's really gotten on point on like hammering those enter buttons quickly because what was it? Key got it. Landslided.
I think Key got it.
Key got it. So this is where my ESL-ness comes in. For years, I called it Quay.
Honestly, I'm not ESL, and for years I called it Quay. So.
And I think I did only learn it wasn't because when I think I was probably 19 before I learned it wasn't Quay. I was studying in Northern Ireland for a year for school, and I learned a lot of words that year that are not spelled the way they're pronounced because the Irish, my God. But Shipquay was one of the major like areas in the city I lived in. I think it was actually literally the name of a shopping center. And they kept calling it Shipquay. And I was like, yeah, Shipquay. And I think for a while, I wasn't associating what they were telling me as the shopping center with the thing I saw on the map. And it took me a little while. I think I was like, had to, go into town and walk by and be like, oh, that's what it is. So, yeah.
Truthfully, I can't even say I learned it that early. I don't think I've learned it until I've been in Toronto for like 5 years and kept hearing people talk about Queen's Quay and not knowing what it was.
Yeah. Actually, the other word for me that took me till fairly recently was the word awry. Like I knew the word awry, and then visually I knew the word Ari that I could see on the screen, and I think I literally saw it pop up as a subtitle, and I was like, "What?"
Same thing.
I love the amount of people who are just saying, "I'm learning that it's called key today."
Yeah, I was today years old. I had the same experience with Arai. I was playing. I remember it was Warcraft 3, the main campaign. Uther says the word Arai, and it's written out, and it's the first time I'm like, "Those are the same word?" Like, yeah.
So there we go. And you know what? What I was gonna say, like story engine deck and deck of worlds, not only great for world builders, storytellers, and game masters, also great for education.
Yeah, I know. And straight up, a lot of ESL teachers have found story engine and deck of worlds to be helpful because the visual gives some context clues for what the word means. So it's really good for building vocabulary through an active practice that is interesting and fun, and comes with some visual support cues.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like educators, not only ESL teachers, but we have educators have used our decks in school for like creative writing classes, English classes. I think we even talked about, Deck of Worlds and like the opportunities to use it in science.
Yeah, we have a kind of an ecosystems and environment focused lesson as part of the lesson plan package. There's some that are focused on like more history, anthropology, social studies. There's lesson plans on English and storytelling and literacy. Like there's a bunch of different topics covered by that because world building offers a look into so many different types of ways of studying and thinking about the world. It actually connects to a lot of different educational disciplines.
Yeah,
So
and our
it's a really
lesson
rich
plans are
system.
free, by the way. So we released the lesson plan for Deck of Worlds. We have lesson plans for Story Engine Deck as well, and you can download them off the resource page of our website. And we love our educators, so obviously take that for your use in your classroom or yourselves. I don't know if anyone can benefit from it at home, but like obviously it's not just it's not just restricted for teachers.
You don't have to be a teacher to use it. There are some very good world building questions to ask as an exercise.
Yeah.
However you want to use it.
Okay, we just grabbed
it's a good card.
Yeah,
I'm
and
looking
I went
forward
back to
this
the
one.
horror deck for that, I believe.
So we have the Torn Wasteland, or the Torn Key, the Wasteland of Fingers, or the Key of Fingers,
Ooh, those are so good.
the Wasteland of Gallows, or the Key of Gallows, the Wasteland that Creeps, or the Key that Creeps.
And we're going to pick the word first, and then we'll pick where to tie it in next. So 3, 2, 1, and vote.
Torn of Fingers.
I like all of these. It's like
Yeah.
the Creeping Wasteland. It's like, it just keeps getting, it used to be like a very like wet area. Now all of a sudden this
Yeah.
wasteland just keeps growing. Or maybe it's vice versa, like the ocean creeps in.
Yeah. All right, so we've got Fingers, Gallows, Fingers. Wow, it was a tight race though, because then 2 more Gallows after that. But Fingers it is, and then we'll go ahead and vote again while we got everyone all warmed up for Wasteland of Fingers or Key of Fingers.
And go. Ha! I tricked you. Not even a 3, 2, 1 there. It's like a guy from Guys
Yeah.
Grocery Games. I didn't say 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
I like there's still like other votes coming in right now. Okay, wait. We got one.
Wasteland.
Kiki. I think Wasteland got it. Very close though, guys. Very close. See, and if it's a Wasteland of Fingers, if that's the namesake, is the Wasteland like fingering out, or is it like actually fingers? Like there's actually like hands like coming out of the wasteland at all times.
Or does it just have like lots of tall little spire
Yeah,
rock
it could have like
formations?
hoodoos. Yeah.
I was trying to go full horror and just say there's real fingers. Like there's just like a lot of dead bodies underneath.
Oh, it's like the finger bones coming up out. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Very
If
cool
anybody's
too.
played Elden Ring, the little hand monsters in that would. Ugh.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing those. I remember
I
watching
have nightmares
Eric
about
play
that because of
Elden-
Zelda.
Zelda has fingers?
Oh yeah, it
Uh,
does. It has a little.
The disembodied shadow hands that drop from the ceiling
Yeah.
or charge at you.
It comes and it grabs you out of the temple, and it's actually really annoying
Yeah.
all the time. Hate those things.
Yeah. And it's like a looming shadow that hangs over you as you move around. Or if you stay still for too long, it starts to like grow over you. So I have a lot of anxious memories from playing those games with the hands around.
I like how everyone's probably like, what are they even doing?
I've seen
I
it
was
on
informed that
videos.
there might be a spot on our camera, so you get a real life cleaning moment. Is it
POV,
clean
you
now?
are a dirty, dirty camera.
It's so I was cleaning with my fingers as my wasteland finger crawling out here to wipe the screen. There. All right. The question is that do we do it's origin card that's next.
Origin is next.
Yeah. Do we do an origin card from the horror deck or just like from the coastlines?
I think let's go the fingers as horse. Let's weave them back and forth.
Okay.
That's what we've done so far. Let's keep going with that.
All right.
I like this possibility. The like the idea that the fingers are a plant.
Oh yeah.
It definitely got some evocative imagery.
Yeah, there is a fungus called dead man's fingers, I think, because it looks like that. Or maybe I'm thinking of witch's fingers. Yeah.
Okay, is this wasteland the birthplace of a famous pirate? Is it shaped by tidal action? Is it the last known location of a sea monster? Or is it built from or in the remains of a beached leviathan?
Ooh.
So we have sea monster, beach leviathan, famous pirate, or tidal action. 3, 2, 1, go. It's not the horror deck, but if we've already got with a leviathan and a sea monster, we're kind of heading that way anyway.
See, a beach leviathan is like nasty. Could like stink too. Maybe it still stinks because it's like wet.
Oh.
I'm being really gross today. Like from like otters like ripping like frenzy feeding off big fish and leaving their carcasses. I'm in a carcassy mood today.
Well, we've got the leviathan absolutely took it.
I'm going to apply that to the key.
Yeah, I think so.
Just to be extra gross, because keys are like not like small and key, well, it can be small, but it's definitely usually a contained area.
Yeah, I'm definitely imagining like bones for the key is made of these big bones that were like lashed together from it. I was not imagining like currently wet meat.
It's like each giant rib bone is like a jetty.
Well, because it's like it's still wet. It's a wet wasteland in a key, so like the bones, like things don't degrade to nice bones. Like it might be bone, but there still might be the heat. The flesh might still sort of be hanging off of it or stretched and coming apart. No.
I definitely don't want meat on my.
It's a popular tourist destination.
hey, guys! It's a skeleton key.
No. Reject. And Peter, I especially reject right now because I'm listening to I think it's actually been a few years, but I'm a little bit behind. But I was listening to the newest album, the most recent album by Epica, one of my favorite opera metal bands. And they have a song called The Skeleton Key that I really like, and I do not want it punified.
You're gonna start spelling it wrong in your head.
No!
Right. I love this. We have this is a wonderful little location. Let's flesh out a little bit more. Let's get an attribute card going.
Freudian slip fresh.
So we have going out at night is banned. It is known for swallowing voices. It is located in a crevasse, or it is known for butchers. So we have butchers, crevasse, no nightlife, and butcher, swallowing voices. 3, 2, 1, go.
I think we drew this card for the fairy tale horror.
Maybe if it's known for butchers,
Halloween
they came and
livestream.
butchered that little and kept it. Did we? Oh yeah. Yeah, we use the swallowing voices.
Yeah, for the moths. We picked creepy moths. Again, we pick a lot of things to troll you, Maroki. I apologize. the more I have recollections where like, oh, we chose a pun to annoy you. Oh, we chose a wet vineyard to annoy you. Oh, we chose moths to annoy you. I'm realizing that we may have a workplace culture issue.
Meanwhile, Eric's getting slipped 20s.
Yeah, okay.
Like, Eric gets bribes and I get pun trolls. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
What is that all about?
And the voices won again.
I feel like that almost is a sign that there's clearly a bias towards certain things. Oh, it'd be interesting if we pull like the same card for future live streams to see if like chat regularly votes for those ones. And it's like, clearly those are the best ofs.
Yeah. Yeah, no, again, like getting to do some of the live stuff and seeing how the chats have worked out has given me a lot of like front row seat perspective to like which cues are going to resonate with people. Because definitely like when we edit the cues, we have to do a lot of like thinking about what's interesting, what's useful, what's going to be useful after multiple uses of the deck, and still have another concept hidden inside it that someone hasn't accessed yet. But there's nothing like the actual data of like being in a live stream and hearing people vote and talk about what they think it could be used for. That's awesome. I think even though we've buried butchers, I think that if we have a Leviathan key, like a key is, that's a great name for it, by the way, the Leviathan key. I think that it'd be really cool if the butchers are the ones who actually built the key because they were the ones who could remove all the meat from it.
I kind of want that as well.
Yeah, or like butcher's key would be a cool name for it too. So in my head canon, it's still called this.
Okay.
And there's butchers. But all right, let's go get that our last card, our advent card, going here.
Which I think is coming from the coastlines this time.
Cool.
We have new blockades are stopping all supplies going in or out. Or a huge colony of jellyfish is wreaking havoc. Two very different ones. So we have blockade or jellyfish. 3, 2, 1, go.
I mean, if the dry area is starting to encroach towards the key, it is like we go with that creeping desert idea, even though we didn't go with the word creeping, or that creeps rather. It'd be really interesting if like the jellyfish are now under threat and have like found a way to adapt to leaving the water, and they're like coming up and starting to like dissolve the bones of the key. I think there's a lot of really interesting opportunities there.
I think blockade just eked it out.
I think blockade eked it out.
Oh, drat. I wanted
I will say I like this one in context of making a pilgrimage, because it's like this is like a built-in obstacle, basically. It's like you get to the next waypoint, and all of a sudden you find that everything that you can't continue your journey because you've been effectively blocked.
I have been stung by a jellyfish before, though. It's not pleasant.
Ooh.
It wasn't too bad. Like it was like literally, I was in Nice. I was swimming in the water. And then I was like, wow, something's hurting my elbow. And then turned my head, and what looked like a tiny plastic bag floating next to me was a jellyfish. So I kind of like swatted the water to kind of float it away. It was really small. There was no harm, no foul. I wasn't ever stung by a big jellyfish. I did have a friend who told me, this is one of those stories. I don't know if anyone knows the story of how you're supposed to allegedly treat jellyfish stings, but she was in Ecuador, and I think it was Ecuador, and stepped on a dead jellyfish on the beach. And it was like one of the big ones. And apparently like the electrocuting shock that just shot up her leg into her hip completely destroyed her. And she was on the ground, and she basically made her boyfriend pee on her, because they say that the way to treat jellyfish stings is to get peed on. I heard it's pretty wives' talesy. I think the whole idea is just like warm liquid, apparently, of any sort is supposed to help alleviate the pain of the sting. But oftentimes it's if urine, I guess, if you're caught in a rock in a hard place. Yes. Lots of
facts. Lots of fun facts.
Lots of fun facts.
Cool. Well, I think we will start to build the destination micro setting. And if we don't finish it before the break in 15 minutes, that's okay. But we'll start to get cooking. And then when we come back, we will have Sam from Roll with Advantage join us. We will build the origin micro setting. We will figure out who our pilgrim is. And then we'll start to map a little journey, having encounters in each of these locations. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Yes. And Sam, Roll with Advantage, of course, is the wonderful company that has supplied us with the amazing dice that we've been rolling today, the Odin's Eye dice. So sexy. And that very set of dice, you get the opportunity to win it. If you give us a little bit of social love on your favorite social media platform, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or Threads, make sure you tag Story Engine Deck and share some social love by either talking about our live stream, linking to it, or our website, or whatever thing that makes the Story Engine, whatever about the Story Engine that you like about us. Please do share. You get a chance to win the dice, and you get a chance to win a $50 gift card to our website as well, which I think we'll make sure we draw before the break as well.
Sure,
so
that sounds awesome.
Don't let me forget that. Okay, the destination setting. So we have what? We have used coastlines, horror, desert.
We have not used Arctic, and we have not used fantasy.
So I feel like we just have to.
Yeah, so we're going to build Winterfell, a fantasy location. Or the wall, north of the wall.
We're going to build Elsa's castle. Because Frozen is Eric's favorite animated film.
It's up there.
He loves Frozen. I got him before we started dating, I got him an Elsa plushie one year.
Oh, that's cute.
Yes. It still hangs out in our deck.
I like how the sun is slowly creeping across our
This is how you can tell we've been live streaming for many hours as the lighting situation changes over the day. It's shining on the mesa too. It's shining on our desert.
If you are watching this in the future from now and not live, go see if you could do the fast forward through the timeline and watch it looks like a time lapse. I'm very curious now.
Okay. 2 region cards from our Arctics expansion.
All right. We have a taiga or snows. Snows is a region basically here. So we taiga or snows.
What's a taiga? Oh, wait. 3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1, go. It's kind of like a cold forest, kind of.
Yeah, boreal forest or snow forest, a biome characterized by coniferous forests consisting mostly of pines, spruces, and larches.
That's the thing I actually like about the decks too, is that it just gives me a chance to expand the vocabulary on how to describe things, and you don't get locked into your own descriptions of things over time.
Yeah,
I will say one of the only reasons I really know what a taiga is because of Magic the Gathering.
Oh yeah.
So
I like the idea that because a synonym, like it's a synonym for forest or like woods, so you could have taiga woods. I just think that's great.
I'll just get a cease and desist from Tiger Woods for being like, we can't call it Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
All right.
A carnivorous forest, yeah, taiga woods.
Pulling out the fantasy expansion. Making sure I don't lose any cards. Keeping the rule book in there. And landmarks.
all right. We have a tavern or an apothecary, or a keep or a henge. So tavern, apothecary, keep, and henge. 3, 2, 1, go. It's like we were kind of doing this in reverse. If we pick tavern, you're supposed to start there.
Yeah. Okay, and keep in mind this is our destination.
You know what? There's nothing wrong with ending at a tavern, because after a long pilgrimage, you want like a beer or a drink.
That's true.
You're just going on a really long journey, so that the beer tastes extra good when you get there. It's like I just need to be exhausted because I can't enjoy beer anymore.
I used to go, like when we used to go hill walking when I lived in Northern Ireland. I was part of the hill walking group, and we always went to like a pub afterwards, and they basically were taverns because a lot of the ones we went to have been around for a long time, and they always had a little roaring fire. It was great.
I think keep just got
Yeah, this is another case where henge outweighed it, but the henge people were slow on the keys, and the keep people were quick.
A keep definitely sounds.
I'll just get like complaints to customer service over time for people saying they smash their keyboards too hard playing these games with us online.
Yeah, and again, little life hack here for you. If you really want to be fast on the keys, type your answer while we're talking and hit go when we say go, but have your answer loaded. If you start typing when we say go, you could lose some of those precious moments.
It's true. We gotta prep it all in advance. Okay.
Yeah.
Going back.
Be an early voter. Be an early voter.
Yes, vote early. It is good. All right.
The whole pilgrimage is actually just a food tour. Okay. I really want to make another module. A little food tour. It's so good. It's so good.
You're also You're like, I can see how you're trying to pitch this to me because you know I write about food and wine.
Yeah.
And you're basically like,
or we develop, and if there's enough requests for it, we could develop this resource. If you were gonna do bonus play modules for Lore Master's deck, I would definitely have a chopped kitchen type thing where you get your ingredients out of the materials and creatures deck, and then you have to make something. That would be fun.
It would be fun. I can almost see the thing is that this is where I feel like the obsessive, like real life person in me would get really interested in giving people like real world resources. So if they're like traveling and stuff, it's like, here are actually cool restaurants with weird regional dishes that you should try. If you're like, it's like if you are a writer and you're planning on traveling to immerse yourself in a culture or location so you can learn more about it, these are the places you should stop in because you'll get like writing inspo on it. Oh my God, that's like going to be a whole expansion of all our things. Like we're going to start becoming like actual real world guidebooks and like, or like you couldn't believe that, like you wouldn't believe it till you saw it, like real world inspo for building Deck of Worlds. My goodness. Okay.
My goodness.
All right. Before we derail too far and too many ideas cross our heads, a namesake card.
And this is from the Arctic expansion again. So we have the Taiga of Foxes,
Ooh.
the Taiga of the First Frost, the Avalanche Taiga, or the Taiga of Miners, or the Keep of Miners, the Avalanche Keep, the Keep of the First Frost, or the Keep of Foxes. So we'll pick one of the namesakes first, then we'll vote to apply which one it applies to. So 3, 2, 1, go.
And you're voting for Avalanche, First Frost, Foxes, or Miners. Just that for now. I really like all of these, by the way.
Like a keep at the end, the thing I keep thinking of is actually Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
All right. Foxes got it, but it was so close. It was so close. First Frost, Foxes, Foxes. First Frost, Foxes, Foxes. First Frost, First Frost. Yeah. Tight race. The Foxes won. And then we'll vote for Keep or Taiga. 3, 2, 1, go.
I think what's fascinating is like I wouldn't have naturally affiliated something like Foxes into an Arctic deck, like off the top of my head. But there's something about knowing that it's coming from, like, because you could, if you had like not, you don't have a fourth, yeah, it was in the fantasy expansion. This is actually maybe even an interesting question for you. It's like, because if you put Foxes in a fantasy expansion, and Foxes have a lot of mythical properties, it would carry a very different. Like it would have a very different connotation to it if you pulled it out of your fantasy expansion versus pulling out the Arctic expansion. And did you have words that you like found applied to two different expansions where you're like, oh shit,
yeah.
like that would have been this, that would have been this, like, and having to make the decision of where it needed to go?
Yeah, so the hard decisions were if a word like Foxes is a great example where like from Western traditions and folklore, from Eastern traditions and folklore and Kitsune, like there's so many fantasy vibes to it that you could easily pull on. Made so much sense in the Arctic where there's a history of trapping, where there are some really interesting adaptations that foxes have developed in colder climates where it'd be really interesting. And then the main deck too, right? Like the main deck sometimes it has some fantasy-y things. It has some stuff that comes from, like, it has some cold climate stuff and some hot climate stuff. So choosing what was going to be representative in the main deck because it was essential versus was very difficult. And like I deliberated about a lot of these things for a long time. And it was kind of just like shuffling things around, playing with it, finding out what worked and felt like it belonged in each expansion. There was not a science to it, but there definitely was a lot of thought to it.
Because that's a good, and I guess like the real truth is that if we really wanted to, you could skew it away from the like the expansion that it came from and have it apply the way you
100%.
wanted to.
Yeah.
That's one of those, like, we have to be able to flex our hats as creatives. I know, one of the things for me is, like, I always say I'm a bit of an engineer brain. Like, I sort of like the guidance, right? And I know you very intuitively, naturally tend to deviate off the trail a little bit and be willing to like explore deeper, and just kind of like, maybe if we know we're one way, to challenge ourselves the other way, and we know we're one way to challenge ourselves the other way. Just because we have 5 minutes left, Peter, with what I thought, I had the origin cards in my hand, and then I decided that maybe we should wait till we come back after the break and finish building it with
I think
Sam.
you're right. I think we'll wait for Sam to join us and do that. I do want to very quickly say, so keep one, but the particular order of votes, I'm just hearing in a real rhythm, and I don't know why, but I'm going to have to get this out of my head as an intrusive thought, or it's going to be bothering me, but it's like keep, taiga, keep, taiga, keep, taiga, keep. Like, it's just it's got a real bop to it.
So
that's going to be their national song.
We just became Sesame Street.
Yeah.
I suspected that we were going to have music.
Or even better, it's like there's like a giant army that lives at this keep, and that's their battle cry.
Yeah, I love that.
And here we're at Bronwyn saying Foxes are the penguin of the north. So speaking of penguins, I guess it's time to draw another name for a chance to win our exclusive Penguins expansion pack that was released as part of our April Fool's campaign this year. where the deck was just all penguins. So many penguins, thousands of penguins. We distributed 66,000 penguins.
And then we'll also be doing a draw for the $50 gift card, which means, by laws of property, that the value of a penguin expansion is set at $50 now.
Suddenly it increased. So whoever's slipping Erica 20 at Gen Con, it's now gone up to $50.
Yeah, you got to slip them a 50 or $50 in ones. Again, is probably our preferred form of payment.
Yeah, $50 in ones is our preferred method. We will accept American or Canadian, but if it's in Canadian, it has to come in coins. Has to be 50 loonies, just so that we could feel like really wealthy as they jingle in our little satchel bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a real sack of gold.
So the penguins, I think, is going to go first. I'm just got to refresh my little clicky page, I think. And we may or may not, I haven't decided yet, but maybe if we're feeling generous, we will do one more draw for an exclusive penguin deck. And for an opportunity to get it, you just have to drop a penguin emoji or, I don't know, write something cool, penguin-y in the chat. So I think I have everyone's names in. I'm going to hit the spin button. And you do have to be on the live stream because you have to send us an email in order for us to know that we have to distribute the deck to you.
I know they left the live stream already.
I know this person left the live stream already. Does that mean I should remove them? I feel really bad.
Who are? Because if we know who they are, because they've been enough live streams, and we know how to find them. We could.
It is distinctly me.
Distinctly me. I don't think I know distinctly me outside of the YouTube comments. So I think we got to do another draw.
Yeah, we got to do another one. But if distinctly me, you like what? If you end up watching the replay and hear us say your name and drop us an email, we will honor it.
We will honor the penguins.
We'll
hello at storyenginedeck.com. That's hello at storyenginedeck.com to email us and let us know.
Sounded like again. Yeah. Okay. Spin again. Spin again. Oh. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Jonathan Susi.
Jonathan Susi, if you're in the chat, please sound off and let us know. In the meantime, we can do the gift card draw and give Jonathan time to let us know that he's here. Confirm that he's here.
And he's here, and he's here to penguin.
Yeah.
Shoo! This is our party hat. Ooh.
It's upside down now, so you can't read it.
Yeah.
Birthday, my its.
Oh no! Does this thing that
no, it's got a.
Okay. Also, if you guys have like a favorite expansion, since we used all 9 of them, let us know. And let us know if you guys have all 9 of our expansions, or if you guys have like a couple, for those of you who do have Deck of Worlds and any of our expansions, or if you guys just have like our core deck. Okay, Jonathan, yes, make sure you send us an email at hello@storyenginedeck.com so that we can send you a exclusive copy of our penguin expansion.
So Nelly at Solomon on Twitter is the winner.
Nelly, you are the winner of our. I don't know why I'm trying to show this like washed out piece of paper. Nelly, thank you for sharing the social love on your Twitter. You have won a $50 gift card to our website. We will, if you aren't online anymore, we will connect with you on Twitter to get your details.
So yeah, you entered this contest by tagging us, so we know where you are.
Yeah, we know where you are, which is a little bit different than the penguins. All right. Oh yes, Nelly's here. Great. Congratulations, Nelly. All right. Have we done all the things we need to do?
I think that's everything we need to do until we come back
if not,
from break.
If not, then remind us and we'll make sure we do all the things when we come back from our break.
We'll be back at 6:30 Eastern.
Yes. For more.
I'm going to try and play a little video for you while we're gone, so you have something to watch. But it's my first time running the tech for that, so I might need a minute to run that.
And for a chance to win our dice, to win a beautiful set of Odin's Eye dice from Roll with Advantage, please continue giving us some social love on your socials and tag us, Story Engine Deck, and we will enter your name in the prizes, in the hat for a draw. All right, we will see you all for 15.
See you all in 15. Oh, hold on. I've just loaded up the entire raw video that I recorded of the demo. This is like the entire take, which I'm not going to play because I remember during this video my dog was constantly like interrupting and wanting attention, and it made it very hard to do a continuous shoot. In fact, I had to blur his butthole out of the final edit.
This is the raw and censored version. Story Engine getting from PG-13 to 18 plus for the end of tonight.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go and load a different one in the background here. I'm gonna my break will be a little bit shorter for this one, but we'll catch you back in 15 minutes. The video will start shortly. All right. Yeah, and no one tell me to bring back the butthole cut. This is not Cats. See you in 15.
Peter Chakowski, creator of the Story Engine deck and the Story Engine deck of worlds, and today I'm going to show you how to use Deck of Worlds to create your own micro setting, instantly prompted using the 6 types of cards in the deck. You can download a free demo of the deck to try out for yourself at deckofworlds.com/demo. Basically, it's a creative tool to help writers and tabletop role players come up with settings for either specific locations or entire world maps that have a really interesting and dynamic past, present, and future that really binds the world together. We always start by drawing a region card. And regions are terrain types or environment types that basically prevail over the entire micro setting that you're creating, form the hub or the center point that you're going to arrange the rest of your cards around. So I drew cliffs. Next, I'm going to draw a landmark card. Landmark cards are points of interest for your setting, and they can come in the form of either naturally occurring points of interest or landmarks, such as a lake, or also what I would call a constructed point of interest or a constructed landmark, such as camp. And this is just to give you options for creating either completely wilderness settings or settings that have some kind of people living in them, some kind of habitation or presence. I am going to go with camp. I'm going to say that the camp is at the top of the cliffs. Next up, I am going to draw a namesake card. Namesake cards are little nicknames or in-world lore-based names that can be applied to either the region you've chosen or to the landmarks in that region. And this doesn't have to be a literal name that people in the world use, but it's just meant to give it some kind of name that it's known by that raises a question about how it got to receive that name. This is just to sort of jumpstart the creative process of thinking about what the background of this area is like. So I have got narrow, that creaks, of ghosts, and of truth. Now, something that's specific to namesake cards is the fact that the top cue is in a different text orientation to the rest. And this is specifically so that you can place that top cue before the region or the landmark that you want it to describe. So the narrow cliffs, narrow would go on top. Otherwise, all other cards in the game are designed to be tucked underneath, so you'd have the Cliffs of Ghosts, or the Cliff of Ghosts. Or I could rotate this and have the Cliffs of Truth. Right now, the combination of words that's speaking to me is actually not with the cliffs, but with the camp. I kind of like the idea of a camp of ghosts, where people go when they're done their adventuring days to just sort of retire and relax. And they call themselves ghosts because they no longer participate in the living world, but really it's actually not a forlorn place, it's a happy place. That's what I'm imagining based on first impressions, but the thing that I really like about the deck system and about the card-based system is that it's so easy to go back and edit your choices. So if I wanted to go back and make it the narrow cliffs, I just pull that card out, put it in the new place, and then I continue creating based on that new choice. So next up, I'm going to draw what's called an origin card. And origin cards contain just different significant moments or aspects of the area's past. This can be a significant moment that occurred there, this can be an event that led to its creation or a really significant aspect of its present, or it can even just be something that originated in this area, that it's known for coming out of its past or history. Origin of a combat style, discovered due to a lightning strike, origin of an infamous military tactic, founded for military protection. Right now, I like the idea of origin of a combat style. Actually, I like this a lot because it could be that the Camp of Ghosts, where these adventurers go to retire, is an area that a lot of sort of young greenhorn adventurers want to go visit, because the people who are there are people who have survived and lived a long time adventuring. They know a lot about how to survive, they know a lot about combat, and so it might be a really prized location to track down and to get to from young adventurers who really want to learn from the best. And something that I think would be really interesting is if the people who tend to end up in the Camp of Ghosts, who tend to retire here, are people who aren't really interested in continuing to pass on ways of violence. So coaxing them into teaching you might be a really interesting, just social challenge for a character in a novel to do, or for an adventuring party who wants to learn a new tactic or who wants to meet some kind of epic adventurer and find out information from them. And maybe there's a particular set of combat tactics that are known as sort of like the ghost fighting or ghost combat, and it's really designed to, not even necessarily to win combats, but just to make sure that you live to continue fighting or live to continue adventuring. Next, I am going to draw an attribute card. And attribute cards are specifically things that are designed to describe the present day area. What is it like right now? Expansionist agenda, unusual wildlife activity, scenic vistas, regional holiday celebration. I kind of like a regional holiday celebration where all these retired adventurers celebrate the fact that they are getting to enjoy the quiet life, getting to enjoy no longer being responsible for fighting off monsters or saving the realm. I also really like unusual wildlife activity for the cliffs. The trial of reaching this camp on top of the cliff is getting up and surviving some kind of cliff-based life form. Aggressive or protective set of mountain rams, mountain goats, that are known for headbutting people off the cliffs. So part of the trial of getting there is just being able to climb and dodge all these attacks, or figuring out a route that's really difficult to avoid the nests of mountain goats. Or alternatively, I'm just thinking of I think it's a Planet Earth video or episode where you see a snow leopard, I want to say. There could be this apex predator that lives on the cliff. Getting up there means learning how to evade it or avoid detection or understand its hunting patterns so that it doesn't catch you. So I'm definitely going to go with unusual wildlife activity. One of the things that I like about, again, this sort of open-ended prompt-based system is that you can do a little bit of improv, you can do a little bit of yes and. why not have an apex predator and the rams? The rams are the thing that usually feed it. Then this apex predator is every now and then will come out and eat a bunch of them, or if there's an adventurer on that cliff, it's going to eat the adventurer. So it really raises the stakes. And lastly, I'm going to draw an advent card. And advent cards are really where you get to see setting and story meet. Advent cards are events or changes or conflicts that are coming to the area and could change its future. So between origin, attribute, advent, you get this full swath of storytelling around the area's past, present, and future. But in particular with the advent, what you have is an opportunity for your characters, whether you're writing a novel and these are the characters in your novel, or a short story, or whether you're doing tabletop roleplay and these are going to be things that the characters in the party are going to do. The advent card is really an opportunity for them to get involved in a conflict that affects the world and is really rooted in the specific aspects of the world. So this advent card I've drawn, the fate of a political prisoner is dividing the population. And for every advent, you'll also see there are 3 suggestions or twists or specific ways that you could choose to interpret this prompt. This is to make the advents more reusable so that you can revisit them and try a really different angle on them. And you can also entirely ignore those if just that base prompt at the top gives you enough to go on. So the fate of a political prisoner is dividing the population, and that can be a foreign ambassador, a political dissident, or a former leader. And the other prompt that comes with this one is a new commune is setting up without permission. The 3 options for how to interpret this are that their mandate is religious, political, or artistic. So I'm gonna go and not use any of those because I instantly had an idea when I picked this one up. There is a new commune setting up of like more and more greenhorns are starting to come visit the Camp of Ghosts. More and more starting adventurers want to learn from these people. And they've almost set up their own commune next to it where they like observe them or are trying to follow them or learn their ways. It's one of sort of my favorite storylines to explore when you're doing any story about heroes, which is that a hero is someone who has incredible symbolic importance and also tactical importance for the realm, right? Maybe their community really depends on them. Maybe the world isn't safe unless they keep fighting. However, a hero is also a person, right? It's someone who has their own doubts and flaws and needs, and maybe they don't always want to be responsible for taking care of the realm, right? That can be exhausting. That burden over time, especially as they age, is going to really change and wear them down. So the idea that you have this commune that's set up, that's trying to learn from them, that's trying to pressure them to share their secrets, to maintain their responsibilities to protecting the realm, and that's very unwelcome. I like that tension. I like that I can understand the motivations of both sides of this conflict and why they want what they want, but why the things that they want are at first seem incompatible, or where coming to a compromise or coming to a resolution is going to lead to really interesting storytelling opportunities. This is something where I might flesh out more details when I start writing, but I like the idea that the commune is at the top of the cliff, that like basically next to the Camp of Ghosts, there's this, like, the Camp of Noobs or something, I don't know what you'd want to call it, the Camp of Greenhorns, or they could be set up at the base of the cliff and it's more of a base camp for going up and trying to approach the Camp of Ghosts. I can see it being really interesting every time a character or a hero decides they're going to try and climb the cliff or scale the cliff, and like the entire camp of these newcomers sets up to watch them. Everyone really wants to see if this person's going to make it to the top or not and what will happen to them. You can almost imagine a whole subculture of these sort of fledgling heroes. Oh, Camp of Fledglings, I like that. The Camp of Fledglings. And they're trying to ascend, to fly, so that's a nice image. I like the idea that there's this siblinghood of heroes that are gathered at the base of the cliffs who all want to ascend and learn these things from these great heroes. And that's it. We've managed to create a simple micro setting in just a few minutes using prompts from the Deck of Worlds. It's completely unique, and it's something that only the person who created it would really interpret the way that they did. So what's nice is that it's really powered by your own interpretations, by your own creative leaps, and the chances that you take as a creator and the connections that you make as you're generating your world. Somebody else could take this exact same set of cards and create something completely different. That's what I love about this deck. It's just endlessly reusable. If you want, you can download a free demo of the deck to try out for yourself at deckofworlds.com/demo. Also at deckofworlds.com, you will find expansions and other resources for really getting into the guts of world building and starting to enjoy it. And if you have any questions or you just want to talk shop, you can find us at @StoryEngineDeck on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. For more demos or world building tips, follow us on YouTube, and definitely take a look at all the clickable spots around this video for more demos in this series, some of which are going to build on this very setting so that you can see how you can continue to deepen and broaden your world with Deck of Worlds. Thanks so much.
No buts. Oh.
You're muted.
I tried to unmute you. Oh, I can't. I don't have the power. Peter, you have to unmute yourself. I don't have the power to unmute you.
I have 2 layers of mutes because I have a manual mute on the thing, which I always try to press when I go on a break because I often forget to hit the other mute. But here I am. We are back.
We are back.
Friends, we are celebrating 3 years since we launched Deck of Worlds on Kickstarter. It is a really fun time, and we are about to be joined by a special guest who we have been anticipating and actually building a world in preparation for her arrival. But we're being joined by Sam, who is the owner of Roll with Advantage, which is just an absolutely beautiful dice store. We met her online a couple of months ago and had just been doing some like hangout chats, talking to another sort of small business entrepreneur who works in the tabletop space. It's been very cool to just like share
women-led, family-run company, like all the things that we love about. Yes, all the things we love about it. And I don't know, actually, maybe throw in the chat. You guys have been with us for the entire last 4 hours at this point of the 6 hours?
4.5.
4.5 hours. Throw in the chat. If you guys joined us midway through, we've been live streaming for the last hours to celebrate the 3rd birthday of Deck of Worlds. Lots of giveaways happening today. I think we've given away a grand total of 3 penguin decks?
3, I think.
Yeah. So the giveaway that we did not expect to happen today was our penguin deck, which was launched as part of our April Fool's joke. Our April Fool's joke that was the gift that kept I can't words anymore. That kept giving.
We've been at this for a while.
Yes. So many penguins. 60,000 plus penguins were distributed to various folks all over the world, and it was exclusive to April Fools. But if you want a copy of the penguin deck, make sure you drop a penguin emoji or scream penguins in the comments. We'll add you to our final pool. We have lots of amazing giveaways. So the beautiful Odin's Eye dice that we have been featuring all afternoon, you get a chance to win it. All you have to do is share to your social media a little bit of love for the Story Engine. You can tag us at Story Engine Deck. Share the link to Livestream so you can have some friends party with us for the last hour and a bit with Sam. And then, or you can share a link to our website if you're looking at, dropping a hint to a friend or family to get you the deck, or, just kind of share the good word, because we couldn't have done this without the amazing community that is all here building worlds with us today. So yeah, share, and we'll make sure we drop you into our little party hat so we can do our final draw to win a set of dice. But
party hat over here.
It's
off screen, I think.
Oh, the party hat has exited the screen. Hold on. It's okay. Yes, we have been doing a lot of celebrations. Deck of Worlds is very happy right now. Has been imbibing in cake, in celebrations. Probably gonna start dipping into my wine collection. It's going to be insane. So I guess
they grew up so fast.
They grew up so fast. 3 years old now. I think without further ado, we should bring in our guest of honor.
Yeah. Sam, I'm going to bring you up on stage. Welcome. Hello.
Hello.
It's so wonderful to have you. And also thank you for getting up early on the weekend in Australia time to join us in particular.
You are welcome. It's good to be here.
Yeah. And if you like beautiful dice, Sam set us up with a coupon code for anyone on this live stream who hears this during the live portion of it. You can enter, I think it's Story Engine 15.
Correct.
You can enter that in the cart at Roll with Advantage. And I'll just put the URL up here. At rollwithadvantage.com.au. You can enter Story Engine 15 before Melbourne time midnight tonight, and you can get 15% off of your first order with Sam.
I think I looked up what Melbourne time is. I don't know how many Australians are joining us today outside of Sam. I know we had a bunch of friends from Europe. They may or may not be in bed now.
I think they're in bed now.
I know a few of them tapped out.
Yeah, a few of them tapped out. We were like, are you going to live stream with us all the way to the end? They went to bed. If there's anyone in Europe who's still staying up with us, thank you. But Melbourne time, I think in Eastern time, when I did the calculations, is 10 a.m. tomorrow. That makes sense, right?
10 a.m. Eastern
tomorrow. So if you're on Eastern time, aka Toronto or New York, I'll let you guys calculate from there. So either calculate midnight Melbourne time or 10 a.m. Eastern time. If you put Story Engine 15 on rollwithadvantage.com.au, you get 15% off your first order for some beautiful dice. So,
Yeah.
we have some UK friends with us still.
Whoa, hardcore. Very hardcore.
Oh, and we have Amsterdam
Wow.
here, still present. Yeah,
Okay.
Europe.
I mean, Amsterdam is a party city, so all right.
It shows.
And
That's like early
when
guys.
people think of the reputation of Amsterdam as a party city, the first thing they think about is world building.
Yeah, world building live streams. Yeah. That's why people go to Amsterdam, notoriously, the world building district.
To world build. Yeah, Phil's from England, Marlene's in the Netherlands, Pagan Eagles UK, Germany 7th. Okay, Europe.
Is there anybody in North America?
Well, I do love that when we first started the live stream, someone from Newfoundland joined us, and they just said joining from NL, and that's also the country code for the Netherlands. So it's like, oh, Netherlands, and we got confused. Oh, it turns out it's New Zealand. It turns out it's Newfoundland, and then we did have someone from the Netherlands also hanging out. I guess it's multiple Dutch have joined us now.
Yeah, Johannes got back to wreak havoc from Copenhagen.
Heck yeah.
Oh, we got Moose from Chicago. Brought Party City for the Party Crows. Sam, we made some Party Crows in our world building a little while ago. So we have Party Crows, we have Penguins, Pennsylvania, Chicago. Just got out of bed, naturally nocturnal. You're like me, Karavik, Night Owl. Yeah, we have some Party Crows that we made. Amazing. So we have folks from all over the world joining us. Hopefully we'll have some fellow Aussies or New Zealanders.
Yes.
Okay.
Kiwis.
I was gonna be like, do they have Kiwis? Yes, some Kiwis joining us as they wake up for their day. What time is it over there right now?
In Melbourne, it's just gone 8:30 in the morning, and in New Zealand, it'll be 10:30 in the morning.
Okay. All right. Okay. So on a sunny Sunday, we're talking to the future here.
Yeah.
Bronwyn's still here from Newfoundland. So Newfoundland and Netherlands representing the two NLs.
Yeah, the two NLs. Love it.
Yes. Okay, Peter, do you want to catch Sam up on the pilgrimage we're about to send her on?
That's what we're gonna do, and you're gonna
actually. You know what? Maybe before all that, maybe we should allow Sam to introduce herself and roll with advantage. I know we kind of like waved our little banners and fangirled and fanboyed and fanned a little bit, but I think it'd be a great opportunity for Sam to kind of share a little bit about roll with advantage, what she does, and her dice.
Yeah, sure thing. You did cover the basics. So we've been around since 2018, and these days we're pretty much Australia's #1 online destination for dice for tabletop games. So yeah, owned and founded by myself, and until last month was fulfilled exclusively by my family, and now we've got a couple of extra people on board to help, but very much still family run, family owned. Our warehouse now is in Vermont, in Melbourne, if anyone's watching, and you can do click and collect now. And yeah, we've got usually over about 200 different dice sets online. Free shipping all the time, over $125. We do ship internationally, often every day. We ship internationally as well. You won't get free shipping, but you will get any of the other coupons, such as Story Engine 15 today. Odin's Eye that you see here is one of our all-time bestsellers. I think we've had them in stock for about 3-4 years now. Everybody loves them. I mean, you can read the reviews. Pretty sure they're almost exclusively 5-star reviews on that one. And yeah, any questions, get in touch. We have Instagram, but the best place to keep up with everything is to sign up to our newsletter. So oftentimes there's exclusive discounts and things. We don't often do kind of site-wide promos, but if you're on the email list, there's usually kind of 1 or 2 special events every month.
I want that Odin's Eye dice. I really got the first
Rosie asked if we can enter the contest ourselves.
Yeah, I was like, I want to enter the dice contest myself because I want that shiny dice. And those hard edges, that's what makes it so hot, so beautiful. Just dice. Yes, beautiful dice.
We'll get to crack those out soon because we're going to use these for the rolling tables to create our pilgrim. But first, we're going to actually finish creating our world. And we're going to do a really quick speed run here, catching you up, Sam, on what we've built so far. So I'm going to temporarily remove this, and we're going to go to this view and like that. And there we go. Okay. So, the Pilgrim module is a little part of our expanded guidebook. It's like a bonus play mode for Deck of Worlds where you build a setting and then you do an exercise as your pilgrim kind of wanders through the world. We decided to get a jump start and create sort of the middle portion of the pilgrim's journey. And what we're going to do with you in a moment is create the rest of their endpoint. This is like the wherever they're going to for whatever reason, this is where it's going to end. That's the kind of the big finale. And we're also going to create where they're coming from, which is going to be part of understanding who they are and what kind of mission they're on. But so far, here's what we have. The first place that they're going to stop in on their pilgrimage is a place called the Mesa of Scorpions. And the landmark there is called the Mine in the Shadow. It's a mine at the bottom of the mesa. We were mixing prompts from our Deserts expansion and our sci-fi expansion, so we got some kind of cool, weird stuff going on here. I think the theory that we decided is that the mine is actually mining the bodies of like ancient scorpions that had ossified into the rock. These were like ancient toxic animals from an age before. And in fact, it was chefs who founded the mine and first settled the mesa, dug out these scorpions and have like used the refined venom as a spice, as like this really rare ingredient for cooking. So it's actually a culinary destination. There's irregular gravity in the mines. We've figured that the way that they are getting things up and down these massive mine shafts is just by making it a zero gravity environment. And there's an anti-technology movement that has started gaining ground in that area. Maybe they're against the anti-gravity technology. Maybe they're against. Oh yeah, we also talked about there might be purists about like the way that you're supposed to eat like scorpion is this way, and all these newfangled fancy chef versions of making scorpion are wrong. We can freely decide what that means when we get there. So that's the Mesa of Scorpions and the Mine in the Shadow. The next stop in the journey is going to be the Wasteland of Fingers. You will get to decide.
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, it sounds a little. The moment we pulled on the horror expansion, we knew that was going to be like kind of a dark night of the soul for our pilgrim moving through here. But Wasteland of Fingers, we're not 100% sure what the fingers mean. Maroki's pitch was that you can still see all these grasping skeleton hands out in the desert from people who have fallen on their journey. We had some pitches for there being like finger-like plants or finger-like fungus that grows in the wasteland that looks like these like kind of like dead man's fingers. It's like a real fungus that looks horrifyingly a lot like a dead man's fingers growing out of the ground. The wasteland is known for swallowing voices, and we decided not to ask further questions about what that means. The big landmark there is what we've been calling the Butcher's Key or the Leviathan Key. It's a big like kind of dockyard made from the remains of a beached Leviathan. A sort of a pitch that we had was that the town is known for butchers, and they were the ones who actually butchered this massive carcass and built the key out of the remains. And new blockades in the area are stopping all supplies going in or out. And we can decide when we get there if we want the reason for those blockades to be like a pirate lord is there, or foreign navy is occupying it, or perhaps that marine life has actually blocked off the entryway. And then we started building the destination, but we wanted to save the rest of that for you along with the location that the journey is going to start from. So what we know so far, and this is when we were using the Arctic expansion and the fantasy expansion, is we drew a taiga, which is like a kind of cold boreal forest type thing. So like imagine a lot of pines and spruces and cold weather. And in this taiga is a place called the Keep of Foxes. And we didn't have a chance to discuss what that was before we went on break. So we're going to add some additional sort of cues and prompts to this taiga area with the Keep of Foxes as we learn more about it. And you'll get to make all the creative choices for this as we go, and we'll discuss them as you make them, and you tell us which ones interest you. And that's where we are so far. Any questions?
No, I'm excited, terrified about that middle part. Maybe my pilgrims might just turn around and go home.
Yeah.
But and yeah, so for anyone who's watching, this is my first experience with Deck of Worlds, with anything to do with the story engine decks. So yeah, you've got a complete noob here, so I'm ready to be guided.
Yeah. Well, yes, it's a lot of fun.
Yes, I think it's friendlier than the Maroki gang tossed onto a live stream and never playing D&D, having never played D&D, to be like, you are now D&Ding the rest of us, but we're going to take you on this fun journey. It's the comment you had about like the wasteland and wanting to turn on and go home. I had these two friends. They went hiking in Algonquin Park, which is like a national park in Ontario, and they went on a 3-day hike. And apparently, when they were there, it was horrible. It was very, very hot, very, very humid. They were running out of water. They couldn't find places to get water because it was just like it was just stagnant water, and one of my friends was really struggling, and I guess there was like one point in the final leg of the journey where you could like fork off and basically exit the hike like earlier on and tap out, I guess. And my friend, they were going, and at one point my friend like completely gave up. He sat on the floor, laying on his back. He's like, okay, he was like, I tap out. I think, I didn't want to wimp out like this, but I can't go on. I can't go on the hike. I think I'm gonna leave. And then my friend looked at him and was like, we passed that 10 kilometers ago. and he said like time just like stopped. And he just like had this moment where he's like, I might die here. Or also that like there's nothing I can do to what I must hike the next like 20 kilometers out. It was just like, I'm gonna die or I gotta keep going. And it was like the very much point of no return moment. So that's what Sam's pilgrim might face when going into the wasteland.
Well, near the end of the pilgrim's journey, we roll for a complication, which is some way in which perhaps the pilgrim gets a resolution different than the one they thought they would. So there are some where the pilgrim may not necessarily reach journey's end. We'll find that out. We'll find that out. Way to foreshadow.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was going to happen at all. So I have in my hands the origin cards from the fantasy expansion. Chat, normally I know we ask you to vote, but we're going to allow Sam to pick the destination, especially since we need to convince her to traverse the wasteland to get all the way there.
Yeah, that's it. If you want to participate, chat, you can make suggestions for like.
Yeah, you can pitch.
You can try to sway.
Sway the vote. Sway the vote.
But Sam is the god of this world from a world building perspective and gets final say on everything.
So is our taiga or our keep the origin of a famous bardic tradition? Is it shaped by a battle between powerful entities? Is it the site of a notorious ambush? Or was it founded by a rogue monarch?
So do any of these tickle your fancy? You don't have to decide yet, but are there any of these where you're like, ooh, that gives me an idea, or I like the sound of that?
So sorry to confirm, this is how the keep was formed, or like the origin of the keep.
Yeah, or you can apply, if there's one of those things that you like that you think applies to the taiga, you can also apply it to the taiga. So this can get tucked under either the taiga card or the keep card, and it's just like a little world building prompt for you can interpret however you want for something that might have happened in the past of this place.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite liking the keep of foxes was giving me kind of like Madman vibes. So if it was founded by a rogue monarch, that's what's tickling my fancy.
Oh, I like that. I can definitely imagine like this dude just fucking loved foxes. And like when he founded it, it was like foxes on like kind of like if you saw like a horse girl's room, like with all the posters. It's like that, but it's a castle and it's like a fox guy's keep. And yeah, I can just imagine foxes everywhere. They like have a ritual for feeding.
I thought about it in a much more crueler way, in that the monarch really liked fox furs and like hunted the crap out of foxes and like murked them all and like skinned them all and wears like a giant like cape full of fox furs.
I am picturing just a terrifying amount of taxidermied foxes in this keep. It's like that. That's what the decorations are.
No, I'm thinking it's the world's weirdest petting zoo. It looks like it's a tiny island out in the middle of the ocean somewhere, and there's just this person there sitting with all their pet foxes.
I love that. Also, sorry, I forgot. I did see this on the website. There's a dice set where there's little penguins embedded in the dice. We have a huge, again, the April Fool's Day has just led to a huge surge in penguin popularity amongst our crew, and so go track down the I think it's With Friends included. What do you call the collection that has the little the little inserts?
There's also foxes, though they're little white foxes, so kind of like Arctic fox vibes.
Oh my
we have
god!
Those as well.
Yeah, that's very relevant to our little Arctic taiga fox keep. I like the petting zoo idea. I had an idea to do a comic once about a petting zoo, but it's all just dogs in costumes of other animals. Anyway, I like the idea that it's a petting zoo, but it's all foxes.
I mean, honestly, it still boggles my mind how there's cat cafes, dog cafes, When I was in Korea, there was a sheep cafe, and it was hilarious because the couple who bought the sheep, when it was a lamb, it was cute and it ran through the cafe, and then it grew to a full like adult size, and they were like, "Oh my god, this is actually a really big animal." So now the sheep lives outside the cafe. There's a rabbit island where I know you can just go and hang out with thousands of rabbits. There has to be a fox thing somewhere. Oh, see, there you go. Omnifor saying that Japan, there is there's an island of foxes. Now we're gonna, okay, we have found it, except this one's in the Arctic. So attribute card next, and this can also tie Sam to the taiga or the keep.
Yeah. And to quickly explain the way so origin cards give you a point in the past, like a prompt related to the past of the setting. Attribute cards are kind of like a present day detail, and then the last card type actually looks at what the future of the micro setting might be. So this is our present day detail.
So we have, does it have haunting wildlife sounds?
Almost certainly.
Does it have a feasting culture, which certainly plays nicely with our food tour? Does it have renowned snow or ice artists? Or is it an orienteering waypoint? So we have orienteering waypoint, snow artists, feasts, or haunting wildlife sounds.
What are you vibing?
I quite like to keep it tied into the other stuff you've been doing. So a feasting culture is cool. I don't know, maybe people go there for the fox culinary art. I don't know.
Cooking with foxes would be very interesting. Also, I mean, the food doesn't necessarily have to be related to the foxes. It could be that the foxes are just that holdover from the rogue tyrant, and then the feasting culture is just another thing that's there. You can choose to entwine as many of the cues as you want, or leave separate. But we can. The other thing that's fun is you can basically leave some of these options open, and then once we figure out who our pilgrims and what their journey is, that may also like help us fill in some of the last gaps that we leave ourselves. Come for the fox, stay for the food.
Yeah, it's like your fox petting cafe.
Or foxtail on a plate.
Yeah, so the very final one is our advent card. So this is the thing that is going to happen in the future. Eric, you can pick the one to present.
Okay, so there's the possibility that a new form of magic might get banned, or mysterious symbols have appeared all over the area.
Yep, let's go for symbols.
Ooh.
Love it. And then there's some sub options on there, Eric. We don't have to choose this yet, but these are like different ways to remix the cue on different
runes, talismans, or graffiti.
So we can decide later which of those we want. Oh, I think we have temporarily lost them. Well, they shall be back momentarily. In the meantime, we will keep on going. So that's the finale. That is where this pilgrimage is going to end. So we may have the taiga. So we have the taiga with the keep of foxes. And we're back.
I was so overwhelmed by the setting that I threw myself out of the studio.
We actually just left to go get dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, we decided to start the pilgrimage early.
Yeah. So yeah, we have our taiga, we have the keep of foxes, which is founded by a rogue monarch who loved foxes. And there is a feasting culture there, so we know there's going to be some more food stuff going on. And mysterious symbols have appeared all over the area. That might be runes, talismans, or graffiti. We can decide that a little bit later. Also, I love these suggestions from one from Bronwyn. Foxes are constantly stealing your food. I think that's adorable. I think it'd be really fun, especially if the monarch really loves foxes, where he's like, if the fox begs for food, you have to give it to it.
Yes.
And then another great suggestion, the foxes actually cook the food. Another suggestion from Lee, symbols all over the taiga.
Ratatouille energy there.
So the symbols can be on the taiga and not the keep. Okay, cool. So let's speed build one more setting from scratch here, Sam. And this is going to be the origin place for our pilgrim. So if we could do, let's just go ahead and pull a random region and we'll work with whatever we get, and then we'll do choices for the remaining.
Okay, I'm gonna grab. I have all my piles of different.
I've got the regular deck here.
Yeah, let's just do regular deck.
Okay.
Main deck for this one.
So just one region, or are we picking two?
Let's do one, and we'll work with what we got, and then we'll make choices for the remainder.
We got a port.
Hey, okay, cool. it's a journey starting.
Sounds
at
like a
port
place that
makes
you
a lot of
would
sense.
start from.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lots of people there.
And then
Alright.
a landmark.
So this is gonna be a point of interest in the port.
So this port either has a tower or it has a beach. Both pretty appropriate for a port.
So I'm choosing.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go for beach.
Alrighty. And now you get
And
your
now
nickname.
we have a namesake card. So yep. This one, for people who don't know, it's going to be kind of we can apply it to the port or the beach, and it's why is it called it's a name that people have for the thing, either colloquial or official. So is it the port at the end of the world, the port of gold, the port of lungs, or the empty port? Or is it the empty beach, the beach of lungs, the beach at the end of the world, or the beach of gold?
Beach of gold.
Ooh.
If it was the beach at the end of the world, it's like, are you entering a new world on your pilgrimage?
Well, it's interesting because it's which edge. Like, are we starting from the edge of the known world where the map ends, or are we? Yeah. Like, I wonder which edge it's at.
You're going inland, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were born at the end of the world, so now you want to discover the start of the world.
And then we have another origin. So we have former dictatorship. Abandoned when trade routes changed, the site of a tactical blunder, or created to imprison something.
Yeah, I think it could be the site of a tactical blunder. I'm thinking like an Ever Given type situation.
Oh, it'd be funny if the Beach of Gold was called that because like a merchant ship full of gold got stuck there. There's no gold on the beach, but it's just like tied to an incident in the past.
I don't know. Maybe the blunder was like they got on the beach and then they accidentally, like, when they were unloading everything just like fell over and then buried itself in the sand, so they lost all their treasure and they could never recover all of it.
So Restaurant at the End of the World is a thing that I wanted to be able to create with the cards. It's a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, so that was very intentional. Love that you caught that, Phil. Also, I'm going to take a very, very brief aside for, have any of you heard about the mystery of the Garfield cat phones?
Yes.
Okay, so do you remember where in the world it was?
I think it's France.
I think it was France. There was this beach in France, this like area of the shoreline, where just over the years they kept finding Garfield-shaped phones washing up on the beach, and they couldn't figure out why. And then decades later, they found a like discarded, ripped open freight container that I guess had been full of these in like the 80s or something. That it just was never recorded or reported that it got lost in that area. That had been like coughing up phones for decades before they figured out what was going on. Anyway, Beach of
Amazing.
Gold is like it's like that, but for coins.
I know which one I'd rather get.
Garfield phone. Garfield
Exactly.
phone.
Exactly.
I can pay my rent in Garfield phones. Yeah.
And our next card is another attribute card. So, is this place known for bustling markets? Is it famous for its cosmetics? Is it known for mushrooms? Or is it rich in folklore?
Let's go for markets.
Oh, yeah, that
Very
makes sense for a
appropriate.
port.
Yeah.
It also makes sense why there would have been a crashed merchant ship. That works very nicely.
And our last card, our advent card. So a workers' strike is shutting down the area due to a recent incident, long-standing conditions, or a charismatic leader. Or an unknown disease is decimating the ecosystem. A plant blight, a brain parasite, or a fungal spore. Wow, that brain parasite escalated things.
Yeah, I think the first one.
The workers' strike.
We've created an economy and now we're destroying it.
Yay!
Yay!
Just like the real world. I do world building to escape from reality.
I mean, it's literally the reason why I don't watch any dramatic television. Everyone's always like, have you watched like this cool new show or this cool new show? I'm like, I'm sure it's really great. And like, I know it probably is wonderful. That's probably why it's have all the awards, why everyone's like, I'm like, it's too stressful. Like, I literally only want to watch Food Network or home shows or whatever, because they're relaxing for the most part.
I just didn't want my poor pilgrim to be infected with a brain parasite. So
Yeah, which they bring to every stop of their journey. Oof. All right. Well, we're actually ready to create our pilgrim here. One thing I'm actually going to ask for, Eric. Do you happen to know? Do you have the link tokens from Lore Master's deck anywhere that are easy to retrieve?
I do not have any printed.
No,
Back
the link tokens.
Oh, right,
The
like
link
our-
tokens from Lore Master's deck, not the.
They
tokens
are.
from-
Yes.
They're in the deck. Or do we? Yeah.
Yes, I
If you're
should.
able to get those, we can actually do the Pilgrim's Path across the world, which I think would be really cool.
I feel like we just also gave away some secrets in that we have some copies of Lore Master deck physical samples in our hot little hands that we're hoping to actually share with you guys in an unboxing live coming up on June 4th. So on June 4th, we're going to unbox all of it, discuss kind of all the things. I know if you guys have been following us on BackerKit, you would have seen our updates just talking about some of the little changes that we're still needing to make just to make sure everything is like perfect before it goes into mass production. But we're very, very close. And so we want to be able to share that all with you on June 4th. So if you guys want to like hanging out with us, that's probably the next time you'll find us live. You can always hit notify me on YouTube if you guys need something to set in your calendars.
Yeah. You can find it under the live section of our YouTube channel, Story Engine Deck.
Yes.
But before we get started on that, thanks for joining us, Jesse. Before we get started on that, what we're going to do is create our pilgrim here, which means Sam will get to use these beautiful dice. So this is the guidebook that we've been using. It's our expanded guidebook. And there's different modules. This is the pilgrim module. And we're actually going to go back to an earlier page and create a persona for our pilgrim. This is a rolling table that people use a lot in the guidebook for coming up with personas, or basically characters or people, avatars in the world through whom to do their world building. So we are going to create our pilgrim. Now, if we wanted, we could actually not roll on the table. We could look at the micro setting we've created and say like, oh, it's really interesting that this is a very economic city. I'm going to create like a vendor in the market and use them as the persona rather than making a random roll because I want to use something that's straight out of the world building. Or we can roll and do something a bit more randomized. And because we want to use the beautiful dice, we are going to roll. So hold on. We remove this. We go to this view and we go to the dice being big. And I'm going to go ahead and roll. And you will actually have a choice here in a moment, Sam, for which pilgrim we're going to use, because we're going to combine two rolls. So I'll explain that in a sec. So we have a 7 and a 4, which means, boop. We keep hiding Sam behind the little banner there. So on the personas rolling table, 7 and a 4. So do you want our pilgrim to be a anxious parent, which is combining a roll of 4 for the type of persona and a 7 for the trait, or do we want them to be a greedy collector? Which is very much the dice type person, right? Like dice hoarders are very much greedy collectors.
You can never have too many dice.
Exactly. Yeah, let's go for that one.
Greedy collector?
Yep.
Love it.
I mean, to show how greedy of a collector I am, I don't even play D&D and I want the fancy dice.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just ravening.
Hold on, I'm going to remove this. And I'll just keep the things looking like this for now rather than constantly resizing everything. So this is a little worksheet. Actually, I will resize this so that everyone can see the worksheet. Give me one sec. We are using this view. So this is our pilgrim worksheet where we can write down our pilgrim's name, their persona, their purpose, and then any notes that we have about them. And then we'll get to record journal entries. We can print one copy of this for every journal entry that we want to do. We're not going to actually write out the journal entries on this stream, but we'll talk about what happened and maybe what the pilgrim might be feeling about it at each step. So Sam, what do you want to call our pilgrim? What do you want to call our greedy dice collector?
Their name is make it like LDJ, but it's like dice.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And I think it'd be really fun if it was L, like ELLE, like kind of like the like short for Ellen. So we it's like a little hidden pun. LDJ. Just put a little accent on there.
Any accent you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That's the kind of person too, like if they're a greedy collector, but like everyone mispronounces their names. Like your name is L like Dicey or Dicey, and they'll be like, it's DJ.
Hello, DJ.
Yep.
It's like I'm the greatest swordsman this town has ever seen.
And we're going to give them a purpose now. So I'm going to flip back to the module. We're going to roll on the purpose rolling table. So you'll have a choice between two options. Get the dice tray back out here. And here we go. There's the die 20. That is an 11. So do you want the purpose of this pilgrimage to visit a loved one on their deathbed or to find a new home?
We're going to find a new home.
Love it.
We've collected everything there is to collect here, and we're moving on.
Okay,
So,
love it.
The real question is, is the collection going with this person, with L?
I am imagining they just have like a giant backpack that is just clinking and clanking, and it's all dice. All right, hold on here.
Like I'm also picturing Two Flower a little bit.
Yeah, and I actually like the idea that like, so they have a home, but they have too many dice. They no longer all fit. So rather than trying to cut down their collection, they are just buying a new, bigger house in an area with cheaper property values. I think that is delightful. Okay, trying to find a new home, and then I'm going to put in brackets and notes here for their dice.
For their dice specifically.
Perfect, beautiful. Okay. Let's go ahead and get things started for them. So we're going to be able to skip some of the steps because we've done some of our work ahead of time here. But normally when you do this pilgrim module, here's the order you do. So you create your pilgrim's home first, which I wanted to save to do with Sam because it's going to feel like it's part of who our pilgrim is. And I wanted to make sure we could do all that together. Then you create your pilgrim, which we just did. Then you create the pilgrimage destination. So you know where you're starting, where you're going, and then you fill in the gaps. We did things out of order because I didn't want to steal doing the endpoints with Sam, but I also didn't want us to have to do 4 micro settings and then all of the encounters all in an hour. I didn't think we'd have enough time. So next we determine our pilgrim's purpose, which we just did, which is to find a new home for their dice. And then we flip the page and we're going to create the first waypoint, which we already did. And then we're going to determine our first encounter. So the encounter's rolling table is what you see on the page here. We're going to roll a die 20, and then again, we'll have a choice of 2 options. And to give the chat a chance to play along, Sam, I think for the next one, we're going to have the chat choose. And then we'll throw the next one back to you, but we will talk about what we think, how we're going to interpret that encounter. And keep in mind, this event is happening in the Mesa of Scorpions, or possibly in the mine in the Shadow. So this is our place that was founded by chefs that's doing weird culinary stuff with fossilized mined scorpion skeleton business. So it's a weird place. This is where our encounter is happening. And I'm going to go ahead and roll. Nat 20! Another thing that we decided, Sam, this is a rule that you can only use if you have watched this video, either on the live stream or later. If you roll a Nat 20 on any table, you can just decide that it says dragon, which means you can override the event with the dragon. So the 3 voting options, chat, and they are going to be that they experienced a pang of homesickness, that they encountered local wildlife, or dragon, and that is the full queue, and you can decide.
I mean, local wildlife and dragon kind of go together.
I think that's likely, and I think I know what's going to win the vote here. But let's go ahead and you can go ahead and vote for dragon, wildlife, or homesickness in 3, 2, 1, go. And Sam, when we do chat votes, we do the first thing to get to 3 votes wins.
Okay.
Because sometimes it's hard to tell like how long we should wait for votes to come in. So democracy is about speed.
I think in our very early live streams, we kind of like free-for-alled it for a while. And we had some very close calls where we were like kind of watching it go back and forth for several minutes. Like, is dragon just ripping through?
Wildlife?
No,
Dragon won.
Dragon won.
Okay. Dragon it is. So they are going to have an encounter with a dragon. Sam, our pilgrim has left home. They've left the bustling port where they have spent most of their life. Perhaps their dice business, or sorry, are they buying dice or selling dice or trading dice?
Yes, they want to. It's like a Pokemon vibe. They want to.
Perfect.
They want to catch
them all.
dice.
Love it. Okay, so our dice trader has left they had a little they had a nice little home on the beach of gold where they could wake up every morning listening to the waves stroking the sand. But life here has gotten expensive. They need a new place to be able to fit all of their dice. They've left they've left the town that they've known their whole lives, and they've struck out on their own. It's the first time in their life they haven't been able to hear water in the distance as they head out into these desert sands. And ahead of them on the horizon is this massive looming mesa that just dominates the skyline. But they've read about this little kind of restaurant thing in the shadow called the Mine in the Shadow, where they actually mine these ancient ossified scorpion bodies and serve them to you on a platter. They've been wanting to try that out as they venture their long and distant way to the Keep of Foxes, where they've heard you can pick up land on the cheap and there's room for all the dice in the world. There's so many dice there that people leave their doors open at night and dice just wander in and they wake up with more dice. But today they're in the desert. They're approaching the shadow of the mesa. When do you think they meet their dragon? Do you think they meet their dragon on the road there in the middle of the desert? Do you think they meet it on top of the mesa? Do you think they meet it as they like approach the mine? Where do you think this encounter happens?
Yeah, I think the dragon can like greet people.
A dragon greeter, that would make this the ultimate destination. I would go just for a selfie with the dragon, and then I would forget to eat. I love
It's like Disneyland, but dragons.
Yeah. So I'm going to, on our little paper here, I'm just going to do, because we're going to have to fit all the entries on this one sheet, because I'm not going to print multiple copies at the moment. So date, let's say it's 3 days into the journey. The location is the mine in this case, so the mine in the shadows.
And while Peter's jotting all that down, for those of you who are kind of coming in, in the live stream just earlier now, we're the paper that Peter printed is from our Off the Beaten Path guidebook, of which we have 7 new modules and play modes on how you can use Deck of Worlds, of which right now we're doing the Pilgrimage module. And we built some micro settings, and we're now sending Sam's Pilgrim on a little journey across the world. And Off the Beaten Path, we just released it today. I think that was probably one of our most anticipated new resources that we were putting out. It is available for $9.99 today, and it's going to stay $9.99 for the rest of the weekend, of which then after this weekend, it's kind of our Deck of Worlds anniversary special. So after this weekend, the price will go up. So make sure if that's something that's on your docket and you want to play some of these play modes with us, make sure you pick it up from our website.
And what I'll do is just narrate a very short little scene here, meeting the dragon greeter, and then our pilgrim will move on to their next destination. But this is so delightful. I'm feeling my dungeon master instincts coming out. I wasn't planning to do little narrated scenes, but I think for the pilgrim, this is almost like a little solo RPG that we're doing, and I just want to have a chance to have a couple moments like this. So El Dice, coming out of the desert, finally passing into the area that's actually in the southerly shadow of the mesa, blinks as her eyes adjust to the sudden darkness compared to that stark, bright desert sun. And there's a moment of adjusting and blinking, and then thinking, "Am I seeing right? How like in the shadows there, near the mouth of the mine, that can't be." But as her eyes adjust, she sees it is. It in fact is the dragon mascot of the mine in the shadow. And the dragon mascot, it's not a person in a suit. It's a real live mother effing dragon, because we can do whatever we want as world builders. We can put a dragon anywhere we want. And I think that LDJ comes up, and not only does she get to meet the dragon and hold its massive scaly hand and shake it and feel her own fragile bones next to this massive predatory creature that has decided to take up a job as a greeter, because it's a hard economy out there. Not only does she feel her hand dwarfed by this dragon's mighty grasp, but also, in the dragon's other hand, a plate of free samples. Score! She came on free sample day! Do you think... I would like... each of us is going to come up with a flavor of scorpion bite. So think of yours. Each of us is going to name the flavor, and then Sam, you'll pick the flavor that our pilgrim eats. I am going to go with Ragin' Cajun, Raging Cajun spice on a scorpion bite. That is the flavor that I would like to pitch. Moroki, would you like to pitch a flavor of scorpion
Oh,
bite?
dang it. I had scorched earth because how can you be a desert environment when things are not just living in the
And the-
land of
And the
spice?
dragon could be the one who does it. That's beautiful. That's so good. That's so good. Scorched earth. I love it. Eric.
I am going to pick Cool Ranch because you need something to counterbalance all that heat.
Love it. And Sam, do you have a flavor that you would want to pitch as on the menu here?
Chocolate cheese.
Ooh. Intriguing. Very intriguing. 2 types of fondue together.
There's always one esoteric chef out there. That's the one that there's the anti-tech, like the anti-tech movement is riding up against. Like scorpion should always just be dried and spicy and scorched, but do not bring in this newfangled molecular gastronomy chocolate cheese shit.
It's like, we'll allow the cheese, but chocolate, no.
A bridge too far. A bridge too far. Well, Sam, what does El Diche order? What does she take with her on the road as she continues her journey? Which flavor?
We're gonna go for Cool Ranch.
Cool Ranch. You know what? It's a desert. Keeping it cool is a good idea. And with that, Elle puts the mesa behind her as her orienteering waypoint. All she knows, she just needs to walk away from it and towards the setting sun, and she'll be fine.
And Elle may have picked the Cool Ranch, but if you were visiting the Mind of the Shadows chat, let us know what snack that you would have picked. Would it be Scorched Earth, Raging Cajun, Cool Ranch, or chocolate cheese?
Or it's like if there's something that you know from the secret menu that we don't.
Yeah.
We're open to suggestions.
Yeah, what's the speakeasy menu giving you?
Yeah. And so you can see here our Pilgrim's Path. We're starting to make it across the world here. If you want, you can print off the map from the Explorer module, a little map space, draw it, and also track your maps for your pilgrims if you like. Also, actually, the field notes, you could also combine that with this for maps and additional world building.
I'm surprised how fast this pilgrim moved on. I thought the pilgrim was going to hang out in the mines for a little longer and maybe participate in a protest or two.
There are dice to be had. Dice to be had. There's no time for
I want to know why why El Diche did not think the Mine of the Shadows was a suitable home for the dice.
I think that maybe they have a dice superstition. I know some people leave their dice in moonlight to like get better rolls for them. I think they leave their dice in sunlight, and the mine was just too dark. It was too dark. And the sunlight was too perpetual. They could overload their dice with good luck, which makes for a not very interesting game. So they need to have a place where the levels of light are just right.
The chat is unanimous on chocolate cheese.
Choco cheese.
Chocolate cheese wins the game. You
right.
know what? I think those anti-tech people need to stuff it. The future is here for culinary culinary adventure.
Well, speaking of adventure, we are going to have our next little adventure here. Pilgrim module encounters rolling table. We're going to roll another encounter. This time Sam is going to pick for us. You'll have 2 options to choose from, Sam. And I'm going to roll on our beautiful roll with advantage dice tray with our Odin's Eye dice. 20 again!
More dragons!
What? By the way, these dice are all weighted. If you just want critical hits, this is the set for you.
This is the actual dice set we are going to send you. Is the one that we used for this live. So may you get as many. It's our 3rd 20.
Wow.
May you get as many 20s as we did.
Between the wounded assassins and the amount of nat 20s we're rolling today, there's like something in the cumulative like energies we're putting.
Yeah, because people have been rolling on their tables on other dice sets in other cities and getting similar results to us. So that's very
somehow, Sam, we ended up with everyone being a wounded assassin as like a character today.
Oh wow.
We had a lot of assassins.
And a sad assassin.
So I'm gonna say let's not do dragon. So homesickness or encountered local wildlife. This is the only time in my entire life that I'm going to say no dragons. Or you know what? They could meet a dragon in each location, and all the dragons are different, and that's pretty cool. So dragons back on the table. So Sam, do you want Elle to experience a pang of homesickness for her to encounter local wildlife (brackets non-dragon) or just a third option, dragon?
So sorry, is this in the creepy finger place?
This is in the creepy finger place.
That is a great.
It could be a finger dragon. It could.
No, well, I'm gonna cutify it. And the dragon does finger puppets.
The wasteland of fingers is actually a really
Finger
cute, adorable.
Oh my
puppet
god,
show.
so like the dragon is hired so like in this land it seems like this universe is full of dragon greeters, and the dragons, like this particular dragon with finger puppets, is trying to like draw tourism back because no one wants to visit this wasteland of fingers, and they're like trying to just like, you know, boost the place. They're trying to be like, come visit us, like there's cool things here. We have finger puppets.
Okay, and I have a really fun idea for this. Specifically, the dragon is a ventriloquist that can swallow people's voices and then use them in the puppet show. Also, because it's a dragon and dragon-sized, each finger is the size of a real person, so the puppet show is actually like a fully sized show. It's
Amazing.
just a dragon's giant fingers doing it. And so part of the gimmick is like you go and it asks for like a volunteer to like lend their voice, and then it uses that voice for that character and comes up with characters to match the voice.
Of course, I just immediately had to make it disgusting where like the finger puppets, they are people size, but then you look closer and realize they are people that have been like hollowed out and turned into taxidermy. And the dragon thinks it's adorable, and it's like, oh my god, it's so cute.
Stop
really.
taxidermying everything, Maruki. The foxes, the people.
No, I didn't taxidermy the foxes. I just murked the foxes and turned them into a giant cloak.
Well, stop killing everything. It was so we managed to save it. We managed to make it cute again. Make world building cute again. Okay, so dragon there, and that's the encounter that is happening. So I guess the first question that I have for you, Sam, as our role playing as El Diche here. So first of all, El experiences a real shift, I think, in the climate as they get further from the mesa, and we decided that this wasteland is more of like a decaying, swampy kind of wasteland. We wanted to have a little bit of a different biome from pure desert. So so the air starts to get a little bit more humid. There's a bit of that. Is there an open sewer grate nearby? There's like kind of that boggy, funky smell of just raw decay in the air. And soon we go from sand towards that dirt that has just a little bit of give under your boots as you walk. And before, as she tread through the sand, you know, the wind would immediately erase those footprints. All that you'd see is just kind of like a little divot of shadow in the setting sun. But as she goes on, you start to actually see the tread of her boots left behind as the mud cakes and takes and holds the shape of her in passing. And the shadows get low. It does get a little bit creepier. There are some thin, spindly trees growing up out of the muck. But then in the distance, a ring of torchlight, a little bit of that warm, inviting feeling of fire in the distance, knowing that you'll be on habitation soon. And she rocks up to a roaring campfire and welcome, a set of gates entering the area of the city that hosts the Butcher's Key. And there's this friendly dragon who was momentarily enjoying a smoke break, notices someone coming, and then perks up. You see Elsie's them reaching for what looks like a bunch of big sacks with like little dangly pieces here and there off. And the dragon asks, may I borrow your voice for just one moment?
Of
Do you
course.
think Elle would say yes? Yeah? Awesome.
Yep. Yeah, they're very open-minded.
What kind of voice do you think Elle has?
Yeah, quite like high-pitched. Maybe if indeed, Peter, you are going to try to replicate this, like breathy, high-pitched.
Okay.
Yep.
Love it. And I'm going to say that Elle does not have an Australian accent because I can't do that. And then I think just because the dragon is doing improv, they also ask like, all right, give us a location. And actually, why don't we pull me a landmark, Eric?
Peak or town?
So does Elle say a peak or a town?
Peak.
Peak. So Elle says a peak. And as she does, you actually sort of see the words take shape, almost like a cursive script of mist being pulled out of her mouth and sucked into the dragon's mouth. And then as the dragon breathes out, it's not fire that emerges, but this like very eerie reproduction of Elle's voice. And so the dragon puts on a little show speaking about the journey of Elle the Climber as she scaled Gossamer Peak, which is the very highest point on a mountain that was spun from spider silk. And the dragon recounts again a strangely resonant moment for Elle as she herself was on this long journey, facing sights that she's never seen before and experiencing things for the first time. But she hears a little narrated version of a different pilgrim's journey up this beautiful mountain of spider silk, encountering misadventures along the way, before she heads on and enjoys the rest of her day inside Butcher's Key. And we're actually going to go back to the module for a second here. Because at every step of the journey, we have some little reflection questions that we can go through. We kind of skipped the last one, and I think for time, I may say we won't go back to that, but let's do a little sort of reflection check-in here. So the second journal entry for our pilgrim here. So we're going to answer some things like, where did the encounter take place? Did the pilgrim feel better prepared or worse prepared to handle this encounter given their experiences so far? I'm going to just answer that one quickly and say, this is her second dragon. She knows dragons now. She's got dragons on lock. I would say she was more prepared as a result of it. How is Elle feeling as she approaches her destination? Is she looking forward to it? Is she dreading it? What are you thinking, Sam?
I think they're a little disappointed that there's been no dice. The dragons are cool and all, but they thought maybe they would have seen more dice by now. So I guess they're even more keen to get to their end destination because they're positive there's going to be more dice there.
Perfect.
It's like it turns out that dice are actually quite a regional delicacy.
Actually, Sam, we don't have a character sheet for Elle, but do you have any dice near you at the moment? If you don't, that's okay. I know we didn't ask you. We asked you specifically not to bring dice. We did the rolling, but
I do.
Can you roll a perception check for Elle? I'm going to say that Elle, being greedy, I don't think she feels particularly wise, so I'm going to say she has a -1, and the DC for this perception check is DC 8. It's a pretty easy check.
No, I got I don't know if you can see, I got a 6.
A 6, which gets us a
so
5.
It's a 5.
5, okay. So below the DC. So I'm going to do something that DMs only do on shows. I wouldn't recommend DMs ever do this in an actual game, but I'm going to say that as Elle walks away from the Key of Butchers, here's what she does not see, but that the camera lens of our attention gets to focus on for a moment. So excited to find dice on her journey, to find more of these things to pick up as mementos. But as she turns her back, not having found any, she misses that there's a gift. The gift shop of the Butcher's Key has a few sets of beautiful carved bone dice, carved from the bones of the Leviathan, which gives it its other nickname, Leviathan Key. And she misses a chance to take home a set of those. But when she sees it on... I'm going to say instead of calling it eBay, it's called e-key or something in this world.
Keybay.
Yeah, Keybay. On Keybay later, she's going to see a set of those dice, and she knows that they're way overpriced compared to if you get them while you're there. But such is sometimes the journey of the pilgrim is a journey of small regrets, and this regret is hopefully not so big that it lingers on her mind as she leaves Butcher's Key and heads towards her final destination, which is, of course, the Foxes. So now we're going to roll on the complications rolling table as we get ready for our final little adventure here, complications rolling table. So rolling tables, you take the result that you get. There's also an option, I think I mentioned this in the alteration section at the very beginning, or in the rolling table section at the very beginning, and it's something that I want to use in the stream, where you roll, and you can take either the number you rolled, the number above, or the number below. And you only do this for rolling tables where there's only one option. And that way, if there's something that just doesn't fit at all, you do have the option to pivot a little bit. Sam, do you want to do the final pick, or do you want the chat to vote on this one? This one's up to you.
Yeah, chat can vote.
Okay, so we'll hand this one over to the chat. So the chat will get to pick between 2 to 3 options, depending on what we roll here. Bonk. Nat 1! So we're only going to have 2 options to choose from because there's no other adjacent.
Very fortunate that rolling a 1 for your modules does not mean you have the literal worst encounter or the worst characteristic trait.
Although, so the way that we could do the wraparound, so basically if it's supposed to be the 2 adjacent entries and you roll a 1, the next adjacent entries it wraps around to the 20, which would give us the option of dragon. So our options are they get exactly what they came for, yet still feel unsatisfied. The adjacent option number 2 is they do not write down what happened until years later, which means that when we do our little journal entry here, they would not write down the moment. They would write down only what they remember when they return to finish their journal years later, being like, oh, I never did write down the end of that journey. And then 20 is...
Dragon.
dragon,
Which
or
doesn't mean very much.
they do not get what they came for, but they are still satisfied. Sort of the inverse of number one. So you can go ahead and vote for 1, 2, or 20. Or dragon, and then we have to figure out what that means.
Yeah, what does this mean in the context? But
So complication is number 1, they get exactly what they want, but put 1 in the chat, don't vote yet. Number 2, they do not write down what happened until years later. Number 20 stands in for they do not get what they came for, but still feel satisfied. And then write dragon if you want dragon. And we'll vote.
I feel like
three,
we're Pandora's boxing.
3, 2, 1, go.
I don't even know what that means. They
Wait,
become
that's-
L becomes a dragon.
The blockade is a dragon.
Oh, right, yeah. So let's talk about, as we pick our complication here, we can do
There's a
little bit-
dragon full of dice.
We'll remove this.
So like the dragon's hoard is dice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
Oh, that'd be very interesting. And so keep in mind, so we're now heading towards the taiga, where stands the Keep of Foxes, a beautiful fox motif and also fox-filled keep founded by a rogue monarch who just loved
I think
foxes.
1-1.
Yeah, 1-1.
Okay. They don't get what they... so 1 is they do get what they came for, but they don't feel satisfied.
Youf. That's completely in line with LDJ's greed.
Yeah, but maybe they learn a lesson from this. Maybe they get some points in wisdom after this. Okay, so they are going to arrive at the Keep of Foxes and find they get what they came for, but it feels hollow. So my understanding of this, and we'll do a little transition narration here as they leave the wasteland and the boggy ground starts to get a little harder, not because it's turning into packed earth, but because it's starting to turn to frozen earth. In certain areas, you can see just that thin layer of frost forming over the boggy pools. I think Elle, like any of us, just could not resist putting the slightest bit of pressure with her boot on the surface to hear the ice crack and feel it under her boot, get that satisfying feeling of winter oncoming. And she continues to track on, seeing again the way that her footprints change as she moves across the landscape from crusted in mud with a little film of water forming at the bottom as she steps to through a little crunch of frost layer to finally just treading through snow and leaving full crisp boot prints behind in the snow. And as she approaches the keep in the distance, she can already see contrasted against the bright white of the snowscape. Sometimes it's Arctic foxes, and she can only see a little glimmer of their gray or their white as their coats are in season. But sometimes it's foxes with that flaming red fur, bounding, flowing over the landscape, always moving in the corners of her vision because they're very crafty little creatures. As she approaches the Keep of Foxes, finds the gates open, even finds a real estate office just waiting for her to put down a down payment on a new home. A new place to keep her dice, and she gets a big, spacious home near the really like trendy part of the keep. But I think that as she sets up home here, all the dice are here. She has room for all of them. She even has empty rooms, but something isn't quite right. She doesn't feel the way she thought she'd feel. Sam, do you have any idea what might be going on with LDJ? Why do you think she's moved in? She's got more rooms she's ever had in her life. In fact, empty rooms and empty rooms and empty rooms. What do you think she might miss from home? The port of bustling markets, the beach of gold, with its many people casting metal detection spells, trying to find buried treasure. With its real belief in the rights of workers, so much so that they did a strike to stop the cargo loaders from bringing things in and out, and which of course was known as the site of a tactical blunder, the crash of this giant ship that blocked trade for many days and became the subject of many memes on the social media of the day. What is Sam missing, or not Sam? Sorry, what is Elle missing as she thinks about the home that she left behind and feels like this is not quite where she meant to be?
Yeah, I think it's kind of I've got nobody to share the rooms with. It's true. They did not prioritize making friends on this pilgrimage. Yeah, I very much think that kind of what you alluded to, where maybe they realize that this is a treadmill that they're never going to get off, and now where before an empty room made them excited to fill it, now they're just thinking about the next empty room and the next empty room and the next empty room, and there's always going to be an empty room. So maybe they do need to shift around their life priorities. and yeah, find some people to share their dice with.
So something that I think is a really fun little spin on this module. That's beautiful, by the way. I absolutely love that narration. Not in the complication section, but in the alteration section. We have a thing where if you're doing this for, where is it here? Oh, maybe it's at the end. Oh yeah, it's the remixing the module section. I moved it in the layout. Remixing this module. If you're completing this module a second time, you may apply one or more of the following changes instructions. The Pilgrim's Return. So you can choose to do a version of this where the pilgrim then retraces their steps going back home. And I think that might be what Elle does here.
I thought Elle was just going to stay in the Arctic and find someone to share like her empty rooms with, because her loneliness is the empty rooms and like realize made no friends, but not necessarily completely missing home. Maybe she's digging the culture and stuff. She just doesn't have like a somebody to share with.
Beautiful. In that case, I think that Elle spends a moment reflecting on the time it took to journey here, the many faces she met along the way. And just as Bronwyn said, the real treasure may have been the dragons she met along the way. Why hoard something if you're the only one who can appreciate your hoard? So I imagine that Elle might retrace her steps, not all the way back. I think maybe you're right. I think Maruki, you're right. She was right to move. The problem is the emptiness. And she invites those two dragons, both of whom took up these jobs to make ends meet because they couldn't afford the payments on their hoards. And she says, look, I got a big place in the Keep of Foxes. And if this is what you want, if you love this, then keep doing this. But if you're looking for a place that you can move your hoards and we can all hoard together and we can admire each other's dice, then come with me, join me, and just we can have a big old house share. And she starts the first gaming group in the Keep of Foxes. She starts a dice collecting society joined by the two dragons who become the treasurer and the vice president. And her home becomes a community hub for people to come compare dice and trade dice, borrow dice on a loaning system so that people who don't have fancy dice can have fancy dice, and just fills the rest of those rooms with the sound of laughter, of dice clacking on the table actually being used, not just collected and displayed with shame because there's not enough time to get a gaming group together, but actually used because there's always a game happening in her home in the Keep of Foxes.
Amazing.
And then in a little reverse twist, we get the number 1 and the number 20. In the end, she doesn't get the empty rooms, but she does get the feeling of satisfaction. And that is the story of Eldice,
Yay!
the dice master of the Keep. And in the spirit of sharing dice with the community, do we want to do the dice draw?
Yeah, that was the most one of the most seamless flows yet.
I planned none of this. It all worked out.
Yeah, and you guys have thanks for chat for also chiming in and helping form Eldice's story. Yeah. And if you like Eldice, you guys can create stories like this in your own little module. Actually, now I'm beginning to understand like the fun of solo RPGing because I'm really understanding like I had a feeling that if there was anything that I would get into, it would be solo RPGing because of just like the speed. I am a person who's so busy I don't have time to coordinate, a D&D session with anybody. I do not understand how adults can actually find the time to get together once a week. I see my friends once every 6 months if I'm lucky. So yeah, a solo RPG seems like a very lovely little way to go. Coming soon to Netflix. Sure, there's some real stories coming on there. And actually, like as we're drawing the names in the hat as well. And thank you everyone for like sharing so much social love today. Like again, one of the things we always mention is that like Deck of Worlds would not have been possible without the like literal support of like what was it 6,000 backers who came and brought the deck to life. Becoming the largest, crowdfunded world building project in history. Literally wouldn't be possible without you guys. And what I was going to say too is that we've seen so many like amazing things, creative things that have come out of you using our decks, whether it is Deck of Worlds, whether it's Story Engine deck. I know for World Book Day last month, we asked if you guys have had a book published, something coming out, or even a campaign that you guys had created to send us some of your works, which we featured on World Book Day. For Deck of Worlds, I know we had some stuff too, so I want to do some shout outs to people who have used the deck.
Shout outs. I know actually Open Moose, who was here earlier, submitted a world. He actually had his Teacup Moose world.
Oh yeah.
And then we had one from Chorus of Echoes on Twitter. Is Shimon? He had a Cloudborn. Or sorry, he had the Mill of Last. Oh, now my website's crashing on me. But he had the Mill of Last Chances, which is an island with a maze, hidden from the outside world, where one can go and you have nowhere else to turn. It is said that on this island, an eldritch machine known as the Mill of Last Chances, located on the edge of a cliff overlooking a valley. And if you can basically go to the mill, and if you don't like your fate, you can try to get a new one if you reach the mill.
Hell
it takes your old fate, turns it into grist, and then gives you a new one. But it's obviously a very risky journey because the whole maze is a magical trap.
That is super cool. Love that.
Yeah. So if you guys have had, like, I know, Grace Fong also used the deck, I believe, as well, when she used to do some ideating for Magic. I want to say
Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, Magic the Gathering. So not full worlds, but obviously, the deck has been used for that. So we love hearing the deck in action, whether it is Deck of Worlds, Story Engine deck. If you guys have been using PDFs of the Lore Masters deck at all, we always want to see what you guys have been created. We have some people screaming for Penguin time, and I might draw for the last Penguin deck first before the dice, because I think the dice is extra special and should be our last draw of the night in our fancy Deck of Worlds party hat. But I will do one last spin for the exclusive Penguin. And maybe before we do that, I'm going to read one more testimonial from Story Engine deck / Penguins, because just so people understand how incredible our Penguin deck was. And since we talked about Penguins so much, no Penguins ended up in the pilgrimage. No
pilgrims. I think dragons really took the wildlife spotlight.
It's true. It's true. Oh yeah, I remember seeing the one Penguins everywhere. We owe you one. I like the one from Max Potts that gave us 4 stars and said would be 5 stars, but there's no physical version. Well, I won't take my money. I like this one because, like I said, you need to look up Benedict Cumberbatch and Penguins, but Benedict Penguin Cumbersnatch wrote, as a non-native speaker of Penguin, this expansion has been instrumental in preventing further humiliation to his illustrious career. Thanks to Oops All Penguins, signed multiple exclusive deals with BBC to narrate the highly anticipated film March of the Penguins 2, The Invasion, Doctor Strange in Antarctica, A Pengu-tacular Journey, and The Penguin Did It, A Sherlock Journey. So, yes, if you guys want to check out the blog, storyenginedeck.com/penguins, you can learn more about the Penguin deck and what we did for April Fools. But without further ado, spinning the wheel, last spin of the day. Can you guys believe it's been almost 6 hours together?
It actually has not felt like 6 hours.
No, it really hasn't.
It truly is not.
Okay, our winner is Pagan Eagle. Pagan Eagle, if you're around, I think so, because Pagan Eagle was screeching penguin time. Pagan Eagle, you have won yourself a deck of Penguins. Oops, all Penguins.
Email us hello@storyenginedeck.com
for a penguin deck to be sent to your inbox. Okay, last draw of the night for the Odin's Eye dice.
For the Odin's Eye dice, here we go.
Oh, Open Moose.
Open Moose, lucky duck.
Yeah, nice. Open Moose, lucky duck. Open Moose has second win of the week.
Yeah, Open Moose got to see the first copy of the PDF of the expanded guidebook that we used for the Pilgrim module. Yeah, he won the draw on Monday and got a copy of the PDF 6 hours before we set it live. And actually, like I said, downloaded it within 2 minutes of me sending the email with the access. So he was ready for it. And yeah, I will put these dice back in their beautiful display case with the little cushioning slots for each of the dice, and mail that to you. We have your contact info already. I have you in my inbox from this morning, so I will email you for your mailing address and make sure that we get that out to you in the next week or so. The other thing that I want to do is just show, I have some other beautiful dice that Sam sent me that you can find on the website, and I just thought I'd showcase a couple of them, because I have been... I unboxed these with my wife the other day, and we were just absolutely in love.
Yeah, and if you guys didn't get a chance to or remember, if you go to rollwithadvantage.com.au Sam has a special offer with everyone who's joined the live stream or catches the replay between now and midnight Melbourne time, which will be 10 a.m. tomorrow on Eastern time. So Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern time or midnight Melbourne time, you get a chance to get 15% off your order of a beautiful set of dice from Sam's website. Ooh, those are nice too.
Yeah,
I mean, I expected them to
Undertow
be.
And I can't remember what the darker one is. Lightning Ridge. There's some really beautiful sets. Oh, this one might be my personal favorite. I think this is Acid Rain.
Toxic Rain.
Toxic Rain. Yeah.
Peter, I challenge you. The stakes of the sword fighting duel that we're gonna have when I see you in Halifax in June is gonna be for a set of dice.
Those are high stakes indeed. You're on. Let's do it. Beautiful. This looks like a creamy pop soda thing. I love these.
Yeah, and all of our dice come in those fluffy dice bags that are there. So they're like some of the softest, nicest dice bags going around.
You know what's actually nice about those dice bags is like you can almost put them in and you can like polish your dice up after your grubby hands get all over it.
It's true.
And then there's one. This is the particular little guy that I wanted to share. So the other one the other thing I want is like the giant dice that's on your site. I have no idea how big it actually is, but I was like, it's just so freaking cool.
Is that a hollow die?
Yeah.
Well, it's hollow, except inside. Sam, do you want to do the reveal?
There is a little like metal dragon. So it doesn't spin around or anything. He stays where he is.
So every time you roll 20, you get a dragon. I told you. I told you.
Yeah, the 50 mil chunks are kind of like the size of a tennis ball, almost.
Oh my god.
The ones that you're talking about.
So if you're like really angry at who you're playing with, you can chuck the dice at them as well.
I do not advocate for that. Your stream, your rules.
Everyone's talking about cute, fluffy things, and I'm like, dragon flesh finger like, puppets.
It's like if you roll a 20 on the giant die, it does extra damage.
Yeah, it just explodes like the world and everything around you.
So pretty. But yeah, go check out Amazing Dice Offerings, Story Engine 15 for a discount. Moose, we will get to mail in your dice in the next week or so. Very excited to send these out to you. And yeah.
Have we covered all the things? I guess this is like our one final time to say, yeah, our sale's going on till the end of tomorrow. So midnight. We have so many time zones, guys. Like I think that there's still a whole bunch of our like European folks here on the chat with us. And I think still some of our folks from Chicago and Pennsylvania, and of course Sam over in Australia. Our sale runs until midnight Pacific time.
Tomorrow night.
So if you want a chance to get 10% off our main deck, 15% off any of our 9 expansions, and we actually used all 9 of our expansions to build decks today. I can only hold 3 in my hand really effectively. But any of our 9 expansions, that includes our All Worlds bundle and our Alpha and Omega bundle, you get 15% off. And if you want any of our accessories, so like any of our storage boxes or our playmats, it's 25% off. And of course, we should.
Here's a storage box.
Here is one of our storage boxes. See? 25% off. Those are all automatically applied. So once you add it to your cart and checkout, it will be applied upon checkout. We have 2 more giveaways, 3 more giveaways. My God. So we have, obviously, we've been doing a flash giveaway every single day. Today, if you make a purchase, you get a chance to win a copy of the 101 postcard size stories written by our very own Peter Tchaikovsky. And if you didn't join our live stream early, if you scroll back, you get to hear him tell a story about witches, which is a little bit raunchy. Yeah. You get a chance to win that today. We have 1 more flash giveaway tomorrow. But everyone who also makes a purchase throughout the week, you will be entered into a giant draw for a chance to win a $100 gift card, which we'll draw after the end of tomorrow. And then tomorrow we have 1 more resource drop. which is our blank PDF, blank card PDFs, so that you can create your own cards if you so wish. I think that is our last.
Yeah, for all 6 of the card types and for the expansion unique card type. So the culture keyholes, the lore fragments, and the adventure prompts are all included in that blank card sheet as well.
Yes, I think that covers all the bases. I think with so many things, so many celebrations, so much cake. We still have the cake. Deck of Worlds is going to eat the cake. Yes.
And to finish this up, I'm going to read one more story from the anthology, just because I rarely get to do that, and we're already talking about it.
Sure. Are we going to let the chat vote for one final story?
Yeah. Do you want frogs, a dream courier, or a demonic doll? So vote for frogs, dreams, or doll in the chat in 3, 2, 1, go.
Go. And while you're voting, I like how Kill Ravik is saying the only expansion set they're lacking is penguins. I just want outtake. Well, if you come to Gen Con, if you slip Eric a 20.
No, now it's 50 singles. You have to slip 50 singles.
Yeah, if you slip Eric 50 single dollar bills with a post-it note of a penguin, we will secretly have a drop point to give you the penguin deck.
All right.
I think the demonic doll won.
And again, you've picked, of the stories that I picked, sometimes I was picking favorites, and the favorites are often ones that I asked the voice guests to narrate, but you picked another one that was narrated by a voice guest. This one, story is called When Life Gives You Demons, and it's actually narrated by Jonathan Sims, who's the voice of the Magnus Archives with Rusty Quill, and he narrates 6 of the stories in this anthology and actually wrote a guest story for it. So again, I will do my best to read a story that he reads better. Actually, you can find this story on our YouTube channel if you search Demons, or probably if you search Jonathan Sims, and see his version of it. Okay. The warlock cursed our town and left the demon-possessed doll in the square. We took it to the woods and buried it, but it was back by the time we returned home. We burned it in the blacksmith's forge, but again it reappeared. No matter how many times we destroyed or discarded it, it rematerialized in the same spot. So, we built a furnace to run off the infinite supply of regenerating dolls. First, we used it to heat the poorhouse in winter, and eventually the rest of the town too. This summer, we're going to open a community kitchen. A few families are still coming around to the idea of living with hellfire in our midst, but the rest of us just wink and say, when life gives you demons, give them hell.
I feel like I actually read that one fairly recently, strangely enough. We have the anthology. I mean, we clearly do, and I think once in a while when I walk by my den, it actually sits on display. So like, I have my shelves which are packed to the nines and then some, but the anthology book sits in the front of it. Okay, and I do that with some of my like more inspirational kind of quick minute books, whether it's like a life quote or something. And sometimes I open the book and I like just flip to a story and read it and then move on with my day. And I think I saw that one fairly recently. It gave me warm and fuzzy feelings in a hellfire way.
Like I won't lie. Every time like I read that story, I assume the last word is gonna the last sentence is like, when life gives you demons, give them demon aid. But it never is.
Yeah. Well, we have a few minutes left before we completely sign off. So if anyone has like final questions and thoughts and words for us, I think this is really a good time as any to have a Q&A. If you have any questions for Sam as well, I don't know how often, Sam, you live stream or join things. So if there's any, an opportunity for people to want to get to know you or ask questions, whether it is your favorite D&D campaign, your favorite character, your favorite dice, or you have questions for us, we certainly will happily answer for you as well. And I like how you're not the first person to ask us for physical decks for some of our more like oddities items, whether it's penguins or outtakes. The hardest thing for us is that it's just like to print a limited run then just makes for a more costly item. And it's not like, maybe if there's enough appetite for a physical print of the outtakes, we might do it. But we'll have to see. We'll just have to see, guys. We'll just have to see. But yes, if you guys have questions in the meantime or any thoughts and final comments, please do drop them in the chat and we can answer them in the next 5 minutes. or if you guys want us to come up with some weird and wacky random idea. I actually had a question for chat too. So if you guys are writing questions, go for it. But I know I had this question that I was like thinking of asking from the get-go. I thought about asking it on Monday, Peter, and I was like, I don't know, this might be too controversial. But I actually was gonna ask the chat what their favorite deck was. I felt like it was not in a good spirit, considering that it is Deck of Worlds' birthday, and Deck of Worlds might be hurt if people picked it.
Yeah, mid-birth at someone's birthday party, calling a vote for do you like them more than like their sibling? Like, that is brutal parenting. That is just brutal parenting.
We can tell who's the tiger parent.
Yeah, I think you mean Taiga parents.
Who's the Taiga? Who's the Taiga? The Taiga. I like how Pagan Eagle's now asking for the next set. Oh wait, next set of dice or the next set of cards? Mice, all of them. Oh yeah, see Phil knowing the right answer, saying like Deck of Worlds the most. Joe Rabbit, shared hearts and common creeds.
That's Deck of Worlds still.
Yeah, that's the which expansion is that one again? Oh, that's Culture Keyholes.
That's the Culture Keyholes expansion.
That's great. And Kill Rabbit, if you don't know, like Peter made a whole video on how to like really use the Culture Keyholes in cool ways as well. So that's cool.
I think that is my personal favorite amongst the expansions. I'd be hard pressed to choose, but I think that would be it.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Ratatouille. People are really liking mice as the next expansion. And then I feel like just like inherently there needs to be dice with mice in them as well. And Fuchs discovered us through Kick of Worlds. I've reached that point in the night.
It's like it doesn't feel like 6 hours, but it's been 6 hours. That's how...
When the word soup gets more soupy than wordy. Yes. Okay.
Lovely. Well, I think we'll wrap it up there then.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam, for joining us. It was wonderful to have you. Thank you for taking us on an adventure with El Dice, who truly will go down in Deck of Worlds history as the first pilgrim to cross this beautiful world that we all created together. Thank you to everyone in the chat for naming all of the creatures in our ecosystem earlier, for helping us build. We've built multiple settings now, just like live and improvised, and it's been a ton of fun. And thank you to everyone who either like pledged the Kickstarter when it first came out, like the us being a company and getting to do this today, like us getting to do this creative full time, would not have been possible without the inflection point of Deck of Worlds. Like that is such a before and after point in my life, and I just really appreciate the support, the excitement. The Christmas miracle of Deck of Worlds, or the holiday miracle, where people volunteered to get their decks later so that people who needed them in time for the holidays could be part of the first shipping wave. And like that was something that was your idea. Like people spontaneously volunteered to get their packages late so that people who were waiting on it for the holidays could get it.
You guys reinvigorated my my hope that humanity can be good.
Yeah.
During the holiday season, nonetheless, like during a time when everyone really wanted their decks in time for the holiday season, and like we were really feeling the pressure that we weren't going to be able to deliver, that like at least over 600 of you willingly, unprompted, volunteered to have your decks delivered later. And that was amazing and truly in the spirit of the holidays. Yeah. So incredible.
Thank you for being part of this just really wonderful, huge journey with us. It's been beautiful. It's been amazing. And I look forward to, many more adventures, many more encounters on the rolling table of the journey ahead with all of you.
Yes, absolutely. And if you like joining us on our live streams, we'll see you on June 4th at 3 p.m. Eastern time to unbox our first physical copies of Lore Master's deck.
Yeah.
And all the accessories.
And all the accessories.
Not just the deck. Literally, we got everything.
Everything but dice.
Yeah.
You got to go to Sam for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So rollwithadvantage.com.au, storyenginedeck.com. We'll catch you all in the next one. Thank you so much. Go eat a slice of cake or pour a drink. And one more time with the sadly noiseless party poppers. There we go. Sound effects. We got high quality sound effects here. Thanks, everyone. We'll catch you in the next one.